Seats. Okay, members. First item on the order paper is a motion on accelerated passage for the non-domestic rates valuations coronavirus bill. Clerk, please read the motion.
That the non-domestic rates valuations coronavirus bill proceed under the accelerated passage procedure.
I call the Minister of Finance.
I beg to move that the non-domestic rates valuation coronavirus bill proceed under the accelerated passage procedure. The bill is a short but an important one. Sorry.
The bill is moved. So thank you. The Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, and I now call the Minister to open the debate on the motion.
The bill under discussion today is a short but it's an important bill. It corrects an unintended consequence of the public health measures introduced in response to the pandemic. Article 39A of the Rates Order requires events which affect the physical enjoyment of the property and where they could affect its rental value to be taken into account when assessing the net annual values. Article 39A was intended to apply to localised events such as the Primark fire in Belfast in 2018. It was not designed to deal with the general pandemic. Therefore, the legislation will remove the impact of COVID-19 as a valid ground for appealing net annual values in the 2020 list. Similar legislation has also been introduced in England, Wales and Scotland. To be clear, this bill will not affect the right of ratepayers to appeal net annual values for any other reason. It is also the case that businesses have been financially supported in response to the pandemic. Businesses have received rates relief and grants on a more generous basis than England. This far outweighs any potential refund they would have got from Article 39A. Going forward, a new revaluation is underway which will reflect the impact of the pandemic on the property market at the 1st of October 2021. And I will propose to the Executive that an estimated £50 million, bar not consequential, from the equivalent legislation in Westminster will be ring-fenced to support business ratepayers in the next financial year. These are the ways in which the impact of the pandemic on businesses should be and have been responded to. Article 39A is not an appropriate vehicle for dealing with the pandemic, as governments in England, Scotland and Wales have also concluded. I will now turn to why I am seeking Assembly approval to accelerated passage as required under Standing Order 42.4. Since the introduction of the public health measures, my department have engaged with a specialist council both here and in England on the matter of Article 39A. After the announcement in March 2021 that legislation would be introduced in Westminster, which removed COVID-19 as a valid ground for challenging valuation, my department focused on a local solution along the same vein. It was not as simple as just adopting the same approach here. Our rating legislation is similar, but there are also important differences to consider. We are ahead of Scotland in bringing forward legislation on this matter. The equivalent bill is yet to be introduced in the Scottish Parliament. In England, the equivalent bill is still being brought through Westminster. However, pending the close of the mandate here, that means that there is only a few months to enact this legislation. Accelerated passage is less than ideal, and my department is having to undertake engagement on the bill and its provision in a much more compressed timeframe than it would wish. But this approach is necessary given the exceptional circumstances of the pandemic and the short time remaining in the mandate. My department has made a detailed assessment of the financial implications of legislation not being passed. The higher end of the revenue losses sits in the region of £255 million over a 3-year period from April 2020 to March 2023. It is vital that this revenue is not lost to public services delivered by the Executive and by councils. Finally, let me address two of the concerns expressed by the committee during engagement with officials. One concern is that there has been insufficient consultation with businesses. Even if there was time to undertake a 3-month consultation, the consultation would not be meaningful. This is an emergency measure which is necessary to safeguard funding for public services delivered by the Executive and Councils. For that reason, similar legislation has been taken without consultation in England, Wales and Scotland. Another concern is that the legislation is retrospective, and I agree that retrospective legislation is unusual. However, there is no other way of dealing with this issue. Again, the governments in England, Wales and Scotland have come to the same conclusion. This bill addresses an unintended consequence of the pandemic. It is necessary to provide protection for funding for public services. That is why the same approach has been adopted across the water, and that is why all executive ministers have endorsed this approach. Accelerated passage is required due to the short time available within the mandate. I hope the Assembly grants accelerated passage and protects public services.
Thank you. And I call Steve Egan, Chair of the Finance Committee.
May I thank the Ministers for his remarks so far. Mr Speaker, the Minister has helpfully summarised the key points in the background of the Non-Domestic Rates Valuation Coronavirus Bill. And I do not propose to go into the principles of the bill, as we will have the opportunity to do that during the second stage of this debate. Suffice to say that the bill amends the grounds for appeal for non-domestic rates valuations. It does so retrospectively and in respect of the impact of the coronavirus pandemic. It has been indicated by the Department that it is necessary so as to secure income for district councils and the Executive from business rates and to avoid a potential deluge of appeals, largely from hotels, bed and breakfasts, pubs and indeed some shops. The legislation is understood to match those provisions in England, Wales and in Scotland. Mr Speaker, it would be remiss of me not to thank the Minister for the oral briefing from officials on the 3rd of November 2021 and for a number of detailed written responses to the committee in respect of relevant issues. The Minister also informally briefed me as chairperson of the committee on the 19th of October on this issue. It is nonetheless unfortunate that a scheduled public oral briefing for the committee on the 17th of November, which could not go ahead as planned for unavoidable reasons. Had this happened, we might have had some more certainty amongst the committee today. So, Mr Speaker, what is the problem with accelerated passage for this bill? This bill may prove to be both necessary and unamendable. The promise of a ring-fenced £500 million Barnett consequential may go some considerable way to easing its impacts on the hotels, B&Bs, pubs and shops that are affected. Further delay may even have unexpected consequences in respect of speculative business rates increases by some district councils. All this would tend to militate in favour of granting accelerated passage. The problem, Mr Speaker, is that this is an important piece of legislation which applies financially significant changes retrospectively. It also completely does away with a single but important element of the rates valuation appeals process. The Department has been aware of this looming problem for some time. The equivalent Westminster legislation contained other provisions which the Economy Committee considered in May and this House voted on in June. A question we have is why has the Department taken so very long to bring these provisions to the Assembly? Why has the Department chosen until very recently to not consult with business stakeholders and local government? I think all members of the committee feel uncomfortable about what this bill does. I think all members might have appreciated more time to scrutinise, to run through the alternatives and, most importantly of all, to listen to the stakeholders who will be affected. Mr Speaker, the committee has listened to the Department's reasoning for all of this. Quite frankly, we can't understand the delays. We can't understand the absence of consultation. I think most of us really don't accept the argument that there is no legal obligation, then there is no need to consult. I'll just say it again. The argument that there is no legal obligation, so therefore there is no need to consult. Just think about that, members of the Assembly. This is clearly wrong. Stakeholders always deserve to be told about the Department's policy, and this should happen long before a bill appears. We have also listened to our constituents about this. Some of them clearly feel that these measures are being unnecessarily rushed through. Some members of the committee also feel that this is a dangerous precedent, whereby the Department has failed to consult, has burned up all of the scrutiny time and then has attempted to bounce the Assembly into passing retrospective legislation, which limits an important appeals process. And all of this in the 11th hour of the mandate that we have of this Assembly. Mr. Speaker, there are important fundamentals in this bill which are worthy of further consideration. If there was a short committee stage held in the concluding weeks of this mandate, I couldn't necessarily promise that we come up with viable alternatives, but I can promise that if there is a committee stage, we will use the limited time well, and we will do it best to get to the bottom of all these issues. Mr. Speaker, despite all the foregoing, the committee voted against opposing accelerated passage. Although most members, and I make a declaration here as the chairman on behalf of my party, we abstained. We abstained, and the members who abstained were in the majority, because this was because it was put to a vote we had insufficient information to base our thoughts on, and we needed to consult with our parties. I think in summary it's fair to say that none of us like this bill, but in terms of accelerated passage, most of us are simply going to have to keep our own counsel. However, shortly I will elucidate our own party's position. I expect that some members of the committee will eloquently and quite properly set out a strident position, either for or against the motion, and we will wait the outcome in the lobbies. That concludes my remarks on behalf of the committee, and I wish to add some further comments as an Ulster Unionist MLA and as our party's finance spokesman. As has already been stated, members will realise that this is a disquieting and unusual piece of legislation. Whilst we have throughout COVID been aware of the need to act both with speed and in some cases retrospectively, we have done this under the imperatives of probable health and potential economic shocks. We have also heard in this Assembly on many occasions from across this House our antipathy for rushed legislation. Indeed, Mr. Speaker, the imperative for effective scrutiny in legislation was highlighted in the lessons identified from the RHI debacle. And the issue raised that ineffective scrutiny was conducted because insufficient information was either inadvertently or deliberately held from members of this legislature. I am not suggesting that the latter is the case in respect of this request for accelerated passage, but it is very clear that we have not been given sufficient time to scrutinise this proposed legislation. It is safe to say our committee has developed an effective working relationship with Land and Property Services, and particularly Ian Snowden. His evidence to our committee was, unlike some of who have come before us, frank, clearly delivered it, albeit to many of us quite unpalatable. He himself made clear that consultation had not been carried out, as the likely outcome of that consultation would, in all likelihood, be contrary for what the department wished. He was very frank about that. The fear that LPS would be subject to legal action by a wide variety of claimants was based on briefings that had been received from across the rest of our nation, but which we have been unable to fully validate. You will also have heard, including many of our councils who have been briefed about the potential shortfall of £255 million. Thank you for updating that, Minister. Again, we have not been able to probe or validate that figure or the implications for local government. For many of us who look back to the RHI era, many of us now tend to treat all such figures with a degree of sometimes healthy scepticism or otherwise, and indeed, regrettably. In the absence of consultation from outside the civil service, our committee's ability to challenge and probe further this figure, which with accelerated passage we would be unable to do, we cannot quantify the real figure. Equally, you will have heard that £50 million may or may not be made available by Treasury as ring-fenced debt. We would like to have assert that that was actually the case, although we have not seen any correspondence from HM Treasury to that effect. But I do not doubt the belief within the Department that that is the case, though from previous experience, belief may not, regrettably, be enough. Mr. Speaker, we are being asked here today to accept four things. First, that there should be no right of appeal, as the clauses of the bill point out, for any matter. And if we read the documentation, it says directly or indirectly to COVID. This raises a fundamental question as to what would be allowable over this period. Secondly, this is retrospective legislation. But as pointed out by the head of LPS, even if the legislation was passed in the next mandate, it would still be retrospective. So what, members, is the need to rush this legislation through without scrutiny? Thirdly, there has been no consultation. And this is because whatever consultation there would be, would most likely to be against what the Department sought. In some of the most frank evidence our committee has received, that was what was explained to us. Members, rest assured that we as a committee were unhappy with that, and we have written separately to stakeholders asking what their views were. And albeit of the limited replies we received, it is safe to say there was considerably antipathy to the proposed legislation. Finally, we should, as members of this Assembly, only be planning to grant exceptional passage, accelerated passage by exception, in extremis. That we do it with seemingly monotonous regularity, especially around budgets and finance bills, seems to set a default pattern that we should, all indeed as legislators, be resisting. There does not seem to be us the necessity of this accelerated passage. So the Ulster Unionist Party, for all these reasons above, cannot support accelerated passage. To do so would abrogate our responsibility. We, as members of this Legislative Assembly, are charged by the people of Northern Ireland to discharge. We can and should allow proper and detailed consideration of this legislation. Not to do so would be a collective failure of us all. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you. And I call Melissa Mchugh.
The Minister has outlined in his opening remarks the urgent nature of this legislation and why he has sought to forgo the usual scrutiny process to ensure it passes in this mandate. Now, I agree entirely that accelerated passage is not an ideal way to pass legislation. However, this is an emergency bill which deals with an unintended consequence of the COVID-19 restrictions. I will mostly deal with the bill itself when we come to the second stage later today, but I think it is important to remind the House of the extraordinary circumstances which preclude this bill. The COVID-19 restrictions came into effect just 3 days before the current net annual value (NAV) list came into effect on the 1st of April 2020. Now, we can all agree that while the restrictions announced at that time were necessary to save lives, they were also hugely damaging to businesses. The current rate order provides criteria by which a business owner may appeal their NAV, and extensive legal opinion has advised that COVID-19 would fall within the criteria for a successful appeal. Now, this means that almost every business would be within its right to appeal its NAV and seek a refund from LPS. As the Minister had said, it's calculated that this would cost up to $255 million, which would directly affect public services, particularly those delivered by our local councils throughout the north of Ireland. Now, I think it's important to make 2 points. The first is that the British Government and other devolved regions all are dealing with exactly the same issue and are currently bringing forward their own versions of this bill. And I think it's disingenuous for some media commentary to suggest that we could have avoided this issue given the absolute need to bring in restrictions at the time that they were brought in. The second point is that time is fast running out to deal with this issue in this mandate. With only a few months until the end of the mandate and an already heavy legislative workload to contend with, there would be little hope of passing this bill before dissolution. Councils rely very heavily on rates, and it is estimated that 75% of the funding available to councils come directly from rates. Now, if this issue remains unsolved well into the next mandate, then councils may see the need to protect their funding by raising the district rate on businesses. Sorting this issue out quickly will provide certainty to councils and in turn to businesses who will be keen to avoid any increase in their rates at this time. Now, much has been made of the lack of consultation for this bill. Consultations should only be undertaken if they are meaningful, and what we need to see instead is a level of engagement with councils and businesses to explain what this will mean for them. Businesses may rightly feel that they need all the support they can get after the pandemic, but we must seek solutions which will support businesses in a sustainable way, such as further rates relief and a new revaluation, which also minimises the cost to our block grant. And finally, I will remind the House that The Executive has backed the accelerated passage of this bill. As we are still in the middle of a pandemic and are attempting to get to grips with the crisis in our health system, we need to ensure that the public finances remain on a sustainable footing. The plan the Minister has laid out is the only way that we can hope to support businesses and protect our public services at the same time.
Thank you, and I call Keith Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, for the opportunity to add my very brief comments to this motion, accelerated passage for the non-domestic rates valuation coronavirus bill. The bill in front of us will have impacts to business retrospective to April 2020 and limited consultation by means of only recent communication with the business sector. As has been noted by the Chair of the Committee, that the bill is necessary to secure income for district councils and the Executive from business rates and to avoid a deluge of appeals. Considering the complexities and difficulties the pandemic caused to our businesses, it would be foolish not to give a detailed consideration to this bill. However, this has to be done through the correct and proper channels. There needs to be a fundamental scrutinisation of this bill by the Committee. As noted previously, businesses and stakeholders have had limited consultation on the proposals of this accelerated bill. This bill will undoubtedly impact our economy in some manner, so I will not be supporting accelerated passage and will have more commentary on the second stage of this bill. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, Nicole. Matthew O'Toole.
Speaker, I think it's first of all worth saying I and my party recognise the circumstances surrounding this bill. We took evidence from Ian Snowden, as has been said at the beginning of this month. Mr Snowden was admirably frank and direct in his description, as the Chair of the Committee said, about why he believed this bill was necessary, and indeed about why he didn't think it was appropriate to undertake meaningful consultation. It is worth acknowledging that a similar situation is faced by administrations in England and Wales and Scotland. Legislation has been proceeded with in those jurisdictions, but of course, Mr Speaker, in none of those jurisdictions has said legislation proceeded by effectively emergency procedure. The relative bill or the related bill in England is in Lords Committee stage. It has been in Lords Committee stage for some time. It's been proceeded with through Parliament since spring of this year. So one of the questions that I think we could do with an answer to is why, whenever the UK Government started proceeding with this legislation in March of 2021, it took the Northern Ireland Department of Finance so long to bring this bill before us, indeed to alert the Finance Committee to the need for this legislation. Mr Speaker, we have serious concerns about the lack of scrutiny, trifecta, if you like, that is created by this desire to use accelerated passage. There is, as has been said, no consultation, and I recognise the frankness with which Ian Snowden informed us that lack of consultation was because the consultation wouldn't be meaningful. But in terms of the reputation of this Assembly, indeed the reputation of the Finance Committee, the fact that there hasn't been consultation, in a sense, puts even more duty and emphasis on this Chamber and the Finance Committee to be seen to be scrutinising and understanding this bill in detail. If we grant accelerated passage today, we clearly aren't doing that. It has already been mentioned that this bill is retrospective. That is a pretty fundamental principle of natural law in terms of retrospective legislation. Now, it may well be, and we'll come on to debate the principles at second reading of the bill, Mr Speaker, that this is necessary and essential. We are totally open-minded on that in terms of scrutinising it. There are serious questions about the necessity for this, the impact on the tax base, particularly in relation to revenue for local government if this bill wasn't passed. But let's have that debate and let's have that discussion and let's scrutinise it. But as I say, the retrospect, as with the lack of consultation, the retrospective nature of the legislation means it's even more important that we are seen to do our jobs in terms of legislation, scrutinising it. The Finance Committee, we have had one detailed evidence session about this draft legislation. That was with the Chief Executive of LPS. I should, in parenthesis, pay tribute to the hard work that LPS have done in terms of getting grants and reacting quickly and with speed and ingenuity and dedication to the coronavirus crisis. No one disputes the work that LPS Ian Snowden and his staff have done over the last, well, nearly 2 years now. But that doesn't, them fulfilling their duties in that work, them doing their work, doesn't excuse us from doing our work here as legislators and as members of the Finance Committee, which is scrutinising and understanding this legislation. So we are concerned about what precedent would be set by accelerated passage. And of course, in a sense, we've set many precedents before with accelerated passage. Virtually every budget bill in this place goes through via accelerated passage. If we want the reputation of this institution to improve, then we need to show that we're doing proper scrutiny of legislation. I accept that this legislation may be necessary, and I have absolutely no difficulty with saying that. The fact that this is already happening in other jurisdictions, the fact that there may be a real threat to the tax base, those are things we should take seriously. I'm not being flippant and saying that we shouldn't scrutinise this bill further, and it is understandable that business organisations might say on behalf of their members that they don't like the principle of it. That doesn't mean that we shouldn't engage and understand what it would mean in substance. I'll go through the detail when we come to the debate at second reading, Mr Speaker, but suffice it to say that we will not be supporting accelerated passage today for the reasons I have outlined. I think it is worth taking a step back and looking at the broader reputation of these institutions, and they aren't great. I think if we're honest with ourselves over the last few years, the fact that we didn't have an assembly for 3 years, an operational assembly, makes it even more important that when there is an assembly, we don't simply wave through legislation on the nod. It has been said that this needs to pass before the end of the mandate. If that is true, and I'm open-minded and willing to engage in that, there are, of course, multiple ways that we can move to get this legislation through before the end of the mandate. The Finance Committee, members of it around here, I'm sure we wouldn't be averse to additional meetings if that was necessary, and indeed to giving it priority, because this is a really important piece of legislation. I welcome the fact that we've had significant bits of paper from the Department and from the Minister in terms of the context of this bill, but in order to do our job of proper scrutiny, we need to go through and take evidence and ask questions about it. I do acknowledge that there were extenuating circumstances last Wednesday that meant the Minister and his officials couldn't attend, but it is important that we get to the bottom of this legislation, and that doesn't mean necessarily objecting to it or throwing it out, but it means doing our job of scrutiny. Mr Speaker, as I'm sure, as seems to have been the case with a member of the media, I got a letter from someone claiming to be a whistleblower about some of these matters, and they set out most of their claims or arguments are not ones that aren't already in the public domain, and I have absolutely no way of verifying whether these statements are true, but it does add to the importance on us as legislators to do our job. It has been mentioned before, and I'm sure it will be mentioned again. It might be mentioned by the Minister, so I'm going to try and head it off at the pass, that the Executive agreed to this. That's grand. I'm not in the Executive. I know my party's in it, but it's not our job to wave through legislation, even if the Executive is very busy, and no doubt the Executive discuss lots of things. But if this place isn't there to scrutinise the Executive, what are we here for, Mr Speaker? So in closing, we are open-minded on the principles of the bill. This is it will be controversial, it is ambitious, it is unique, but we are not in any way going to throw off our responsibility in terms of scrutinising it, but scrutinising is what we need to do, so we won't be supporting accelerated passage today.
Thank you, and I call Andrew Muir.
Thank you very much, Mr Speaker. In approaching the debate here today, I'm conscious of what we're first of all debating is whether to grant accelerated passage for this bill, and then we'll move on to the second stage once we've concluded this. So my comments are focused upon the issue about whether we should grant accelerated passage. I know it's been said in relation to the Executive having agreed this bill and also accelerated passage, but that is an important issue for me and for my party in considering this issue today, and hopefully I'll be able to outline some matters which have aided myself and my party in terms of coming to the position that we have in relation to whether to grant accelerated passage or not, in what has so far been a respectful debate and hopefully can continue thus far. There's a couple of issues that bear in my mind. One of which is that the window between now and dissolution of this place is closing. It's not a matter of many months, but it's actually of weeks. So the window for this place dissolving and for us moving into the election period is getting shorter and shorter and shorter. Also conscious that in terms of committee stages, I am struggling to think of situations whereby committee stages weren't sought to be extended. That seems to be the norm within this place. There's obviously rationale for that, but I'm conscious of the risks associated with a committee stage which then gets extended. I'm also conscious of the fact no, I'm going to continue. So I'm also conscious of the fact that district councils will have to strike their non-domestic and domestic rates in the month of February. So whilst dissolution is something on the horizon in March, also in February we have the issues of district councils having to strike their rates with this issue and this risk associated with valuations hanging over them. And I have real concerns that if accelerated passage is not granted, that where district councils are going to be placed in terms of the striking of rates. I'm also conscious of the fact that similar legislation is passing through Westminster and also is due to pass through Scotland. I am very conscious of the concerns that have been expressed about this legislation. That perhaps is for discussion under the second stage, reading through the concerns that have been expressed, for example, in Scotland. But also I am concerned about the financial implications of not acting. £255 million is money that we can ill afford to lose. It's a significant risk to our budgets, and it's something that we have to take into account. If, and I'm sensing within this chamber, that accelerated passage is not granted, then this bill will move through the standard procedure. What I would say is, on that basis, then the committee stage is 30 working days. I would encourage the committee, of which we do not have a member on that, to try to complete their deliberations within those 30 working days, particularly continuing, Mr Wells. They continue their deliberations within those 30 working days over the period of recess to ensure that when we're coming back here on what is scheduled to be the 25th of January for consideration stage, we're able to move apace with the bill. I'm also conscious of the fact that as a result of myself and other parties not having representatives on the Finance Committee, the issue arises again in terms of access to papers and briefings in relation to this, and it is something I would encourage both the Assembly institutions but also the Department to take into account in terms of the briefing of parties around issues associated with this bill. So hopefully I have outlined respectfully the issues in terms of my view and my party's view in relation to this, and as a result of that we will be supporting accelerated passage with concerns, but understanding the implications associated with not doing that. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Jim Wells.
Mr Speaker, the gentleman from North Down is a relatively new member, but I think he learned that there really isn't much sense having respectful debate, as he calls it, if members who wish to make valid points about his contribution don't get a chance to do so. Can I just say, none of what I'm about to say now is in any way criticising the work of LPS, Land and Property Services. I have to say, and I think it's unique in that sense, that I've never found it an organisation or a part of government that has been so easy to work with over the last 19 months than Land and Property Services. I found their staff to be responsive, hard-working, efficient, and indeed I reached the most unusual situation about 2 months ago that everybody that I had referred to Land and Property Services were happy with the outcome of their decision and their work. And indeed I was getting very suspicious as to how could that possibly be the case. But it is. They have done Trojan work over this last 19 months, and it is unfortunate that it's a request from LPS that we're debating today, because we have such confidence in their ability, and in particular their Chief Executive Ian Snowden. But any of you who read the article by Sam McBride in the Belfast Telegraph on Saturday will have, I'm sure, been extremely worried about where we're going with this legislation. Mr Mchugh, during the debate in the committee, said, "We must support it because the Executive have ratified the accelerated passage." If that is the basis on which we as MLAs sit in this House, then we can all go home. We can forget about it, because the primary role of backbench MLAs in this Assembly is to scrutinise the work of the Executive. So simply to say the Executive approved it, it must therefore be granted accelerated passage, totally undermines the purpose of having an Assembly in the first place. We might as well be nodding donkeys, just saying, agreed, agreed, agreed. Now, time moves on, and as a result of Mr McBride's article and the allegations made by a whistleblower, and I don't know, same as Mr O'Toole, I don't know whether those allegations are true or otherwise. But if we grant accelerated passage, we're not going to get a chance to find out. Now, this bill proposed a request for accelerated passage falls on every criteria. It falls because there has been no consultation whatsoever with the stakeholders who will be affected by it. Secondly, it falls because they weren't even informed that it was going to happen. I understand the Minister, and it's an awful pity, and I can understand why he wasn't at the meeting last Wednesday, and I accept that he had important things to do. But one of the questions I would have asked him is that, yes, I can understand to some extent, though I don't agree, with his logic of saying there wasn't time for consultation, but could his officials not have at least written to the major stakeholders and said, look, folks, this is coming your way, to at least give them an understanding of where we were going on this particular piece of legislation? It also falls on the fact that and of course Mr Snowden, in perhaps the most honest contribution I've ever seen to a committee in this Assembly in my 27 years here, is he said the reason why there was no consultation was they weren't going to change their mind anyhow. It was going to be meaningless. Now, that's a very, very dangerous precedent to set, that we don't consult because it's meaningless and we're not going to change our mind. That's manna from heaven to government ministers, executive ministers, because they think, well, we're not going to change our mind, therefore we're not going to bother with consultation. Well, look where that has got us in the past in this House. Look at the major mistakes. Look at the egg on the faces of ministers and the executive as a result of that precedent. So that worries me. But perhaps the most dangerous aspect of this is that this legislation is retrospective. This legislation goes back well over a year and is applied to appeals that are lodged way back in April 2020. Now, Westminster, the Dáil and every democratic institution in the world will only apply retrospective legislation in the most extreme circumstances. Indeed, in Westminster, there hadn't been any retrospective legislation for over a century until the Nazi War Crimes Bill was introduced. That's how serious the introduction of retrospective legislation is considered. But that's a double-edged sword as far as the Minister is concerned, because if this legislation is retrospective, then it doesn't have to be rushed through. There's no reason for accelerated passage, because we can go through the proper consultation procedure, we can go through the committee stage, and if at the end of the day he persuades us of the merits of this bill, well then it's applied retrospectively and there's no issue with the delay. Now, had Mr Muir had the common sense and the manners to allow me my interventions, I would have made the point about had we, and it looks like accelerated passage is going to be defeated. But if that happens, I think the commitment given by the Chair, and I think the commitment that most members would give, is we understand the dilemma the Minister's in. And if we have to meet on a Thursday or a Friday and have special sessions to get this through within the 30 days, we will do that. And I will certainly say, as a member of the committee, I will certainly endorse any action that gets this through as quickly as possible, but still gives us the opportunity to investigate some of the difficulties we have with this legislation. Now, Mr Mchugh said, oh, but other parts of the United Kingdom had, and so did Mr Murphy, had similar legislation. Yes, they had, but not by accelerated passage. The bill is still going through the committee stage at Westminster as we speak, so they didn't feel it necessary to take this extraordinary step by A, making it retrospective, or B, by pushing it through within a very short period of time. So I do think that was a point that should have been made by those who should have been honest and said that we are adopting a different strategy to everybody else. Now, I did say it was unfortunate that Mr Murphy the Minister couldn't appear on the 17th of November, because had he appeared, we would have been asking the absolutely crucial piece of information, the chronology of what did he know and when did he know it. For those of you who are a bit older will understand that's the famous phrase used at the Watergate inquiry. When did he first become aware of the need of this legislation, and why did he not act sooner? Why are we being left in a situation at the end of November rushing through legislation which must have been apparent to him and his staff many, many months ago? Again, because he couldn't come and because we could possibly be denied the scrutiny of this, we might never know. But we want to know. We want to know exactly what is going on. So that's on the issue of how the bill is being dealt with. I will be voting against accelerated passage, and it looks like the majority of MLAs will do so as well. But then let's move on to another issue as to why accelerated passage is not appropriate. Because there have been businesses who have been very, very badly affected by coronavirus. And I can see what the Department are getting at here, that they do not want a vast number of appeals based on coronavirus. But there are businesses which have been affected by coronavirus to such a level that they've almost been wiped out. And the issue I quoted was travel agents. Travel agents have had the most wretched time over the last 19 months, and their losses have been on a totally different scale to so many other businesses. Now, again, I made the point at the committee, as I say, I've only been here 27 years, so I'm a new boy. But in those 27 years, I have never had a situation where a minister responded to a letter from the committee before it was sent. And that is what exactly happened this time round. His staff, or maybe himself, are watching the committee hearing, and they took down the points one by one. And before our excellent committee clerk had even a chance to put pen to paper, there was the response to points we hadn't yet raised. And I noticed he tried to head me off at the pass by quoting the issue of travel agents. And there may be those who have been so badly affected by coronavirus that special exemption can be made for them without opening the floodgates to thousands of businesses. And I accept his point. Almost every business in Northern Ireland can say that their rateable value has fallen as a result of coronavirus. That's a very valid point. And I can see his point that if we open the floodgates, there could be thousands, tens of thousands, of applications for reduction in rateable value. But I think to some extent we could be throwing the baby out with the bathwater and not dealing with the small percentage, and there's a very small percentage of businesses which have been absolutely hammered, and frankly their rateable value is practically nil at the moment because of what's happened to them. So therefore I will be voting against accelerated passage. I welcome the fact that other members, having read the material that was sent to them over the weekend, will be agreeing with me, and I would urge the entire House to unite behind this and not set a very dangerous precedent which can be used time and time again to neuter the role of this Assembly.
Thank you. And I call Claire Bailey.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And there have already been many issues raised on this motion request and points very well made, so I won't labour any of them any further, but there have also been many examples of fiscal mismanagement from this five-party system of governance over the years, and of course RHI being the most prominent. So with that in mind, and given the ramifications of this bill, and particularly during a global unpredictable pandemic, we should all be extremely wary of allowing accelerated passage. So of course time is tight during this mandate, and we have an unprecedented list of legislation to work through. But as this is an executive bill and being brought by the Minister, it does need pointed out that it already has scheduling priority over most other bills that we will potentially be looking at. So for these reasons, on top of a lot of others, our Green Party will not be supporting this motion to grant accelerated passage today. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Jim Allister.
I too will not be supporting accelerated passage. I can keep my remarks brief because that seems to be the general consensus in the House. Accelerated passage, by its very nature, is something that should be reserved for very particular and demanding circumstances. It is not an easy fallback. It is not something of convenience. It is something rather of extremis, to be used only in such circumstances. And here we have a situation where the issue to be addressed in this legislation has been known about across the United Kingdom for months upon months. Other legislatures in the United Kingdom have proceeded to act. This executive did not. And then at the last moment comes and says, because we didn't act, you need to give us accelerated passage. Well, sorry, that's not how it works. This House has a duty of scrutiny and obligation to our constituents, and that necessitates, where there is no good cause, the refusal of accelerated passage. And no good cause has been presented here. On the contrary, we have the most toxic mix of legislation that is retrospective, upon which there has been no consultation, and now to top that off, a request for accelerated passage. That, Mr. Speaker, is just a step too far.
Thank you. And I call Jerry Carroll.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I have said throughout the pandemic that the Executive have shown contempt and disdain for normal practices of accountability, scrutiny, and the allowance of MLAs not on the Executive to look at, scrutinise and suggest amendments or a different path to approaches taken by ministers, including legislation. Today is another example of that approach, a piece of legislation that hasn't been consulted on, a piece of legislation that, frankly, most people outside this building doesn't even know is being discussed, never mind being proposed, is today being rushed through the path of accelerated passage is completely unacceptable. And we have to say that the argument that we are in unprecedented times cannot be used as an internal excuse by executive ministers to gut democracy and cut out important stages of legislation. We're almost 2 years into this pandemic, unfortunately, 2 years in which the Minister's Department could have consulted and acted upon this piece of legislation that he's proposing today. This accelerated passage approach, Mr. Speaker, smacks of the elite arrogance that dominates Westminster, and we know that we know best and the plebs should just be quiet. I want to pay tribute to the journalism exposing this proposed bill and accelerated passage, particularly that of Sam McBride. It seems that when he was criticising the party opposite, he was favourable, but when he's criticising the Sinn Féin minister, he may have fell out of favour. So I want to say to him to keep up the scrutiny, and he's done an important piece of journalism for myself and other MLAs in this House, and I'll be voting against this accelerated passage procedure today. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call on Minister of Finance Conor Murphy to conclude and to wind up the debate on this motion.
It's very evident, clear that the motion for accelerated passage isn't going to pass, and of course that's the prerogative of the MLAs. And regardless of whether the Executive decides that it is the appropriate approach, then of course parties are entitled, and individual MLAs and backbenchers are very much entitled to take their own position, and I fully respect their choice in this matter. The only option to me when I'm facing, a number of people mentioned that this is going through other legislatures and this accelerated passage isn't required. Those legislators aren't ending their mandate in May. We are. And therefore there's a time frame in relation to this, and the consequences of not doing it within that time frame, I think Mr Moore outlined some of them. But the reality is we are ending our mandate in May, and the only option for me as an executive member of the Executive coming to the Assembly to try and move this legislation through in the time needed is to ask for accelerated passage. If the committee wishes to engage in its own form of scrutiny, they are very much entitled to do so, and if the House support them in relation to that. But there are consequences for us not moving this through within this time frame in terms of setting the budgets, knowing what the rates per propositions within the budgets are, and indeed councils striking their own rates and budgets early in the new year. But as I say, I fully respect the democratic mandate of this House and their entitlement to take their own approach to these matters. I hope that we can work together. Mr O'Toole, in his contribution, said there are multiple ways to speed up the legislation, and I certainly will be asking officials, and I will engage with the committee myself in the time ahead, and thank members for acknowledging the fact which I think was attempted to be. Okay, I'll give it.
On behalf as the chairman of the committee, if we decide, obviously I don't expect the accelerated passage to go through, but I can assure you that the committee will work assiduously to make sure we give the appropriate scrutiny of this legislation that comes through, and we will ensure that we can get through it as quickly as we can to make sure that this is an acceptable piece of legislation and a proper piece of legislation going forward. Minister, you have that assurance of myself as the chair of the committee, and just looking around, I think I could safely say that the rest of the committee would be fully supportive of me in doing that.
Oh, well, I thank the committee chair for that. I also thank him for acknowledging, as I think there was an attempt to gloss over my inability to appear at the committee last Wednesday. And just for the record, the executive meeting was called forward to Wednesday to facilitate people going to the British Irish Council in Wales. It was then brought into the afternoon, both of which at a very late stage, and I had committed to go to the committee meeting at a very late stage, knocked my ability out in terms of attending. And I did have a conversation briefly with the chair the day before that to offer a very early reappearance to the committee if I wasn't able to make that meeting on Wednesday. But there was some attempt, I think, to try and portray that as somehow as ducking out of the issue, which clearly was not the case. I do appreciate the members from LPS for having gone and briefed the committee in this regard. On the one hand, and Mr Wells was effusive in his praise, as many committee members have, and many members of the House have been over the last 18 months of LPS, given the fact that a rates collection agency repurposed itself and became a grant-given body, its communication with the public in relation to all this. And then, on the one hand, we're saying they did a wonderful job, but why the hell weren't they working on this legislation over that whole period of time? It's the same people doing the same job. And there were issues, and I have provided a chronology to the committee. It may not have just made its way to Mr Wells's inbox, but I did attempt to ensure it was provided yesterday, so the committee members would have that chronology in terms of when advices were received, when particular courses of action were taken in other jurisdictions, and how we ended up taking our course of action at this particular time. And I hope that will inform the committee, and I'm very happy to go there and to give my own evidence in support of the officials in that regard. He also has Mr Wells in particular has mentioned the issue of compensation for business. Of course, he does acknowledge that over £1 billion worth of support was given to businesses. And the essence of this is, regardless of whether we can move ahead with it today, and it's obviously evident that we can't in terms of accelerated passage, but I will move the second stage and start that process as soon as this debate concludes. But the essence of this is, this piece of legislation was not intended for issues like a pandemic. It was intended for localised restrictions on a business's ability to operate. We recognise that in terms of the support we provided for businesses over the course of the pandemic. So we did rates holiday, we did 2 years rates holidays, we did LRSS support to business, recognising that an awful lot of businesses, now for many of them it may not have been enough, but it was as much as the executive could give, and that allied to the furlough scheme that came from Treasury was able to keep a lot of businesses with their heads above water, which hundreds of them have acknowledged, I'm sure, to yourselves as well as to myself as the Minister responsible. But this would end up doubly compensating people if this anomaly wasn't closed, and that's the, I suppose, the unique nature of this legislation. That's why it has to be retrospective, and I appreciate that creates its own particular difficulties as well. But the committee is undertaken to go off and look at it, and we will give them every support that we can in the time ahead to do that as quickly as it possibly can, because we are also aware of the consequences of not doing this quickly. And I'm glad that Mr Wales acknowledges the good diligence of department officials in monitoring the committee, because that's their job. We have a department assembly liaison officer whose specific role is to work with the committee. And of course we monitor, and the reason that we responded to the questions that we knew were coming to us was to facilitate the committee with information when it was taking its discussion on accelerated passage, so it would have whatever information, rather than waiting on the committee to write to us and then not having that for the meeting in which this was discussed. So I'm sure he will acknowledge that sort of level of cooperation is a very useful standard for the engagement between departments and committees. And Mr Carroll's argument that we were 2 years waiting on this is not correct, and the evidence that will be presented in due course will show that that is not correct at all. So, Mr Cancorla, I recognise, given the discussion in the House, that this is not likely to pass. As I say, I fully respect the member's decision in relation to scrutinise this. I would emphasise to them that there is a need for urgency in relation to this, that there are consequences for this for public finances, for Council's ability to organise our public finances if this is not passed with some degree of being expedited in some fashion. As I say, the committee are, from the Chair's undertakings, willing to work with us. We will do that in the time ahead, and although I beg to move, I'm fairly certain what the outcome will be.
Okay, thank members for all of their contributions. And before we do proceed to the question, I would remind members that this motion requires cross-community support also. The question is that the non-domestic rates valuations coronavirus bill proceed under the accelerated passage procedure. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. I think the noes have it. I think the noes have it. And that means that the non-domestic rates valuation coronavirus bill may not proceed under accelerated passage procedure. Members, please take your ease for a moment or two. Do we move on to the next item? Okay, members. Next item on the order paper is the second stage of a non-domestic rates valuations coronavirus bill, and I call the Minister of Finance to move.
Moved. Alaskan Quarter, sorry.
The second stage of the non-domestic rates valuation coronavirus bill has been moved. In accordance with the convention, the Business Committee has not allocated any time limits on this debate, and I call on the Minister of Finance to open the debate on this bill. Minister.
I beg to move that the second stage of the non-domestic rates valuation coronavirus bill be agreed. I very much welcome the opportunity to open the debate on this bill, which brings forward an urgent and critical measure required to stabilise central and local government tax bases between now and the implementation of Reval 2023. The short bill performs one important technical function. It mitigates the risk of appeal to rateable valuations within the non-domestic valuation list brought on COVID-19 grounds. The bill also contains a power to allow the Executive and Assembly to respond to any change in the naming conventions surrounding coronavirus or any new pandemic that may arise in the future. The exercise of that power will be subject to Assembly agreement. In layman's terms, the bill primarily serves to mitigate an unintended consequence of the Executive's emergency public health measures implemented in March last year. Following Executive agreement, the Health Protection Coronavirus Restrictions Regulations Northern Ireland 2020 came into effect at 11 p.m. on Saturday the 28th of March 2020, specifying businesses here that were either required to close or restricted in their operation. This once-in-a-generation public health intervention occurred just 3 days ahead of the publication of the new valuation list. If the health regulations had been introduced on the 1st of April or later, this bill would not be necessary. The bill is necessary because of a technicality. Members will acknowledge that those emergency health steps had to take priority at the time, but members will also appreciate that they were not intended to erode the tax base of a rating system that delivers critical revenue for executive departments and which typically funds up to 75% of council expenditure. This important bill mitigates that unintended impact on the Executive's public health measures on the rating system. It prevents the pandemic restrictions being used as a means of reducing valuations for business rate purposes, when the Executive has already taken forward separate policy measures to support those businesses adversely affected by the pandemic. I will briefly illustrate the need for the bill by reference to a previous operation of the statute as intended. The rating and valuation system, as framed, is intended to deal with matters affecting property on an individual or local level. This bill does not change that long-standing feature. To give you an example, the Primark fire created a set of circumstances where the statutory provision worked as intended. That saw a localised event in 2018 take place after the valuation date and prior to a new list, with a specific impact on a number of properties. The effects of that localised event was then properly taken into account in an adjustment of the NAVs for those properties. What was not envisaged under long-standing rating legislation, either here in England or Scotland or Wales, was an event that would impact on almost every business property within this jurisdiction. However, the coronavirus pandemic, or more specifically the nature and timing of the measures that were put in place to control it, led to such an event. This short bill is therefore necessary to deal with the unintended consequences of this set of circumstances. Neither the traditional kinds of challenge received by my department nor the ability to appeal valuations is removed by this bill. All the traditional reasons and form of valuation challenge, such as structural alterations, roadworks, are unaffected by this bill. The bill is solely concerned with the challenges that could lead to a double benefit from the system, namely a reduction in rates bills due to valuation reduction based on pandemic restrictions, when rate relief has already been provided to compensate for those same restrictions. There are some other issues that I am sure members will be keen to comment on and that I want to address. One of these is the retrospective nature of the bill. As with the interventions taken in England, Scotland and Wales, this bill has effect back to the start of the pandemic. At the committee briefing with my officials, there was a discussion on the retrospective effect. It is critical to note that not only is this not only justified, but is also necessary in our case. This is because any change to a valuation following an appeal is backdated to the 1st of April 2020. Therefore, the bill is to have the necessary effect of protecting the rate revenues. It must be retrospective to the same date, in this case the date of impact on the valuation list. I would also note that the retrospective effect in most cases is only notional, as many have not had a rates bill since the start of the pandemic. There are no backdated rates bill arising from this bill. If anything, it does the opposite and acts retrospectively so as to prevent the misguided scenario of backdated reductions being processed and awarded to ratepayers who have had no rates liability at all for the last few years, thanks to executive support. At a time when public finances are so squeezed and we need funding for frontline services such as health and education at the front line of the pandemic, I would find that situation inappropriate, and that is why the bill steps in to act in the public fiscal interest. Two other issues that I want to put to bed surrounding timing and consultation, issues also of note in the accelerated passage debate. As regards timing, this is an extremely complex policy issue arising at the end of the mandate. While the bill is still moving through Westminster, as members will note, our bill has to be locally tailored to our local needs and local rating legislation. Extensive legal advice from experienced counsel underpinned the thinking behind this bill, and that could not be rushed in an effort for the bill to be precise in its effect. Despite that, members will note that the complexity was navigated successfully in only a matter of months to bring the bill forward in a devolved context to allow time for passage before the end of the mandate. Neither my department nor the executive could plan around either the timing of the pandemic or the time required to address the complexities arising out of it. The alternative, namely no bill or delayed bill, would only make the issues facing us collectively even more difficult. As regards consultation, there are certain fiscal matters which do not lend themselves to public consultation because they are brought forward as financial matters pursued in the public interest. Consultation must be meaningful. My department has, however, following executive agreement to the bill, undertaken significant engagement to raise awareness with key stakeholders on the bill and its objectives. Having noted some of these contextual issues, I will turn to the detail of the legislation. The bill consists of just one substantive clause in terms of the rating system. Clause 1 of the bill provides that matters attributable to coronavirus should not be taken into account in the net annual value of a hereditament in a non-domestic rating list. In other words, rateable values are not affected by coronavirus. Clause 1.1 makes retrospective provision for the matters affecting the net annual values as referred to in Article 39A, 1A of the Rates Northern Ireland Order 1977 to be treated as not including and as never having included any matter directly or indirectly attributable to coronavirus. Clause 1.2 gives examples of what is to be included within matters directly or indirectly attributable to coronavirus. Clause 1.3 provides for enabling power to allow the Department of Finance to make consequential retrospective changes to the clause in the event of any future change to the naming conventions surrounding the coronavirus or pandemic outbreak, for example, if the virus mutates and is renamed COVID-20, etc. Clause 1.4 makes use of the enabling power in Clause 1.3, subject to draft affirmative control within the Northern Ireland Assembly. This gives the Assembly the highest level of control over the exercise of that power. Finally, Clause 1.5 provides for the definition of the terms coronavirus, net annual value list and rates order and statutory provision within the bill. Alaskan Quarter, to underscore the importance of some of my opening comments today, I would highlight the financial implications associated with the bill. And while there are no direct cost implications associated with the implementation of the bill, the failure to implement the bill presented to the Assembly has an upper revenue loss estimate of $255 million. Notwithstanding what some have tried to suggest, this is a realistic estimate. That is money that the Executive and local government cannot afford to lose in the context of funding frontline services. Failure to pass the bill is therefore likely to result in either the cutting of public services at local and central government level or consequential increases in the rate poundage. I don't think the Assembly members could stand in support of such a scenario of hiking rates to confer a valuation reduction on businesses that have already had a 2-year rates holiday. The bill represents a reasonable solution in comparison to the chaos of unwarranted refunds, rate hikes and systemic tax-based losses, not to mention clogging up the courts with appeals for years to come, adding more uncertainty to revenue streams. The Executive has already provided compensatory and mitigating rate relief to those business ratepayers affected by the health restrictions through the separate provision of more than $515 million in COVID-related business rate relief for both the 2021 and 21-22 rating years. Alaskan Quarter, we all wish the pandemic had not occurred and that the public health measures taken by the Executive in March 2020 had not been necessary. That would have in turn rendered today's bills unnecessary. What the Executive did not intend to do with those public health measures was to destabilise our only devolved tax or to create a massive risk to the tax base and local government income. As already decided in England, Scotland and Wales, the Executive shares my view that the COVID rates holiday already applied and the supplementary rate relief funding to be provided upon passage of the bill at Westminster is the correct means of dealing with the effects of the pandemic. Damaging wholesale valuation reductions are not. The bill secures that objective and preserves the rating system as we know it. I therefore commend the bill to the Assembly.
I now call the Chairperson of the Committee for Finance, Steve Aiken.
Thank you very much indeed. Thank you very much indeed, Minister. I would like to thank the Minister for his opening remarks in respect to the non-domestic rates valuation bill. I would also again like to record the committee's thanks for the oral and written briefings provided by his department in respect of the bill. The bill is designed to deal with the unexpected situation relating to non-domestic rates following the imposition of coronavirus restrictions. As we all recall, in response to the pandemic, restrictions on businesses had to be applied. We had all hoped, of course, that this was all very much in the past tense and that future restrictions would be avoided through the good offices of our health workers, the continued rollout of the excellent vaccination programme and the application of sensible precautions. I will leave further discussion of the current state of the pandemic to another time. For now, however, I want to talk about 2020 and the start of this pandemic. Then the restrictions were followed with support packages. These included business support grant schemes and business rates holidays. Several billion pounds was provided by our government, and many millions of pounds found their way through these measures to our hard-pressed businesses. By and large, these schemes appear to have been successful and seem to have kept many, but unfortunately not all, of our important homegrown businesses afloat. Mr Deputy Speaker, non-domestic rates provide a vital income, I don't think anybody can disagree with that, for both local government and for the Executive. The rates holiday scheme protected these sources of income and gave everybody a breathing space. As things began to return to something looking like normality, the collection of business rates has resumed. Mr Deputy Speaker, under normal circumstances, businesses would be able to appeal their rates valuation under Article 39A, as the Minister has already pointed out, of the Rates Order in Northern Ireland 1977. The basis of appeal appears to be quite broad and is designed to be a kind of catch-all relating to the use or occupation or state of businesses or other matters affecting the physical enjoyment of the hereditament. The pandemic has clearly affected the above. All of us in our constituencies, in our market towns and our city centres can see the impact of the pandemic. The missing and much missed anchor tenants, the small traders who just didn't survive, the reduced Monday morning traffic flows on occasion and the diminished weekday footfall. However, I think we can also see a different side of things, and there does, thankfully, appear to be an increase in weekend shopping, and we can see the growing Christmas high street spending that is happening around us. Mr Deputy Speaker, it's clearly a mixed picture, with a few business sectors experiencing consistently strong turnover during the pandemic, and others very much in recovery mode. Nonetheless, I think consumer and business confidence in the fundamentals of our local economy will grow and confidence will return as this pandemic wanes. Given the changing situation, it is therefore difficult to apply the usual approach to business rates valuations and the associated appeals process. In other parts of our nation, they are in a process of simply doing away with the impact of the pandemic as the basis for the appeal. That approach, which is replicated in this bill, gives us all as members a degree of concern. Firstly, it does seem a little unfair to take away entirely an element of the appeals process. The Department argues that if this doesn't happen, there will be a deluge of appeals and a loss of income of some £255 million may follow. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I wonder if there may be some middle way which might, in exceptional circumstances, allow for this avenue of appeal while limiting the financial exposure for local government. Perhaps the Minister could comment on this on his wind. Further to the finances of this, the Minister advises of an anticipated £50 million Barnett consequential, which he wants a future executive to ring-fence, particularly for businesses. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I do not doubt the Minister's sincere wish in respect of the ring-fencing of this money, but as it refers to a future executive, it is just that. It is a wish. We have not seen any of the detail. And if I have that wrong, I hope the Minister will correct me. And we as a committee would love to see any correspondence from the Treasury that would make sure that that £50 million was indeed coming in our direction. Perhaps in the responses today, other members of other parties would also provide an indication if they find themselves with the relevant portfolio in the next mandate, that they will grant the Minister's wish and pay this money to our hard-pressed businesses, because it is a future wish. It is not a guarantee. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the bill also applies the constraint on rates valuation that appeals retrospectively. I am not aware of much legislation which this House has passed which applies measures retrospectively. That, at its heart again, seems unfair. A business buys a premises and takes on the rates burden, giving a particular understanding of its right to appeal the relevant valuation. Not only is the Department now seeking to change this, but it is also seeking to backdate that change. The committee can understand why this is proposed, the committee can understand why this is proposed, and I don't believe the members have an alternative yet. That said, I think it's reasonable to say that all members are concerned about this and the precedent it might set. I understand that more retrospective legislation may be on its way in order to correct for LRSS payments which are made ultra vires. Mr. Deputy Speaker, as was indicated in the previous debate, this bill has materialised with no or almost no prior consultation with key businesses or local government stakeholders. I think the majority of the members of the committee viewed this as a bad precedent. As the bill progresses to its amending stages, the committee will endeavour to use the concluding weeks of this mandate to correct this and seek the views of those key stakeholders in order to inform those later stages of the bill. And Minister, I've already said earlier on in the previous part when we were talking about accelerated passage, the committee will work closely with you and your department to achieve this. Mr. Deputy Speaker, the committee has not formally agreed a position on the bill itself. I expect that it may well pass the second stage, but the members of the committee will set out their differing views with their usual eloquence and alacrity. Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker.
I call Minister Mchugh.
Gormagat, Alaskan Quarter. Agus dúis just by lumsa buíhas í annulation air for Hanyad Ratches. Minister, I'd like to thank you for your statement. Now, this is indeed a complex and technical policy area, but what is clear is that there will be huge financial implications for our councils in particular if we don't proceed with this bill expediently. The Finance Committee was very glad to receive evidence from LPS on this bill, and they were very clear in their presentation on the reasons why the bill is needed. The bill is attempting to deal with the unintended consequences of COVID-19 restrictions on the rating system. Currently, any business may appeal their rates if they think that their net annual value is unfair. However, they must show that an event has had a direct or indirect impact on their business or other businesses within the local area, which has had an effect on the overall value of their property. The Department sought extensive legal advice, and it is clear that COVID-19 would constitute such an event. And the problem is that COVID-19 affected almost every single business to some degree or another. So we are now in a situation where almost every business would have grounds to appeal their current NAV, which came into effect last April. The result will be that LPS would be required to refund a portion of the rates paid by thousands of businesses, which could add up to a total amount of $250 million over a 3-year period. Now, while businesses would of course welcome any outcome which would reduce their rates burden, we must ask ourselves if this is the best way to support businesses. Over the past 18 months, over $550 million has been spent providing rate relief to businesses. This came in the form of a 4-month rate holiday for all businesses last year and a 2-year rates holiday for those sectors most affected by the pandemic, such as retail and hospitality. In addition to this, thousands of businesses benefited from the LRSS scheme and support grants during the lockdown period. Now, we know that the pandemic is still with us, and although many businesses have bounced back strong, others have struggled and still require support. The British Government has pledged another $50 million to provide relief to those that need it. Now, if this bill doesn't pass, then businesses will appeal their NAVs, and up to $250 million will have to be found for our already stretched block grant, or it will have to be found by increasing rates on businesses and families. As I said previously, Council will be very hard hit by this. 75% of all revenue available to councils is provided by rates, so clearly they won't be able to provide anywhere near the same level of services without a huge increase on business rates. The rates we pay also provide public services such as health and education. Given the general consensus that exists in this House that health needs to be the priority going forward, we are already prepared to slash the health budget. Are we already prepared to slash the health budget in order to pay for this? The Department has already started the next revaluation, which will take effect from 2023. This revaluation will take into account the economic impact of the pandemic, and those businesses which suffered worst can expect that their new NAV will reflect this. So we have a clear choice. We can allow this bill to pass and prevent $250 million being lost to councils and our public services, while at the same time providing further rate relief and implementing a re-evaluation of 2023, which will support our businesses from the impact of the pandemic. Or we can do nothing and bring upon ourselves a situation where we will inevitably see cuts to our councils and other public services. And there's only one feasible choice before us, and that's why we must support this bill.
I call Keith Buchanan.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, for the opportunity to add my comments to the second stage of the Non-Domestic Rates Valuations Bill. The pandemic, as we know, changed almost everything overnight. What was considered normal is now considered as the past, and the unimaginable is now the growing normal. Schools were shut, hospitals under more pressure, and businesses were forced to close. Restrictions and closures quietened the cities, the open markets and the towns. At that time, the restrictions were followed with financial support schemes. The UK Government provided several £billion. This support was distributed by many departments, including the Land Property Service, which did an excellent job under the Department of Finance, who implemented business support, grant schemes and business rates holidays. Vital support was also through the furlough scheme provided by the United Kingdom Government. These schemes have been successful and spared or saved almost all our local-run business and jobs. Some businesses, unfortunately, were unable to make it through these hard times, and many still struggle. Recent proposed controls will put additional pressure on these businesses. Mr Deputy Speaker, as we have now started to reopen our economy, these businesses are now evaluating their position in the market. The support from the High Street Voucher Scheme will give a massive boost to local High Street businesses. The new year and the end for some of the rates holiday will see additional pressure to these businesses. Non-domestic rates, as pointed out by the Chair, provides a vital income for both the local councils and the executive, but also a strain to struggling businesses. The new antecedent valuation date, or AVD, is the 1st of October 2021, with a new valuation date list due in April 2023. The previous valuation list was published on the 1st of April 2020, with the AVD date of the 1st of April 2018. The issue, I understand, relates to the date when the health regulations were implemented. If they had been 3 days later, the AVD, which is October past, would take into account the effects of the current pandemic we're in. The normal appeals process under Article 39A of the Rates Order Northern Ireland 1977, generally businesses appeal based on their net annual value and appeal after the valuation list is produced. The appeals can be general for a range of issues. The issue at question is those businesses that appeal using coronavirus as the main or attributing factor. Appealing their net annual value, this bill removes using coronavirus as a factor. With reference to the Barnett consequential, Mr Deputy Speaker, the Minister has also indicated that there would be an introduction of, I understand, 50 million Barnett consequential from the United Kingdom Government. Maybe the Minister can confirm in his closing remarks that he has received confirmation that this will be received regardless of this bill passing or not. If this is the case, can it be ring-fenced for rate support in this mandate and or the next mandate? If this is the case, it will go some ways to easing the impact on the hotels, B&Bs, pubs, shops that are affected, etc. The retrospective aspect of the bill also applies the constraint on rates valuation appeals, retrospective to April 2020, relating to coronavirus. I am not aware of legislation which this House has passed. I think a member previously referred to his young time in this House. It's been 27 years where he's not aware of that. So I'm not aware of it. In my short time, this obviously seems unfair to those appealing. Mr Deputy Speaker, I think the most frustrating part of the bill is the fact that the Department have been aware of this issue since early spring 2020. The Department has known about these issues arising from the COVID-19 and have not acted upon this issue until now, appreciating the comments earlier and the excellent work that LPS has done and currently still do during the pandemic. However, May was always our next election date at the latest, so it was always coming. With regard to consultation, the Department has until very recently chosen not to consult with business stakeholders and local government. A letter was issued at the beginning of November 2021 setting out the intent of the bill and offering an opportunity to raise concerns with LPS. And now today we are here at the second stage of this bill. Mr Deputy Speaker, as raised in the previous debate, we, this committee, have had very little time to fully and thoroughly consult, and indeed some understand this bill and the implementations of it. We have been unable to connect with local businesses and stakeholders and review the pros and cons of the bill. I believe that this will set a broad precedent. I support the second stage of this bill, where I can go to the committee for further scrutiny. Taking on previous comments from the Chair and no doubt support from other committee members, we will do all we can to deal with this bill as speedily as possible. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Matthew O'Toole.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In the previous debate on accelerated passage, in which I am pleased to say the Assembly did not agree to accelerated passage, it was mentioned that there were significant questions to answer about the process and timeline around this bill. That is the case. The Minister is correct that we have had some of that information. He said that more had been sent to the committee, and I look forward to scrutinising it. I'm glad that we will now have a proper legislative process, even if it has to be done in a hurry. This bill is unique legislation. In a sense, there are three connected issues that require scrutiny and concern. The first was the question of compressed scrutiny. That has been dealt with via us rejecting accelerated passage. The second is the question about process. Not to sound too Watergate about it, but who knew what when and were the proper procedures followed. I have an open mind on that, but given some of the concerns that have been expressed to me, including via an anonymised letter and including via other reporting, I think it is important that we understand exactly when, for example, the Department was first fully abreast of the potential fiscal risk from this anomaly, and why, if it was aware and had indeed legal opinion on that earlier in the process, that information was not brought either to the Assembly as a whole or indeed to the Finance Committee. It may well be the case that LPS was busy with handling the payments that it made, and I've acknowledged and will do again that the LPS did an extraordinary job in terms of turning itself into a grants-paying agency, handling the, I'm sure at times, overwhelming number of requests from elected representatives and businesses very well. But that, of course, does not exempt it from, or indeed the Department of Finance, from being asked robust questions about how it handled this information and when indeed legal opinion was first sought around the applicability of the 2020 revaluations. So it is important that we get clarity on those dates and when exactly the Department was first aware of the potential fiscal risk and what exactly it did about it then. It is important that we ask those questions. The third question is around the substance of the bill itself. The Minister has mentioned that when he was talking about the work that LPS had done in terms of turning itself into a grant-paying agency and working really hard and in unique circumstances. At that, I've completely acknowledged that. But it is, and that's why he said that those officials had been, those same officials had had less time to work on the bill. But he also said that it's a short bill. And it is a short bill. That's not to say it's not substantial, but the bill itself is one short sweeping, effectively one short sweeping clause, which retrospectively removes entirely the coronavirus as a potential grounds for appeal of the valuation given to a property. In terms of the substance of the bill, it is important that we acknowledge, and as I said, our party will go into this scrutiny with an open mind, because we cannot be flippant about the potential fiscal risk. If £250 million is at risk to our limited resources here, we cannot be flippant about this bill, even if there are specific concerns about the sweeping nature of this from business groups. We will also, as legislators and as people who want money spent in public services, have to be cognizant of the fact that there may be a fiscal risk, and the Finance Committee will have to ask questions and interrogate whether that fiscal risk is as the Department have estimated, and interrogate and test those numbers. I would suggest, and I don't know if the Minister has a view on this, that it might be something, and I don't know if my Finance Committee colleagues have an opinion on this. It may be something that we seek to get an opinion from the new Independent Fiscal Council on. They may not feel it's something they want to contribute to, but they've published a significant report today in terms of the public finances in this region, and they are starting to make their voice heard in terms of the public debate here, so perhaps they could give us evidence on that. In terms of this, yeah.
Very much indeed, and sorry, may I apologise both to the member and indeed to the Minister. I unfortunately have to head off to get jabbed. But thank you very much indeed for your contribution, for your debate. And I wouldn't like the Minister to think I was being disrespectful, but I think a Health Minister has instructed me to go and get jabbed, so I'm going to do it. But thank you very much indeed. Thank you.
Well, I thank the Chairman for that intervention. Glad to see he is glad to see he's off to get jabbed. I wouldn't point out I'm too young to be eligible for a booster just yet, But anyway, as I say, when we come to debate the substance of this bill, those are questions that we need to ask. First of all, we've dealt with the question of accelerated passage. We're not doing that. We do then need to understand exactly the process that was followed in terms of identifying this issue and then bringing it before the Assembly. But thirdly, we need to deal with the substance of whether the case is made that there is a £255 million fiscal risk to the public purse here specifically and especially to local councils if we don't proceed with this measure, and whether there are potential different ways of doing it. My party will go into that. My party will go into that with a genuinely open mind, because it is important that we protect revenue here. It's also important that we, as I said in the previous debate, that we are seen not just do serious scrutiny, but are seen to be doing serious scrutiny. One other point, Mr. Speaker, that I would just allude to in my remarks on this is that it has been stated that there's a £50 million or an estimated £50 million Barnett consequential that is coming to the Executive and could be ring-fenced and could be ring-fenced in order to provide further rate support to businesses. The implication being that that further rate support would be in lieu of or as some kind of compensation for the compensation that businesses might otherwise be successful in getting were this law to be passed, and therefore the appeal not to be necessary. Well, I mean, I think we just need to understand, well, is that bar not consequential coming anyway? Because at times it's been implied that this law needs to be passed in order that that bar not consequential would become applicable. I want to understand whether that is the case. So, Mr. Deputy Speaker, we won't be standing in the way of this bill proceeding to committee stage through second stage. It's important that, having said that we wanted to do more scrutiny in accelerated passage, that we actually do that scrutiny and that we take it seriously. Part of the context for this is the broader fiscal picture for this executive and these institutions. My party strongly believes that our institutions should be able to move towards being better at raising and spending money here. That is part of why I know the Minister, and there's probably some agreement between us on this, the Minister has appointed not just the Fiscal Council but a new Fiscal Commission to look at that. So we do need to treat these, whenever we have a tax base to defend, whenever we have revenue for public services that is entrusted to us, it is important that we are serious about scrutinising those questions, but it's also important, given the ambition of this bill, given the unique nature of it, and given the fact that other jurisdictions have scrutinised it, that we do our scrutiny properly. I am happy to as with other members of the committee, to commit to doing that speedily rather than in a slow way. Mr. Deputy Speaker, I will conclude my remarks on that to say this is a unique bill around which there are very substantial questions and concerns, including that have been raised to me by someone who describes themselves as a whistleblower, but there are also real questions to ask about the fiscal position. We will do our jobs as a party and as MLAs in the Finance Committee in order to ask those questions, because that is, of course, why we're here in the first place. Thank you.
I call Andrew Muir.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. The last 20 months have been an incredibly difficult time for our local businesses, with huge uncertainties, financial worries and a range of different restrictions all being faced throughout the pandemic. It is important that we acknowledge the hardships that many businesses have faced and the strain that this has put on their business owners and also staff. The current situation we find ourselves in is one that risks putting additional financial pressure on local businesses and indeed households too. As things stand, local councils, considering their rate-setting process, which must be concluded in February of next year, will be aware of the current risk of significant payouts needed to thousands of non-domestic properties on the basis of appeal due to COVID-19. With this in mind, they will need to make financial preparations to cover the cost of this, increasing rates to ensure that they will have the money to cover successful claims and continue providing key essential services. This risks hitting households struggling with the soaring cost of living, with even higher rates bills, and local businesses too, just as are struggling to recover. The implication upon the regional rate is also something that has not been mentioned today, but is a clear risk in addition to that. The Alliance Party will be supporting the bill today in the hope that passage through the Assembly will prevent any further increase in rates to businesses that have already been hit hard throughout the pandemic. Our counterparts in Westminster and Scotland are also progressing similar legislation, and it is important that we do the same. We must act quickly to ensure the bill passes before the end of this Assembly mandate, in order to provide some certainty around the rate space for councils and businesses who will no doubt be following our debate here today. I would like to take this opportunity to reiterate the need for the Finance Minister to make good the commitment in the explanatory memorandum and introduce rates relief for those hit hard by COVID-19. Those businesses often aligned to those who were hit hard as a result of Reval 2020, the impact of which has not been felt due to the reliefs granted. Just before the pandemic, I met with a number of businesses affected by Reval 2020 and the representative trade bodies who expressed genuine concerns that some businesses may struggle as a result of Reval 2020. After an unprecedented 20 months, it is vital that the Minister can provide support to those who, due to COVID-related rates relief, have yet to feel the pinch as a result of these new measures. We are all aware of the cliff edge facing businesses in April 2022, once current rates relief for many sectors is due to end. We need to ensure that there is a transitional relief scheme ready for our businesses to ensure that we do not lose any further businesses as a result of the impact of COVID-19. If the bill passes through here today at second stage, it obviously moves to the committee stage. And I would reiterate my comments which I made in relation to the debate associated with accelerated passage. Our party supported accelerated passage, the House did not, and I note the decision in relation to that. The reasons for that I outlined quite clearly, but we are where we are now. And I would urge the committee to make good the commitments that have been made to make sure that the committee stage is expedited, and my view that we come back here for a consideration stage within the statutory timeframe, which is the 25th of January. I'd also make and reiterate again that as we're potentially moving to committee stage, that arrangements are put in place for those who are not on the Finance Committee to receive briefings in relation to this legislation, to ensure that any debate in consideration stage and further consideration stage is informed by the information and the facts associated with this issue. This is a complex issue. There's different views in relation to it, but there's a key financial risk for both households, businesses and also the Northern Ireland public finances, and it's important that we safeguard those and go forward with proper scrutiny for this, but also conscious of the timescales, that there's a number of weeks left in this mandate, and also councils are legally obliged to strike their rate in February. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Jim Wells.
Mr Deputy Speaker, can I say I welcome the tone of this debate. It's quite clear that the Minister has taken on board the concerns of the committee about accelerated passage and the sweeping nature of the bill. I could have at the outset say that I will not be opposing it moving through to committee stage. I think any problems we have with the bill can be teased out in committee, and now that we've been allowed that opportunity, I don't see any merit in opposing the substance of the bill, whilst of course reserving my position, and I'm sure many others are the same, that we reserve the right to raise concerns about the substantive nature of the bill in the committee. I would also commend the Chair for his commitment given to the House, and I think he has the full support of the committee, that we will do everything we can to meet the statutory 30-day deadline. I think that's a more than reasonable request, but it's also incumbent upon us to get our skates on as a committee. Now, I tend to be one of the more long-winded and verbose members of the Committee for Finance, so therefore I'm going to have to exercise some self-discipline as well to ensure that we get this through as quickly as possible. The Minister, in his opening remarks, stated that he had provided the chronology. I think he slightly missed the point that had he been able to come before us on the 17th of November, we not only would have had that chronology, but we could have teased out just how we ended up in this position. It's one thing having a piece of paper, it's another having an opportunity to quiz the Minister and its officials on it. But that having been said, we do have an opportunity now to deal with all these issues. I suppose to help speed things up, I actually know exactly where he's coming from on this bill. I mean, I think everyone understands the dilemma he and LPS find themselves in. No reasonable person would want to open the floodgates to, I suppose, basically every business in Northern Ireland would claim that their business was affected, their income was affected by coronavirus. I can't think of perhaps some of the multinational supermarkets, maybe the off-licences, but there would be very, very few businesses who wouldn't argue that coronavirus had a devastating impact upon them. So I can understand that. But one of the things I'll be asking them when it does get to committee, is there possible for a threshold, an exceptional circumstances clause, where businesses who clearly have been totally wiped out to a large extent by coronavirus, that there may be special provision that they could appeal? Now, I understand the difficulties that could cause, because how do you define what's exceptional? Where do you set the threshold? And how do you stop people, even though there's no merit in their appeal, clogging up the system with bogus appeals that really will have no merit but still have to be heard? So I want to examine that to see if that's possible for those businesses that have been particularly badly affected. But apart from that, I think this has been a good debate. Sense has prevailed. I think there's been an agreement on the way forward, and therefore I don't think there's any merit in pushing this to division on the second reading. Thank you.
I call Pat Cackney.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker. I fully recognise the circumstances surrounding this bill. I understand that the scope of the issue goes further than those valuation appeals that are already ongoing. To those that will have to be taken regarding the valuation of similarly circumstanced properties, and that this could amount to, as already stated, £255 million. Further, I understand a similar situation is faced by administrations in England, Scotland and Wales, with the result has been the passage of similar pieces of legislation to remove the right to appeal valuations based on the unintended consequences of COVID-19. However, there are serious concerns about the lack of scrutiny that is created by our Minister's unprecedented desire to use accelerated passage for legislation that has not been consulted on and appeals retrospectively. This continues a long line of concerns surrounding the number of executive bills that are passed with little scrutiny or evidence gathered. This is not the way to produce clear, properly functioning legislation. This seems to be unique here in Northern Ireland, as while similar pieces of legislation has been proposed in England, Scotland and Wales to deal with non-domestic rate valuations, similar emergency procedures for acceleration passage of legislation have not been used for those bills. The impact of the use of accelerated passage for legislation that has not been consulted on is that it could be rammed through in a matter of weeks without most of impacted businesses even knowing that it exists. With any other legislation, the committee...
Member, take a seat. Just want to remind the member that the debate over the accelerated passage has already happened and the Assembly ascertained its view on it, so we're now at the second stage of the bill.
Thanks for that, and I am being supportive of it, and as my party member has already stated there before, I'm just going through the circumstances, Deputy Chair. Notable, despite the parent not having time to consult on those impacts, the Minister stated that the Department sought extensive legal opinion from April 2020 on the impact of the COVID health regulations in Article 39A, which impacts on this bill that we're talking about today, on the rates order. In addition, LPS took the time to get advice from department solicitors. Obligation to consult and manage to get the response, and as this is a unique taxation matter, there is neither statutory obligation to nor consult a legitimate expectation to consult this bill by the Department's own reckoning. This could have impact changes on the NAVs for hotels, pubs up to 60% of shops, 30%, and sporting facilities by 50%. Surely this creates a legitimate expectation to consult as well. The Minister has also stated in a letter to the Finance Committee that a consultation is not going to be meaningful, as no outcome of the consultation could change the intent or nature of this bill. For any legislation to be meaningful, it must be able to be clear, accessible and act in a just and equitable way to those impacted. Passing retrospective legislation without the consultation and by acceleration passage does not achieve this. Mr Deputy Speaker, serious questions need to be asked about this approach taken by our Minister. With regards to this legislation, the Department has confirmed that it first asked for a legal opinion on the impact of the coronavirus health regulation on Article 39A of the Rates Order in March 2020. The Department states the legal position was clarified in August 2020. At the very least, the now non-domestic valuation list was published when there was a question over the legal position and the Department has been aware of a potential issue for 19 months and of a confirmed issue for 15 months. Why are we rushing through all of this legislation now, 19 months down the line? Surely there was an opportunity to open those discussions after the legal opinion came back, at least back in August, regarding this bill. The Minister has stated that it would have been premature to consult with councils and impact groups before the Executive signed off on the accelerated passage. Why? Presumably the Minister will still have brought forward legislation regarding, as the issue still needs to be dealt with. If we had opened discussions earlier, he could have avoided this whole debate and left businesses afraid of future large bills appearing through their doors. There is an understanding of the unprecedented situation that we deal with here with COVID-19 and the need to deal with it. However, the answer cannot be for us to pass legislation retrospective to fact and no consultation when there were so many questions over how much of an impact this will have on our businesses, on how that will be negated, and how the Minister misses so many opportunities to pass it in an open, honest and accessible way. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
I call Jim Allister.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. In approaching this bill, I have a number of unanswered questions. This takes us back to the 2020 revaluation. Article 39A of the Rates Order of 77 is very clear that in setting the revaluation, there are certain matters which, by statutory provision, you must take into account. One of them is the physical enjoyment of the hereditament. Now, since the 2020 revaluation was for the 1st of April, it was obviously abundantly clear before the 1st of April that the physical enjoyment of the hereditaments was adversely affected by COVID. And yet, the revaluation proceeded as if they weren't. And now we have an attempt in legislation to block appeals against the very point that COVID should have been taken into account. So my first unanswered question is, how did we get to the point of issuing the 2020 revaluation with the knowledge that there was bound to have been COVID adverse impact on the physical enjoyment of the hereditaments? Why did we proceed to issue on the 1st of April that revaluation? And indeed, putting some credence to the letter that I imagine certainly those of us on the Finance Committee have seen from the person who calls himself a whistleblower, and we have no way of measuring its truth or otherwise. But it's putting some weight upon what it claims. It is asserted that before the 1st of April, the Department was advised that by law they would have to take into account the impacts of COVID. Now, if that is right, it adds to my question, why did we therefore proceed, did the Department proceed, with the revaluation, knowing they had not taken into account the adverse impact? And was it always an intent, we'll do it anyhow, and we'll sort it out later? Yes?
Way. And would the member agree with me, if you were a small fish and chip shop opposite a pub, of course with the COVID your takings is going to have dropped. Of course you're going to have lost the rental value of that property if it was set upon the open market. Thank the member.
And the member reminds me that also under 39A of the rates order, not only do you have to take into account the physical enjoyment of the hereditament, but you have to take into account the physical setting of the hereditament. And clearly, a chip shop beside a pub, which is no longer open, is bound to have the adverse impact on its physical setting. So, of course, that is right. But it underscores my question. How did we get ourselves into this situation by proceeding to issue a 2020 revaluation, knowing that it must have been infringing the requirements of 39A? The second major question I have is, we are heading to a 2023 revaluation based upon the 1st of October 21, just passed. Now, is that revaluation going to reflect the COVID impact at October 21 going forward into future years? Or is the department minded to find some device or mechanism to nullify the impact of COVID on the 2023 revaluation? I think we need to hear from the department a declaration of intent in that regard. And when I look at clause 1.3 of the bill, I wonder, is there some thought process that under 1.3, further regulations amending this section, which is the power given in 1.3, could be made to take care of the 2023 situation? So I do trust that the Minister can be forthright both in explaining how we got to this point with the knowledge before the 2020 valuation was issued of the adverse impact of COVID, and whether or how he anticipates dealing with the 2023 valuation given the COVID impact that's bound to reveal there as well.
I call Jerry Carroll.
Speaker, I'm deeply concerned with this piece of legislation, what it says about how this executive have dealt with the beginning of the pandemic and how they intend to resolve an issue that could cost hundreds of millions of pounds, all the while coming from an executive that already holds a questionable record in wasting public money, to put it mildly. Another MLA today has already rightly asked two important questions. What did the Minister know about this situation, and when did he know it? I'll add one more. Will the Minister verify the whistleblower's account that his department received and ignored legal advice which could have avoided this situation? Does he accept or deny it? I would like an answer when the Minister sums up, because I find it alarming that a departmental whistleblower has claimed that this legislation, and I quote from a recent article, is an attempt to reverse a massive error which civil servants knew they were making, but went ahead with despite their legal advice highlighting the problem. I cannot go along with that. My party cannot go along with that, and I don't think anyone else should go along with that. Nor, Deputy Speaker, are we happy to go along with the Minister's apparent assertion that because businesses got some support during the pandemic, he and his department is in his rights to cut off the appeal process for them. What precedent does that set? I have to say, Deputy Speaker, from yearly budgets to COVID regulations, Stormont's record on democratic scrutiny is abysmal, but this latest effort from the Minister takes the biscuit. It's crude in the extreme, Deputy Speaker, to claim that MLAs who don't go along with this get-out clause for the Minister are responsible for a £255 million loss from the public purse, or whatever the cost is being quoted, or the small businesses taking up their right of appeal would be responsible for the loss of £255 million from the public purse. To be clear, the fault for this latest financial scandal is with the Minister and his department for apparently failing to take seriously the legal advice to make an alteration in the rates because of the COVID pandemic. Any attempt to blame those who had no idea that they may have been wrongly charged, who in many cases suffered through this pandemic, is not only crude but shameful. If the Minister believes that those who received relief during the pandemic should pay more through their business rates, then he should write it into a piece of legislation and bring it to this House. But that is not what has happened here. In response to his own department's mistake, the Minister is attempting to shift blame elsewhere. It is shamefully similar to the Executive's approach to the pandemic since March 2020, and it is symptomatic of the mantra that it's one law for the politicians and another for everybody else. The fact that the pandemic cannot, Deputy Speaker, be taken into consideration with rates valuation is not only absurd but totally unfair, and not all businesses were supported, and some who were supported more than others. Mr Speaker, it is impossible for me or other MLAs not in the Executive or on the Finance Committee to get the full detail behind this scandal. That a journalist, through a whistleblower, has provided the most clarifying information to myself and the public is a shameful indictment of the Minister and his department's role in this. I cannot, in good conscience, rubber stamp legislation that has been rushed through with such a laissez-faire attitude, nor can I, Deputy Speaker, in good conscience vote against the interests of those running small businesses who have been in contact with me throughout this pandemic, who did not receive enough support, who are still suffering financially, who are in places having to work through this pandemic, while the Executive have abandoned the basic principles of social distancing and track and trace in order to keep themselves out of poverty and their small businesses alive. The Minister hasn't bothered to address or consult them with this bill. He has shown utter disrespect to those who were impacted by this pandemic and his Executive's disastrous approach to it. Is it any wonder that he tried to rush this through today without any scrutiny? So I will vote against this stage of the bill if my vote is counted today, Deputy Speaker. Thank you.
I now call on the Minister of Finance, Conor Murphy, to conclude and wind up the debate.
Alaskan Quarter, and I thank the members for their contribution to the debate. I'll try and address some of the points that were raised. I can say maybe just at the outset, to address some of the last points, I absolutely support, and legislation supports, the right of people to come forward and be whistleblower. One difference is I will stand up here in front of the Assembly and I will account for all the decisions that I have taken and the department decisions. My officials will go in front of the committee, and in a public fashion they will account and provide documentary evidence to support what they have done. So after that has run its course, maybe he can judge whether there's a scandal here or not, and not simply from one article in one newspaper on a Saturday afternoon. The issue itself, a number of questions were raised by some of the speakers in relation to the 50 million Barnett consequential. The Barnett consequential will come to us if the legislation is passed in Westminster. Interestingly, in the House of Lords, are complaining about the legislation being rushed through Westminster, and again repeat the issue that none of the other legislatures dealing with this, and Scotland hasn't yet introduced its bill, by the way, facing the same issues that we have the prospect of a mandate ending in the next couple of months. But that Barnett consequential will come across if the legislation is passed. And it will be provided for the purpose of the passage of the bill. Of course, it isn't hypothecated, but I have to say, to answer Mr O'Toole's question, if this bill isn't passed today within that time frame, I'm not sure what argument he would like me to deploy to say that the Executive should ring-fence that 50 million for rate support, when we are at the non-passage of this bill leaves open the prospect of people appealing something for which and getting further support for something which they've already been paid. So on that basis, I'm not sure what argument I would make for ring-fencing 50 million to provide support to businesses if this legislation didn't pass. The 50 million Barnett consequential will come to us, though, if the legislation is passed in the British Parliament. Some of the other one of the issues that, and I get the chair has one of the things that concerns him is the right to appeal. And of course, it always should concern us when the right to appeal anything is removed. Of course, in this case, it applies only and singly to the issue of coronavirus, given that the Executive already took measures, and again, I don't recognise where Mr Carroll is coming from when we provided over £500 million of support to businesses through rate relief and business grants over the course of the pandemic. To sort of suggest if he wants to protect the public purse and make sure public funding is going to public services which are under pressure. He seems to be making an argument in non-support of this bill that he would prefer that that money goes again then to business. I'm sure he'd been the first standing up in the chamber to denounce me had we decided not to take any legislation and just allow that to run its course and potentially undercut the public purse by that. And Steve Aiken, the chair of the committee, mentioned the possibility of a kind of middle ground approach. Of course, the committee can, now that it has taken the opportunity to have some discussion on the bill itself and some analysis. But I would argue, and it goes to the point that Mr Allister made, and I'll deal with that as well, in terms of the reval 2023 and the date that we have settled on the 1st of October, that is in fact the middle ground, that will take account of the impact of the pandemic on businesses in the time ahead when we get to the reval in 2023. And we have said that publicly, to answer Mr Allister's point. I have said it publicly that will take account of COVID. So there is no sleight of hand to try and head this off down the track somewhere. And I think that is a middle ground in terms of this, where we're saying to businesses, you were paid. You got compensation for the impact of the pandemic on your business. The Assembly, in passing the legislation, agreed which businesses would get support and which wouldn't get support, which they felt didn't need support over the course of the pandemic and which would, but that we had in fact compensated those people. So now to leave them the opportunity of being doubly compensated is something that we do need to move on. And the middle ground in that regard is to take account of the impact of the pandemic in terms of revaluation on the 1st of October and how that will impact in 2023 as we go forward. Steve Aiken incorrectly asserted that rates bills are now being resumed. I remind him that the 2-year rates holiday goes on until at least the 31st of March, and then depending on what we are able to do after that. I think Keith Buchanan and others have raised the issue of the time frame and advice in spring of 2020. There are two pieces to that. One, did the impact of coronavirus, could it be a factor in allowing somebody to claim compensation? So there was advice around that. But then there was also the potential impact of that. So if he takes himself back to spring 2020 instead of now in December 2021 or November 2021, the initial restrictions were brought in, I think it was for a period of 6 weeks. The legislation was time-bound to only go that far. None of us knew what the actual impact in terms of the financial impact of this was going to be in spring of 2020. We were hoping that we would have an initial lockdown and we would cope with the virus. As a matter of fact, a lot of businesses opened up again over the summer of 2020, and then we went into more protracted lockdown coming into this time last year and right through the spring. So that meant the cost in terms of this, because it may well have been a smaller cost to the executive and something they could have absorbed in a different way, but the cost has actually gone up incrementally over the duration of the pandemic. So that's an added factor. There's two factors to this. Is one, whether people would have the power to claim compensation on that basis, having already been compensated for that, but also what the total cost of that was to the executive, and that necessitates the legislation. So none of these things were all known in spring of 2020. They have developed, and legal advice has developed, and that's why the bill for this was only introduced in Westminster late spring this year. And it was different. We had to introduce our own legislation. That's why Scotland has yet to get to a bill being introduced in their legislature on the same issue that we've been dealing with from that time. So it's just to assure people there was nobody sitting back and hoping this would go away, or hoping that we wouldn't have to deal with it and putting the public purse at some jeopardy in relation to it. The full cost of this has accumulated over the period of lockdown, and the longer the lockdown has gone on, the greater the cost has potentially accumulated in relation to it. And that brings me to Matthew O'Toole's point about the estimate, and of course he can interrogate this at the committee when the committee comes to deal with it. But the revenue loss outlined is an estimate developed through very detailed analysis of every property sector and the likely impact of the pandemic on each one across 4 scenarios. We believe that they are realistic. They take account of relevant factors that will minimise the risk, including a very generous package of rate relief we have implemented and the publication of a new valuation list on April 2023 that will act as a backstop for the losses. But it's the strongly held opinion of the Commissioner of Valuation and the Director of Rating Policy, both of whom are chartered surveyors with much experience, that the courts would tend towards a wider interpretation of rating legislation in applying reductions to rateable values. So the estimations have not been taken lightly in that regard. Andrew Moore made the point in relation to briefing, and I'm very happy for the officials from the Department to brief him in relation to this matter if he wishes in the time ahead. And I appreciate his argument to the committee in terms of expediting this matter. He raised the issue of transitional rate relief, and they are traditionally complex schemes that apply in Britain. It's generally self-funded, meaning that the reval winners fund the reval losers. And it's less than ideal as far as our circumstances here are concerned. Mr Wales has gone, and I need to correct. I said during the debate on accelerated passage that we had provided committee members with the chronology in relation to these matters. I understand since that is on its way and hasn't reached committee members yet, so I apologise for incorrectly saying that in the earlier debate. But we will provide that, and of course the officials and myself, if needs be, will be there to talk to the committee in the time ahead. He did mention, you know, and we've all heard this and we all get this, the particular issues of exceptional circumstances, people who have suffered, and of course we have asked the University of Ulster to look beyond the end of this rates holiday and coming into the new financial year at businesses which are continuing to struggle and will continue to struggle in the time ahead. Of course, we don't have the COVID financial support that we had from Westminster, from Whitehall and Treasury in order to make those costs. So if the Executive were to do something in the new financial year, it would be from within its own coffers. But of course we have looked at those. And the issue he mentioned actually in the earlier debate in relation to travel agents, I think, is a useful example, because we were trying to find a way to support travel agents. We recognised the loss they had. And we eventually, the Executive Office undertook to put together, and did put together, a programme of support for them. But one of the issues with travel agents in particular was that half of them operated out of their homes or some operation within their own property and didn't have rateable properties for that regard. So the ability for a rates provision such as this to reach all of those businesses in a way which would be equitable is very difficult, and I think should recognise that. And as I say, Pat Catney had raised points in relation to that impact of Article 39A, and I would say, as I had said to Mr Buchanan, there are two impacts. One, would it be liable as a consequence of coronavirus? Two, what was the cumulative cost? And we didn't know that because we were operating on the basis, as everybody in this chamber was operating in spring 2020, that coronavirus might only be with us for a short period of time if we took sufficient action to deal with it at that time. And it has gone on, and restrictions have been reintroduced and extended much longer than any of us would have dared to consider at that time in 2020. So I think hindsight is a wonderful thing in this, but we are dealing with two issues, as I say. One was that impact, and the other was whether the not knowing the extent of that, and could it be dealt with in another way until the full potential cost of that. Mr Allister, I dealt with the second point in relation to the not intending to use this again, because we have given commitments that the October, the first date of this year, will take an account of the effect of the pandemic on businesses, and there is certainly no intention that on my part, and certainly on the part of officials, to use any sleight of hand to try and undo that in the time ahead. The question he asked is about why moving ahead with it, and can say to him that had already been legislated for. It already been the valuation list has already gone through a process. You were heading into a situation where there was a choice at that stage in April 1st, 2020, whether we knew in terms of the valuation list that about 60% of properties were due a reduction in valuation. So you could have stayed that knowing that you were going to impact negatively on 60% of properties, or to move ahead to see what the coronavirus restrictions did bring. At that stage, they were only predicted to be for 6 weeks. So that was the choice that was made in April 2020 in terms of the decisions to go ahead. But I'm sure he will get a chance to explore that further. I'm happy to give way.
So my point was slightly different. Under 39A, there's a legal obligation, as I read it, that at the date of issue of the revaluation, it should have taken into account anything which adversely affected or otherwise the physical enjoyment of the hereditament. Now, was the Department in receipt of legal advice by the 1st of April that it therefore had to or should be taking into account the COVID impact on the valuation list that it was about to issue, and did it issue it nonetheless?
Well, as I said, those were some of the issues the Department were grappling with, and they received legal advice prior to the 1st of April and further exploration with officials and further legal advice over the months beyond that as well. So the issue wasn't settled in those terms on the 1st of April. And as I say, the balance of choice was the Department would have knowingly, had they set aside the 2020 revaluation. People could still have appealed back on the basis of the 2015 revaluation, but if they had set aside that, then they were going to knowingly, with 60% of businesses likely to face a more beneficial outcome, denying them that in order to wait to see what came out of COVID. So there was, as I have no doubt, some of the public iron over this, a difference of opinion as to which was the best course of action to take, and the course of action was decided on, and others are free, of course, to disagree with that if they choose. But, of course, the legal advice in relation to this began about 2 days or 3 days before that and continued on over that period with questions back and forward, with views being given, views being probed and challenged, and actually some of the legal advice changing as time went on in relation to that matter. And there will obviously be an opportunity for the committee to analyse all of that in the time ahead. Suffice to say, there are questions, of course, matters which the committee will want to apply itself to, and of course the officials and myself from the department will undertake to give whatever support and advice we can give to the committee. I am not buying into this notion of scandal as people have tried to present, and if people want to go with that, then fair enough. I would say this is a particular problem at the core of which is the fact that the executive, and these circumstances don't apply in any other circumstances that any one of us have come across before, a pandemic which hit and affected all businesses to a certain extent, but in terms of the, and that's why all businesses got a 4-month rate relief to recognise that at the start of the pandemic. But then, with a further focused piece of exercise, the executive and the assembly agreed that certain businesses would get then not just the rest of that financial year, but 2 years of rates holiday to accommodate and to compensate for the impact of the pandemic, and also those that were forced to close had the ability to access LRSS to compensate them for that closure. So to have done all of that out of the public purse, but then to allow people to come back again, to reclaim again on the basis that a piece of legislation which was never intended to deal with the issue of a whole-scale closure, it was intended to deal with a localised closure and an impact on businesses, is then used in a way to further drain money from the public purse. And I absolutely don't say that in any way to resent the support that business got it. They needed it, they were entitled to it, and we were very glad to be able to give it to them. But I think it would be an unfairness if the public purse and the money that we need for services was then to take a hit to do that again. And that's why, although this is unique, although I fully accept in terms of retrospective legislation, in terms of a denial of right to appeal, these are all matters which will concern MLAs. But nonetheless, from our own perspective, and I hope the committee and indeed the Assembly, as we go through the further stages, will come to that view, that this is the only course of action that is open to us to deal with this issue, to deal with this specific issue, not to deal with the wider issue of appeal in terms of rates, but to deal with this specific issue on the grounds that this matter was supported when the Executive had the funds to support it. So, Alaskan Quarter, with that, I commend the bill to the Assembly.
Members, the question is that the second stage of the non-domestic rates valuation coronavirus bill be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. I think the ayes have it. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Ask members to take their ease for a few moments. Yes, the bill stands referred to the Committee for Finance. Honourable members, the next item of business is the consideration stage of the Criminal Justice Committal Reform Bill, and I call the Minister of Justice, Mrs Naomi Long, to move the bill.
I move that the consideration stage of the Criminal Justice Committal Reform Bill is now taken.
Members will have a copy of the marshalled list of amendments detailing the order for consideration. The amendments have been grouped for debate in the provisional grouping of amendments selected list. There is a single group of 4 amendments which deals with preliminary investigations and change to consequential amendments. The debate will be on amendments 1 to 4 and opposition to clauses 1 and 2 stand part. I would remind members intending to speak that during the debate on the single group of amendments, they should address all of the amendments in the group on which they wish to comment. Once the debate is completed, any further amendments in the group will then be moved formally as we go through the bill, and the question of each will be put without further debate. The question on stand part will be taken at the appropriate points in the bill, and if that is clear, we will proceed. We now come to the group of amendments for debate. With Amendment 1, it will be convenient to debate Amendments 2 to 4, and opposition to clauses 1 and 2 stand part. And I call Mr Jim Allister to move Amendment 1 and to address the other amendments in the group. Mr Allister.
Deputy Speaker, I move Amendment 1 and will proceed to address the others as well. Deputy Speaker, to understand and appreciate the amendments that I seek to move, one has to examine the backstory of this matter, which I think this House will find intriguing and interesting, and maybe a little surprising. In 2015, previous Justice Minister Mr David Ford brought before this House the Justice Bill of 2015. Within that bill, he sought to remove all oral evidence from committal proceedings. This House disagreed. This House accepted an amendment from me at consideration stage, preserving the option of oral evidence at committal stage if the magistrate was persuaded that it was in the interests of justice. Mr Ford then returned to this House at further consideration stage with a more fleshed-out amendment compatible with the House's decision. And in consequence, we have Section 7 of the Justice Act of 2015. And Section 7 of that Act says the Magistrates' Court's order, the Magistrates' Court Northern Ireland Order 1981, is amended as set out in subsections 2 to 5. And the relevant amendment came in 7.2. After Article 49, that's Article 49 in the 81 order, insert the following as 29A. And 29A, as passed without division at further consideration stage, said this, still says this: committal proceedings in a magistrate's court in relation to an indictable offence are to be conducted A, in a case where the court directs under this article that a preliminary investigation is to be held by way of a preliminary investigation; B, in all other cases, by way of preliminary inquiry. An accused may apply to the court for direction that a preliminary investigation is to be held. I should just interpose to say the phraseology preliminary investigation is the one that allows oral evidence. Preliminary inquiry does not. It goes on, Magistrates' Court rules may make provision in relation to an application under paragraph 2, including provision A, for an application to set out the grounds on which the application is made and contain such further information as may be prescribed. B, requiring an application to be made before a prescribed time. C, for the procedure to be followed in determining the application, including provision for representations to be made to the court by the prosecution or the accused. 29A goes on. The court, after considering the application and any representations made to the court, may direct the holding of a preliminary investigation if, and only if, the court is satisfied that a preliminary investigation is required in the interest of justice. In determining an application under paragraph 2, the court shall in particular have regard to the nature of the offence or offences charged, the interests of the persons likely to be witnesses at a preliminary investigation. So this House, in a settled view, on an amendment moved by the Minister, which did not provoke a division in this House, decided that the 1981 order would be amended to preserve, in very particular circumstances, the right to have oral evidence in a committal proceedings. And those very particular circumstances were that it would be in the interests of justice. And the matters that would inform the decision as to whether it would be in the interest of justice or not included such things as the nature of the offence and the interests of the witnesses themselves. One might have thought, therefore, that that became the law of this land. I have to tell this House that in the most astounding course of events, 6.5 years later, this department has still to move the commencement order for that clause. So 6.5 years ago, this House decided that the path it wanted to tread on committal proceedings was to abolish all oral hearings except where it was found by a judge to be in the interest of justice. And yet this Department of Justice took it upon itself to defy the decision of this House, to circumvent it by never moving a commencement clause. What an audacious challenge to the authority of this House. And so we arrive today, 6.5 years later, with what this House decreed to be the law, never yet implemented. And the purpose of my amendments, Amendments 1 and 2, is to require the implementation of what we agreed 6.5 years ago, to preserve the right to have oral evidence in a committal proceedings if the magistrate is persuaded, and the onus is on the defence, is persuaded that it's in the interest of justice. I must say, when I discovered that, I was shocked beyond words. So I went to the Justice Committee's report to see what they were told about this. The committee that examined this bill, which is presently before us. And I could find they were told very, very little about it. If you go to the explanatory document that accompanies this bill, you will not find a word of explanation as to why the commencement order was never made, as to why the department thought it was fit and able to defy this House. And when you go to the committee report, we find a reference in paragraph 69, where it says this: the department had previously sought to abolish the option to hear oral evidence from victims and witnesses at a committal hearing in the Justice Bill 2015. As noted earlier in the report, this did not receive sufficient support. In fact, it was rejected. Did not receive sufficient support during the passage of the bill through the Assembly, and instead an amendment was passed that ensured oral evidence could only be called if a judge was satisfied that the interests of justice required it. The Department advised the Committee that these provisions, basing the decision on whether to allow oral evidence at a PI or mixed committal in the hands of the judiciary, had not been commenced. While the Department was working with criminal justice partners to introduce the relevant provisions, the Fresh Start three-person panel published its report, which included the recommendation that legislation should be brought forward to further reform committal proceedings to remove the need for oral evidence before trial. The recommendation was accepted by the Executive in its action plan. It says here published in July 2018. That surprises me. The Department therefore believes that clauses 1 and 2 are required to fulfil the Fresh Start recommendations, and that retaining the interest of justice test provided in the 2015 Act would fall short of addressing the recommendation. So what the Department is saying, never mind this House, 3 wise men in the Fresh Start know better. What would 90 MLAs know? Fresh Start recommendations override the legislative will of this House. So these amendments are an attempt to restore the equilibrium, the authority of this House. And after lunch, because I suggest you're about to call me down, I will explore the merit of those amendments as to why it is right in the interest of justice to keep the option of oral evidence.
The Business Committee has arranged to meet at 1 p.m. today. I propose, therefore, by leave of the Assembly, to suspend the sitting until 2 p.m. The first item of business when we return will be question to the Minister for Justice, after which we will continue with this debate, and Mr Allister will be able to complete his commentary on it. The sitting is, by leave, suspended.
This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary, programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme Sound. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary Programme.
Thank you, members. The sitting is resumed, and it's now time for questions to the Justice Minister. I advise the House that question number 6 has been withdrawn. I call Mr Colm Gildernew to ask the first question. Mr Gildernew.
Alaskan Quarter, Cash Ever Ahen. Let a hold question number 1, please.
I'm aware of the initiative announced by the Justice Minister for Ireland to expunge convictions for certain repealed offences in relation to prostitution. I understand that her department has commissioned a review of the criminalisation of the purchase of sex provisions introduced in the Criminal Law Sexual Offences Act 2017. Legislation to provide for the expungement of convictions for offences repealed by the 2017 Act will await the outcome of and recommendations made in that review. It is often the case that human trafficking is linked with other organised crime within the sex industry, and also that victims may be targeted for sexual exploitation because of their vulnerabilities, which could include poverty and drug addiction. There are existing protections in Northern Ireland for those forced into prostitution through no act of their own. Under Section 22 of the Human Trafficking and Exploitation, Criminal Justice and Support for Victims Act, Northern Ireland 2015, a slavery or trafficking victim is not guilty of an offence where the person does the act because they are compelled to do so. I will be meeting with Helen McEntee in the near future, and I will discuss the issue further with her. I will continue to monitor developments in Ireland and consider their applicability for Northern Ireland.
Mr Gildernew.
And Minister, you have largely, I think, answered my question in relation to the expunging of records, and you clearly are aware that this has taken place in 26 counties. Are you indicating that you're making a firm commitment that the records of those who have been victims of trafficking, who have been convicted for prostitution or offences of that nature, will be expunged?
With respect to those who are victims of trafficking, they are already not guilty of an offence where they are complicit in an act because of compulsion, so they would already not be convicted of an offence in Northern Ireland. However, my officials will explore, in liaison with colleagues in the Irish Justice Department, the approach that's being taken in relation to making legislative provision there for historic offences. My department will also undertake research on how victims of human trafficking might be identified and the potential number of convictions for all repealed prostitution offences. Once I have all the relevant information available, I will then consider a way forward.
Mr John Blair.
Mr Deputy Speaker, thank you. Given the appropriate emphasis placed on this issue by the police, the policing board and indeed the department, can I ask the Minister what advice she would give to those who come across what they believe to be modern slavery?
Well, I think that anyone who comes across a situation that they believe may be linked to modern slavery has not just a moral duty, but I think a duty to wider society to report that as early as possible to the police. We know that there are people in our community who have been trafficked here. There are people trafficked within our communities, and there are people trafficked from here to elsewhere. And it's hugely important that the public are aware of the signs of trafficking. There's been a lot of work done by a huge number of voluntary organisations and partner bodies with us to raise awareness of human trafficking and the signs. And I would hope that people would make themselves familiar with indicators of human trafficking and would have the confidence to come forward and make disclosure to the police where they believe that there may be human trafficking involved.
Ms Sinead Bradley.
Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer on this question. The Minister cited other legislation against other cases that may be held against the person who has been established as being trafficked, and that the record would be expunged in that manner. But has the Minister given any thought to joining the dots in all those pieces of legislation to ensure that any person found to be trafficking really does walk away with an appropriately clean record?
Well, it is already the case that any offence that is committed under coercion by somebody who is a victim of human trafficking will not be guilty of an offence where there is coercion involved, and those existing protections are there. I think the issue then would be what happened before 2015, for example, for people who may have been prosecuted for coerced prostitution at that time. Of course, there will be further gaps. The member will be aware, through her membership of the Justice Committee, that we are indeed looking at areas around human trafficking and what we can do for victims of human trafficking in that piece of legislation. And it would be my hope that we would continue to refine and improve what we do in terms not just of our support for victims of human trafficking, but also in terms of our prevent strategy and our pursue strategy, because what I would like to see are the organised criminals who are behind human trafficking taken off our streets.
Mr Jonathan Buckley.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answers thus far. I think the scourge of human trafficking is an all too common sight still in our streets, unfortunately, and my thoughts are with all of those who have been impacted. Could the Minister perhaps outline what current support packages are existing to help those that have been the subject of human trafficking, and does she further believe that the police are doing enough to try and end this scourge of activity?
Well, I think that there are a number of parts to that question. I think with respect to the support that we offer, we're about to put that on a statutory footing in terms of the bill which is going through the committee at the moment, but we have extended beyond the current minimum provision already in Northern Ireland. That was done actually by David Ford in his time as Minister of Justice, and we intend to put that on a statutory footing. There is also, in terms of the work that is being done by the PSNI, there has been an incredible amount of work done. There are a number of people who are considered first responders when it comes to human trafficking, and so what we're looking for is an increase in the number of referrals to the National Referral Mechanism. I think that will reflect both an increase in the scale of modern slavery and human trafficking, but also will reflect in a greater level of awareness of the issue that may have contributed to increased identification of victims. But then we also want to see increased numbers of prosecutions. These are very complex crimes, often the actual crime has been committed elsewhere rather than here, and so it can be very difficult in terms of securing convictions. But however, despite those challenges, I think it is hugely important that the PSNI continue to enhance their capacity in tackling those crimes, and through engaging with other law enforcement agencies and stakeholders are continuing to pursue offenders using all the available tools at their disposal.
Ms Carol McKillen.
Question number 2, please.
I welcome the publication of the Sejini thematic inspection on how the criminal justice system treats females in conflict with the law in Northern Ireland. It provides a useful insight into the challenges faced by women transitioning through and out of the justice system. I also recognise the need, as suggested by Sejini in their inspection, to move from a gender-informed to a more gender-responsive approach. This is not about a different standard being applied to police actions, prosecution decisions or probation practice because of the defendant being a woman or a girl. Rather, it is about how the criminal justice organisations and our partners take account of and deliver services specific to women and girls to provide equitable outcomes. I remain committed to supporting and improving life chances and outcomes for women and girls who come into contact with the justice system. However, I also recognise that given the range of issues involved, this is not something justice can do alone. Therefore, I am grateful for the ongoing co-design and delivery working we enjoy with voluntary, community and statutory partners. I have carefully considered the full range of strategic and operational recommendations contained in the report and have asked my officials to ensure these are considered in full before our new justice-wide strategy supporting women and girls who come into contact with the justice system is finalised. The strategy will be trauma-informed and focus on the breadth of contact women and girls have with the justice system, seeking to support them at an early stage in the community and within and beyond custody. The strategy is under development and we will be seeking to publish around the end of the financial year. My officials will naturally be keeping in contact with Sejini as we progress that work.
Ms Nicola.
Minister, appreciate your responses. You've actually answered two questions I was going to ask. So, first of all, I welcome your support for the CJI report. Which is really, really important. And you've also alluded to the fact that you're, with co-design, co-production in mind, you're still looking at part of your strategy. So will that be part of your strategy, along with those partners, the NGOs, to ensure that the disproportionate outcomes for women and girls within the justice system is actually looked at through the lens of better equality, but better life outcomes as well?
I think it's hugely important that we do that, and I think there is a need for a strategic approach right across the criminal justice system and justice agencies when we're working with women. I also accept that there is more we can do within individual agencies and across justice to address the needs of women and girls in a more gender-responsive and trauma-informed way. The most appropriate vehicle to deliver on that is the new justice-wide strategy for women and girls in contact with the justice system. And so I think if we can work with our partners in terms of co-design, we will be able to get the best possible outcome for that, which, as I say, hopefully will be able to be produced in this mandate.
Mr Chris Little.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I welcome the Justice Minister's commitment to early intervention to preventing offending by women and girls, but obviously we will require prison accommodation for those who enter our care. Could the Minister provide an update on the new female facility?
The target date for the delivery of the new female facility, subject to the necessary funding being made available, is mid-2025. The estimated cost for the project is £33.5 million. Delays in the development could, however, increase costs through construction cost inflation and the potential loss of resource savings. I am committed to delivering that strategy, which focuses on supporting women and girls as early as possible, but I am also absolutely committed to ensure that, where appropriate, where women are held in custody, we do so in the best possible circumstances.
Thank you. I now, via Starleaf, call up Ms Linda Dillon to ask her question.
Alaskan Quarter, Alaskan Quarter, question number 3.
I welcome the Public Accounts Committee report, which highlights the scale of the challenge we face in tackling delay in the Crown Court cases. These are often the most serious cases, which can have a big impact on victims and on public confidence in the system. It was pleasing that the PAC noted some of the work that has been ongoing to date to speed up the justice system, and one area in particular the report focused on relates to digital working. This has been particularly important in the context of COVID and has enabled justice organisations to work within relevant health guidelines, and is something that we will look to build on further. However, the report also acknowledges that backlogs created by COVID will take time to clear. In the report, the PAC acknowledged the significant role that committal reform will have on speeding up Crown Court cases and alleviating stress on victims and witnesses. It is timely, therefore, that the committal reform debate is back before the Assembly for debate this afternoon, immediately after questions conclude.
Ms Dillon for a supplementary.
And thank the Minister for her answers so far. Minister, also outlined in that report is one of the failures in speeding up justice is the lack of connected working and partnership working in between those agencies that come under the justice sphere, and having the benefit of having both been on the Justice Committee and on the Policing Board, I know that this is a real issue, and I'm wondering how this can be addressed. I know some work has been done, but clearly nowhere near enough given what has been highlighted in this report. So I'm just wondering if the Minister can respond as to how we can improve on that.
Well, my officials are working together with colleagues in the relevant criminal justice organisations to prepare a formal response to the 6 recommendations in the PAC report, which will be laid before the Assembly in due course. I think further work is required to explore the issues that were raised in more detail. However, I realise that more needs to be done to tackle delay in Crown Court cases, and broadly welcome the findings which have the potential to contribute to efforts to tackle delay. The Department provides support to Crown Court cases performance groups established in 2019 and chaired by the Judiciary, bringing together justice agencies and defence lawyers to lead performance improvements at the local level. The Working Together Board, jointly chaired by PSNI and PPS, continues to drive improvements in file quality and the effectiveness of decision making. That is just 2 examples of where partnership working has, I think, improved, and I think 2 examples of how we can actually make more progress going forward.
Mr Pat Catney.
Thank you, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and thank you, Minister. Minister, can you confirm if any research is to be commissioned with relation to the reasons behind the high levels of adjournments, and whether these adjournments were avoidable? In the context of the culture of adjournment, as identified in the report, and considering their negative impact on victims and witnesses? Thank you.
The issue of adjournments obviously are one for the judge who is in control of the court to make a judgment on, in terms of whether or not the adjournment that has been sought by either side in the court is an acceptable reason for further adjournment. And in making that decision, of course, they will take account of the impact on victims, on witnesses and on the accused, because, of course, until proven guilty, that is an innocent person who may well be subject to bail conditions or indeed be held on remand. And so it is important, as we speed up justice, that we look not only to deal with the machinery of justice, but also to look at the reasons for adjournment. It isn't something, obviously, that we would hold the statistics on in the department, but it is something that the Judiciary obviously are aware of.
Mr Chris Little.
Question 4.
On my appointment as Minister of Justice in January 2020, I set out an ambitious legislative programme that involved a proposal to bring forward 5 separate bills over the remainder of the mandate. I am pleased to advise, as a result of the excellent work of the Office of Legislative Counsel, together with the concerted efforts of departmental officials and the committee, that plan is progressing well. The Domestic Abuse and Civil Proceedings Bill received royal assent on the 1st of March, and departmental officials are now progressing measures to facilitate implementation of the new powers contained in the Act. I have 2 bills that have completed committee stage in the Assembly, which have now progressed to consideration stage. The Damages Return on Investment Bill, which was debated on Monday the 15th of November, and the Criminal Justice Committal Reform Bill, which is due to be debated today. Subject to the completion of the consideration stage debates on these dates, I am planning further consideration and final stages of both bills to be complete before Assembly Christmas recess on the 18th of December. I currently have 2 further bills at committee stage in the Assembly: the Protection from Stalking Bill, which is due to complete committee stage on the 10th of December, and the Justice, Sexual Offences and Trafficking Victims Bill, committee stage for which has been extended to the 28th of January 2022. The completion of consideration stage, further consideration stage and the final stage for both of these bills in the remaining time in the mandate will be challenging, but I am confident of delivering all 5 of the proposed bills before the Assembly rises for the next local elections in May 2022, and I am grateful for the support of the Assembly and the Committee in being able to do so.
Mr Little.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. Can I thank the Justice Minister for the leadership she has shown to deliver such legislative change and executive decision-making that will keep our communities safe, frequently in the face of death threats and heinous misogynistic online abuse. Thank you, Minister, for the courage that you show in that regard. There have been many times in this mandate that I am extremely grateful Naomi Long as Justice Minister. And can I ask the Minister for an update on her work to prevent abuse in sport and faith settings? Thank you.
I thank the member for his question. I think we're meant to pay tribute to those outgoing members rather than those of us who are intending to run again, so don't write my eulogy just yet, Chris. But I believe that it is important that I do say to Chris that he has been an incredibly supportive member of this Assembly, but also of my team, and will be hugely missed as a result. I believe that greater protection needs to be provided for our young people in the care of adults who are in a position of trust and environments not currently prescribed in law. As it stands currently, the law only protects those young people who are in the care of adults in certain statutory settings, such as education, youth detention, social or hospital care. I intend to change the law to extend the scope of the abuse of provision of trust offences contained within the Sexual Offences Northern Ireland Order 2008 by making an amendment to the Justice, Sexual Offences and Trafficking Victims Bill at consideration stage. I should mention that I have deliberately sought to bring this proposal forward within this mandate. I had previously intended to develop proposals in slower time for introduction in the next mandate, but recent developments such as the introduction of proposals for an extension of the law in England and Wales and further representation from key interests has persuaded me that earlier action is required. Draft clauses are currently in development, but I hope to be able to share these with members soon, particularly with members of the Justice Committee who are currently scrutinising the bill's content. That said, I can confirm that on the basis of consultation and engagement carried out in partnership with the NSPCC, I intend to extend the scope of the offences to the specific areas of sport and faith at this stage. This reflects those areas that have been highlighted as being of particular concern and where, unfortunately, the abuse of power by adults responsible for children in these settings has become all too prevalent.
Ms Gemma Dolan.
Alaskan Quarter, and I thank the Minister for her answers so far. Minister, I very much welcome the progress in bringing forward essential legislative change, particularly in the areas of domestic and sexual violence and abuse, and I commend the Minister and her department on this. As you are aware, Minister, serious concerns remain that the clauses of the Justice Bill relating to so-called upskirting, down-blousing and image-based sexual abuse don't go far enough to effectively tackle these problems. Minister, can you therefore commit to strengthening the bill if required?
Well, the bill is now with the committee, Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, and it would be my intention to listen carefully to the feedback that I received from the committee, and where I believe that robust alternatives exist that can be included in that bill, I am of course open to do that, and have demonstrated that, I think, now on a number of occasions as we have passed legislation through the House. Members need to also, though, reflect on the fact that whilst this may be the last piece of legislation to pass through this mandate, it will not be the last piece of legislation to pass through this House. There will be plenty of other opportunities for us in future mandates to be able to improve legislation and refine what we do. So it is important that what we focus on at this point is getting that legislation which is before the House completed, in order that none of that work that has been put in by the committee, by the department and by our statutory partners goes to loss because of running up against the deadline of the end of the mandate.
Ms Nicola Brogan.
Alaskan Quarter, question number 5, please.
As members will appreciate, it is not appropriate for a Justice Minister to comment on the sentences imposed by the courts or on associated sentencing guidelines. Sentencing is a matter for the independent judiciary. This is a complex exercise carried out by highly trained judiciary based on the evidence presented during the course of the trial and guided by any relevant sentencing guidance. Sentencing guidance is also a matter for the courts. It is created to assist judges in ensuring a level of consistency in the sentences that they impose. There is a provision for the review of sentences in the most serious cases, Where a sentence is considered to be unduly lenient, it is open to referral to the Court of Appeal for reconsideration. We have robust legislative frameworks to deal with a variety of sexual offending behaviours, including those carried out against children. The specific offence of making indecent photographs of children in the Protection of Children Northern Ireland Order 1978 carries a maximum sentence on indictment of up to 10 years imprisonment. Adult offenders convicted of this offence, or those irrespective of age who have been sentenced to at least 1 year's imprisonment, are subject to notification requirements on the Sex Offenders Register. They also come within scope of civil prevention orders aimed at managing risk, such as the Sexual Offences Prevention Order. Breach of notification requirements or conditions of an SOPO is a criminal offence which carries a maximum sentence of up to 5 years imprisonment. I am very conscious of perpetrators exploiting the new opportunities arising during the pandemic period, taking advantage of the vulnerabilities of many within our society and their increased use of online communications to stay in touch. I am committed to ensuring that appropriate law is in place to enable our authorities to deal with this kind of abhorrent behaviour. In addition to the offences that currently exist, I am taking forward new provisions within the Justice, Sexual Offences and Trafficking Victims Bill, which will strengthen the law to provide additional protection for our community. The UK Online Safety Bill is currently making its way through Westminster. The bill provides a particular focus on protecting children and young people from a range of online risks, such as grooming, revenge porn, hate speech, images of child abuse and posts relating to suicide and eating disorders. The bill also includes proposals on how to address terrorism, disinformation, racist abuse, pornography and online scams.
Ms Brogan.
Alaskan Quarter, and I thank the Minister for her answer there as well. Minister, in recent weeks, representatives of safeguarding organisations have criticised the current sentencing guidelines for cases involving indecent images of children, and particularly in light of cases where offenders have avoided prison even after pleading guilty to charges of making indecent images of children. So, does the Minister intend to review these sentencing guidelines at all?
Sentencing guidance is created by the courts. It can take the form of guidance contained in guideline cases, often issued by the highest appeal court, the Court of Appeal, or it can be in guidelines issued by the Lady Chief Justice's sentencing group. Its purpose is to assist judges in coming to what can be complex decisions and ensure there is a level of consistency in sentencing. My own department, therefore, has no role in this particular matter. It also should be borne in mind, Mr Deputy Speaker, that one of the considerations that any judge will have to make is the opportunity for rehabilitation of the offender and for management of the risk. And it may be that in certain cases where an offence would attract a rather short custodial sentence, that it may be better to provide for a longer non-custodial option in order that more rehabilitative work can be done with the offender, rather than them simply exit jail with no additional support or supervision afterwards. That is a balance that only the judge in charge of the case can seek. And whilst I understand, of course, the reasons why people are concerned when they see these cases, I would encourage people, first of all, to read the full judgment so they fully understand the weight that the judge has applied to different issues, and if they remain concerned, to write to the Lady Chief Justice, who I know will be more than happy to facilitate engagement.
Mr John Stewart.
Question number 7, please.
I believe that the common law offences of blasphemy and blasphemy libel are archaic and that they have no place in a modern society. I am committed to freedom of and freedom from religion, and am sympathetic to removing such outdated and unused offences from the law. My intention was to remove these common law offences during this mandate. However, as members will be aware, I did not get the full support needed to legislate in this respect as part of a miscellaneous provisions bill.
Mr Stewart.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker, and I thank the Minister for her answer and for responses to me on this matter over the last year or so. Before the laws on blasphemy, which are in reality dead letters, were removed in England and Wales, there was a public consultation and key stakeholders like the Church of England were in favour of deletion. Why has similar preparatory work not taken place, and will the Minister now commit to seeking the views of church groups and other interested parties in a formal public consultation?
Well, the reason that the consultation has not taken place is because we have not developed policy in this area, because there was not sufficient support for us to do so at this time. My department, like every other, has limited resource, and given that we are trying to legislate on 5 particular pieces of legislation that are substantive, as well as doing all of the other work that the Justice Department has been engaged on, we would not have the capacity to develop policy in an area that is currently not listed as one that we would be taking forward legislation on. However, as I've said, it would be my desire to see it done. I believe that there is significant benefit from doing so. I also believe that before that happens, there will, of course, be a public consultation.
Ms Ciara Ferguson.
Thank you, Minister, for your kind words to date. You will be aware that the blasphemy law have been repealed in the South, and likewise in England, Wales and Scotland. Would you agree, and I know you have done previously, that although they're still in statute here, they are outdated and they're not representative of a modern Ireland that we live in today? And would you agree that they should be removed as soon as possible?
I agree the law is both archaic and, more importantly, unused. So it makes sense to abolish it, and my department is competent to legislate in this area. Members are aware that I did make efforts to do so as part of the overall miscellaneous provisions bill preparations. Unfortunately, that wasn't possible because we ended up with a bill which is much narrower in scope, which wouldn't allow us to bring later amendments that might have addressed this issue. However, I believe that it is important not only because it is archaic and because it is unused, but because I think it sends out an important message to other jurisdictions where their blasphemy laws are not unused, and where it leads to people who have different faiths to the majority persuasion being persecuted and indeed, in some cases, sentenced to death. It's very difficult to go with any degree of credibility to those countries and demand that they repeal their blasphemy laws while ours remain on the books.
Thank you. Mr John Blair.
Thank you, Principal Deputy Speaker. I think the Minister has touched on this already, but I will ask the question. I am aware of the Minister's long-standing commitment to freedom of and also freedom from religion. Does she share my frustration that we do not have a legislative vehicle to repeal these offences and that this should now be a priority?
I do agree that it is frustrating that we don't have a vehicle. It will not be a priority, I have to say, over the coming months in my department, simply because of the pressure of other work that we're desirous to get finished by March of next year. However, I do believe that it is something that in the miscellaneous provisions bill, which we hope to bring forward in the next mandate, that this is something that would fit comfortably within that. It isn't a particularly complex piece of legislation to repeal. I think, as other members have suggested, we would of course want to give people the opportunity to respond to any public consultation on that, but I don't think it will change dramatically the view that having legislation on the books which is not actually in use and which is archaic in nature is not particularly helpful to anyone.
We have about 60 seconds left, so just time for Mrs Barton to ask her question and get an answer. Mrs Rosemary Barton.
Question 8.
Funding from the Assets Recovery Community Scheme, which is administered by my department, is used to prevent crime or reduce the fear of crime in support of victims, communities or the environment. Since its inception in 2011, the scheme has invested in a wide range of programmes and interventions and has delivered tangible benefits through organisations working for the good of their community and in support of key justice priorities. The effects of the funding allocated to community initiatives under the scheme have, in my view, been entirely positive. Funding awarded has provided a range of positive outcomes for individuals and groups, as well as the wider community. The funding is about using money that would otherwise be lining the pockets of criminals, funding their lavish lifestyles to support positive action and interactions in the community, such as intervention and diversionary activities for young people to prevent them engaging in antisocial behaviour, to help offer those at risk of offending or re-offending a better pathway, supporting people with addictions to improve their health and life chances. It has offered work experience and mentoring initiatives to prisoners and individuals under probation supervision to support their resettlement and reintegration into family and community life and to challenge repeat offending. It has supported initiatives to raise awareness of and address important issues like domestic violence, human trafficking and scams. And it has also delivered community safety initiatives to help people feel safer in their homes and their local community.
Thank you, Minister. We now move on to 15 minutes of topical questions. I advise the House that question number 2 has been withdrawn. And I call Ms Cara Hunter.
Mr Principal Deputy Speaker, I'd like to thank the Minister for her answers so far today. Minister, this Thursday is the International Day for Elimination of Violence Against Women. It's reported that 1 in 4 young women from the age of 15 to 19 years old have experienced psychological, sexual or physical abuse from their partner. Can I ask the Minister what steps her department are taking to address abuse in young adolescent relationships here in Northern Ireland? Thank you.
Well, I thank the member for her question and for her continued interest in this issue. She is, of course, right to highlight the issue of violence against women and girls. I think something that we all recognise and see in our communities, but not just through domestic abuse and violence, but also through the kind of intimidation, misogyny and sexism that we see in our wider society, and has a huge impact, not just on young women and girls in terms of their mental health and well-being, but also their aspirations and the fact that it limits their life choices because of that intimidation and behaviour. It is a priority for me in terms of trying to deal with these issues, and it's something that I very much want to see developed. However, when it comes to dealing particularly with young people, I believe the key vehicle for that is through the Department for Education. I know that the previous Minister, who I see in the chamber at the moment, had committed to a review of the minimum content order and had engaged with me proactively around these issues and how education could play a role in terms of, for example, delivering on the Gillen review when it comes to issues such as consent and other matters within the school curriculum. Sadly, that has not been reflected in the performance of his successor. I have now written on 2 occasions and have not had any response from the Minister for Education to get an update on this, and indeed it would appear, given comments at a recent executive meeting, that she has resigned from the idea that there is any review ongoing into RSE in schools.
Ms Hunter.
I'd like to thank the Minister for her response and just to express my support and solidarity with herself following events that had taken place last week. And I agree with her wholeheartedly. I think education really is a big part of the answer to teach young people about what abuse looks like and sounds like. Minister, I find it extremely disappointing that the Education Minister hasn't responded on this matter, but can I seek assurances from yourself that your department will liaise with the Department of Education wherever possible in the future to ensure our curriculum is fit for purpose for our young people on these sensitive issues? Thank you.
Well, I thank the member for her support, and indeed I thank many of the members of this chamber for their support over the last week. I think those of you who know me well enough will know that I will not be deflected by bullying, whether it be online or in person. However, I do recognise that there will be those out there who witness it, who question whether or not as women they want to step into the public eye and have themselves potentially subjected to such abuse. And I believe that that is wrong, because it deprives our community of important voices that need to be heard. With respect to continuing to engage with the Department of Education, we actually ran 3 workshops with the Department of Education and have worked well with their officials in terms of trying to move things forward. However, I do believe it's important that the policy is driven by the Minister, and therefore it's important, I think, that we are able to sit down and have that conversation around how we can move this forward during this mandate, in the hope of being able to provide for a fresh start in the next mandate, because obviously that legislation wouldn't happen in the current mandate. It is hugely important that we provide for proper education around relationship and sex education. It should be age appropriate, it should be sensitive, but it should also be fact based, and it should be there to equip young people for life. And that means giving young people the information that they need, but also showing them what healthy relationships look like. The assumption that every young person will have a role model for that at home is profoundly flawed, when we know that 1 in 3 women will have been subjected to domestic abuse and violence. So we need to provide that kind of wraparound support in schools, and we also create an opportunity in doing so for young people to come forward and confide in teachers their experiences of domestic abuse and domestic violence in the home.
Ms Nicola Brogan.
Can the Minister give her assessment of current legislation regarding the protection of retail workers from abuse and assault, please?
At present, the Department's focus has been on those working in frontline services, in terms of first responders and others, in terms of providing additional support and additional criminal offences in relation to that. With respect to those in shop workers and retail environments, we are of course open to listening to a case if one is to be made in terms of additional protections that could be put in place. I think that all of us recognise that those who work in the retail industry and indeed who are frontline workers in many other sectors are exposed on a daily basis to the public. That can be a joy at times, but as we all know as elected representatives, it is not always so. And so I think it is important that people are properly protected and that there is a no-tolerance approach taken by employers to protect their employees when such things happen.
Ms Brogan for a supplementary.
Alaskan Quarter, and I thank the Minister for her answer there. A recent survey actually by Ulster revealed that 90% of respondents have been assaulted in the last 12 months and 1 in 7 have been physically attacked. And last week it marked Respect to Shop Workers Week. So would the Minister agree that this is an opportune time to consider more legislative protection to act as a deterrent against this behaviour?
Well, I think that there is always an opportunity to reflect, and I think particularly coming out of the COVID pandemic, looking at how shop workers have been going the extra mile in terms of supporting the community, I think it is a good time to reflect on those issues. Not all solutions, however, will be legislative solutions. There may be other solutions that can be implemented much more quickly in terms of, for example, providing better support, providing better reporting mechanisms to the police and to others when offences occur. And I think that there is an issue here around how we as a community treat those who work in the service industries around us. The abuse that I see meted out to people, whether it be in shops or whether it be in restaurants or whatever work they do, to me is just completely unacceptable. When people are there to provide a service for you, you have a duty to behave respectfully in terms of how you engage with them. Falling short of that should be socially unacceptable, not just against the law.
Mr Stuart Dixon.
Thank you very much, Principal Deputy Speaker. Minister, may I ask you for an update on your Tackling Paramilitarism programme?
The purpose of the cross-executive programme is to build safer communities, resilient to paramilitarism, criminality and coercive control. This is important work to end the harm caused to our society by paramilitary groups. Phase 2 of the programme began in April this year and implementation of it continues. The projects within the programme continue to work collaboratively to deal with the harm caused by paramilitary groups and support people and communities to build resilience. The programme has continued to support those most vulnerable in our society throughout the pandemic and continues to promote collaboration and problem solving amongst project partners to deal with coercive control from paramilitary groups. The work to tackle paramilitarism, criminality and organised crime will only succeed if it is supported by political leadership from elected representatives to invoke change and create a society where paramilitarism is resigned to the past. We must lead a way in which empowers communities and promotes participation. That will enable us best to address some of the challenging issues around the scourge of paramilitarism in our society.
Mr Dixon.
Thank you. I appreciate your answer. Minister, one of the most difficult areas to tackle in relation to paramilitary crime is that of money lending. And I'm only too aware in my constituency of East Antrim the corrosive effect that has had on families and on individuals once they get into the cycle of borrowing from paramilitaries within their community. There are excellent community groups like Christians Against Poverty and others who provide a great deal of support. But they too are hampered because when they go to assist a client to repay the debt, the paramilitaries are refusing to accept the funds. Minister, will this programme assist in dealing with this scourge of money lending?
Well, illegal money lending is very much an underreported crime, but one that we know is causing significant harm within communities. It's underreported for a number of reasons: fear of retribution, but also shame of having got involved with paramilitary organisations in order to borrow money. Let me be really clear, there should be no shame involved in those who have borrowed money from individuals in the community who then go on to try to use that indebtedness to abuse that individual and coerce them into activities which they are not interested in. We talk about human trafficking and we talk about victims of human trafficking, but there are many people in our community who are coerced into drug dealing, into prostitution, into allowing their children to be involved in drug dealing in order to support local paramilitary organisations as a result of inability to repay loans. From our research, we know that illegal lenders in the majority of cases are either paramilitaries or are backed by or directed by local paramilitary gangs. This is one of the many ways that paramilitary gangs exploit and harm vulnerable people. The illegal money lending public awareness campaign has been running since June this year, and I would encourage members to look on the Justice Twitter feed, perhaps not on my Twitter feed, unless you want a really depressing read. But you may wish to look at the Justice Twitter feed, because there is some really good material there about money lending. An evaluation process is in place. A baseline pre-campaign survey was conducted in spring 2021, and that will be repeated in spring 2022 to assess its effectiveness. In the current climate, people are experiencing real financial challenges, with the continuing difficulties presented by the pandemic, an end of the furlough scheme and increasing energy and fuel prices. All of this in the run-up to Christmas. This is a challenging time for many people and will make them more vulnerable to the advances from illegal money lenders. So one of the things that we have done in the campaign is to redirect people towards the kind of advice that they need in order to avoid becoming embroiled with illegal money lenders. To keep the focus on the issue, the next phase of the money lending campaign will launch on Monday the 29th of November, and new adverts will run until the end of January 2022. And I would ask members to try and share those and amplify the campaign. It is important for our constituents.
Mr Matthew O'Toole.
Well, Deputy Speaker, I just start my remarks by adding my voice to those standing in solidarity with the Minister condemning the loathsome bullying she had to put up with online. Not to be flippant, her and I have talked in the past about sharing a hair colour and how you have to deal with obnoxious remarks. She is not only well able for it, but she is also a public representative who has shown through the test of time that she won't be bowed by it. Minister, as you know, I represent the most diverse constituency in Northern Ireland, indeed probably the island of Ireland. When I regularly meet with people from the BAME community from different groups, including the week before last, the Sudanese community, what I regularly hear is that they feel that reporting hate crime has become almost pointless. It is a real concern that race hate crime is dramatically underreported in Northern Ireland. Indeed, Patrick Corrigan from Amnesty said recently that this place risks becoming a safe haven for racists. Can I ask the Minister for an update on what she and her department are doing to tackle that?
Well, the member, first of all, I thank him for his solidarity. Us redheads do need to stick together, and it is important to remember that, of course, redheads are also fierce and therefore will not be bowed by such abuse. In terms of the hate crime issue, we are, as you know, looking at Judge Marinen's report. We are trying to take that forward. There are some areas, I think, where we will need to do further consultation, and we intend to do that in the near future. Some of the areas are quite complex in terms of how we actually define the hate crime, whether we have it as an aggravating factor to an existing sentence or whether we define it as a crime in itself. However, once that consultation has concluded, we will then be in a position to make the final policy decisions in that regard, hopefully next year, and to prepare the rest of the hate crime bill for introduction in the next mandate, probably as the second bill in the next mandate after the miscellaneous provisions bill, which I referred to earlier, which will be required as a catch-all for some of the things that had to come out of the current Justice Bill. However, I am hopeful that it is one that will pass this Assembly with good support, because I think that there is ample evidence that people in our community are being subjected to hate crime of many different kinds. I would also encourage people who have the opportunity, who see a hate crime being committed or who are subject to a hate crime, not to lose heart, to report it to the police, and if they are dissatisfied with the response that they get from the police, to then report that to the Ombudsman's office. It should not go unreported, it should not become acceptable, and we should certainly not allow ourselves to become a safe haven for racism.
10 seconds and 10-second response.
The Minister agree with me that consulting early with our BAME communities in order to give them the confidence that this place is not going to be forever a safe haven for racists as we introduce this bill is critical?
Yes.
And that's the way to do it. Gold star. Members, that concludes questions to the Minister for Justice. If members would just take their ease to allow for a change at the top table, we'll then move on to the next item of business. Thank you.
I now call Mr Jim Allister to resume moving the amendment and addressing the other amendments in the group. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. Before lunch, I was dealing primarily with the backstory to these amendments and highlighting the fact that what I'm seeking to do was what the Assembly thought it had done, and in fact had done in 2015, but was thwarted by the Department taking upon itself the decision to defy the Assembly and never to make a commencement order in respect of the changes that was made. And certainly.
I thank the member for giving way. I suppose the member would take into account the fact that the 2015 legislation, of course, couldn't be commenced because of the elections in 2016. He may also remember that shortly after the elections in 2016, we had the collapse of the Assembly and elections in 2017. We had a 3-year hiatus during that period, and so really the only opportunity for this legislation to have been commenced was since last year, 2020. And of course, in light of the evidence which was placed before me, I believe that it was better to revisit the issue than simply to commence the legislation which was already on the books, because I don't believe that it would have served the purpose either of the original intention or indeed the subsequent reports which had emerged during that time.
I do have to say to the Minister, the date of royal assent for the 2015 bill, which made it the Act, was the 24th of July 2015. The Assembly continued to sit until the January 2017. So there was an 18-month period during which commencement orders could have been made. And in a moment, the explanation, such as it is that the Minister has just given, is of course totally different to the explanation apparently given to the committee as reflected in paragraph 69 of the report. But yes, I'll give way.
Well, first of all, the member again ignores the fact that there was between 2017 and 2015 a further 2016 election. So there was a hiatus actually in this Assembly in 2016. So it's not true to say that it sat the entire way through. And it is also not the case that legislation can be commenced swiftly, particularly in such a technical area. Even the passing of this legislation will not lead to immediate commencement. There is preparatory work and operationalisation that needs to be done in terms of any bill being able to be commenced. So it is not unusual for it to take, for example, a year. It's likely to take a year to get the commencement of the Domestic Abuse and Civil Proceedings Act underway, and that is one which had unanimous support in this House. So I think that the conspiracy theories are perhaps best left for others, and we should focus on the content of the debate.
That would be helpful now we've had our bit of chronology, so thank you.
Yes, well, even to take the Minister's offer of a year and to take out the 2016 election, there certainly was more than a year of Executive and Assembly sitting between July 15 and January 17. And we've been back now almost 2 years. The Minister never, or her predecessor, never even thought to come to this House to say this House in 2015 passed certain legislation, but for the following reasons it hasn't been commenced. This House was kept in the dark. Kept in the dark. Never once did the Minister come to this House and give an explanation as to why she wasn't moving a commencement order. And when her officials gave evidence to the committee, if the committee report is an accurate reflection, then there was no talk about we didn't have time. It was that we changed our mind because 3 wise men in Fresh Start decided it would be better to do something else. Why, well, but the Minister will have opportunity.
It's incredibly difficult, Mr. Deputy Speaker, to understand how one could claim that this House was kept in the dark. I have announced my legislative programme, updated on my legislative programme, set out my legislative programme, brought forward legislation to the House, gone through the first stage of this bill, the second stage of this bill, and it has gone through committee stage. No one has been in the dark in this process. And to be clear, the explanation set out by my department is accurate. There was, as I said in my original intervention, subsequent reports and interventions by others which made it all the more important that we revisit this issue. So, as I said, there is no conspiracy here, neither is there any lack of transparency. I think the members should be careful about insinuating that there has been.
Well, one would have thought, Deputy Speaker, that if what the Minister is now saying is the full story, then the explanatory and financial memorandum would have made that clear. It doesn't even mention the fact that the commencement order was never moved. Now, whatever way you look at this, we're in a situation where 6.5 years ago this Assembly decided what the law should be on this subject. Then, despite that, the Department, who seem to think they're above this House, decided, because some others had taken a different view, we'll not bother with that. And 6.5 years later, here we are, with me reading out a law that was approved by this House 6.5 years ago and never actioned. One just wonders how many other commencement orders have never been made in respect of legislation passed by this House. But so as it's clear as to what my amendments would do, they would reinstate what is in Article 29A. And I want to take a little time, because I was rushed just before lunch, in explaining practically what that would mean. That would mean that the vast majority of committal proceedings would not be by preliminary investigation. In other words, no evidence would be called. And that if an accused thought it appropriate to seek to have evidence called, then under Article 29A(2), the accused may apply to the court for direction that a preliminary investigation be held. But it's not there for the asking. Under 29A, the court then has to weigh the matter and determine it on the question of whether or not that would be in the interests of justice. And in determining whether it be in the interests of justice, 29(5)(a)(5) lays down the very clear tests. And this is what the magistrate has to be persuaded of. The onus is on the accused. He has to bring the magistrate to the point of believing that oral evidence would be in the interests of justice. And the tests are, in determining that, to have regard to the nature of the offence. So there could be a distinction between maybe a sexual offence, a violent offence, a non-violent offence. The nature of the offence has to be put into the balance. And one's conscious that there are people concerned about the victims of sexual offences, for example, that their interests are particularly regarded. Not only does it say in 29A(5) that the judge must take into account the nature of the offence, but it also says the interests of the persons likely to be witnesses. So it's both the nature of the offence and the frailty or otherwise of the witness. And it's only if the magistrate is persuaded that, taking those things into account, nonetheless, it's in the interest of justice to hear oral evidence, that oral evidence is ever heard. Now, that does not seem to me to be an imposition too far. Indeed, the 2015 resolution was a compromise in itself. very much a compromise in itself. And then we arrived at a situation which was acceptable to this House, where the nature of the accused, of the witness, and the nature of the offence were determinant issues in weighing up what was in the interests of justice. Yes?
Thank you, Member, for giving way. And just on that very point that you've talked about, and that is Article 29A(2), the accused may apply for a court for direction. And then you outline quite clearly as well that under Section 5A, the court will then make a decision. What happens if the court makes a decision and says no to that request? Is there, or do you foresee a right of appeal then? And would that slow the process down?
No, I think it's quite clear that you have to get a direction from the court, from the magistrate's court. You have to require a direction for oral evidence to be heard. So no, I don't anticipate that there's any appeal provision within that. Well, I suppose you could have. There's a breed of appeal called case stated, which is a particular type of appeal, where if you want to argue that the judge got the law wrong on something, you can cause him to state a case to the higher court. But there isn't a rerun appeal, such as you would have if you're convicted in the petty sessions of theft. You have a right of appeal to the county court, etc. You wouldn't have that right of appeal, would be my understanding. And you could only get the oral evidence on foot of a direction obtained through all those hurdles. So the purpose of these amendments are to bring us back to where we thought we were in 2015 in respect of that compromise. Then the question arises, well, why does it matter? Well, committal proceedings, we need to understand, are an integral part of the whole trial process. When you say that you have a right to a fair hearing under Article 6 of the European Convention, that encompasses both the final hearing and the committal hearing and everything in between, and indeed some things before it. So the process has to meet the Article 6 test. And it's not a process which is likely to be abused, because if you take, before we even got to this point in the law, if you take the year 2014, of all the committals that were made, there were only 74 out of hundreds and thousands which went by preliminary investigation. It's a minuscule amount. And of those 74, 18 of them resulted in the person not being returned for trial. In other words, the magistrate threw it out on the foot of the evidence at that time. The rest went on to trial. Of course, the corollary of that is that the public purse was saved the cost of 18 trials, a not insignificant thing. But the whole idea of a committal process is to see, is there a case, is there a prima facie case? That's the test. The ultimate end of the criminal process, there can only be guilt beyond all reasonable doubt. But for a committal, all you have to do is show there is a prima facie case, much, much lower threshold. And of course, the reason why many people are quite content with a return on the papers by way of PE is quite simply either they want to get to the court, to the Crown Court as quickly as possible, get it over with, or they might know full well they've no answer to this, so there's no point in quibbling over it, or they might decide, I do quibble over some of this evidence, but I'm going to keep my powder dry, as it were, until I got to the Crown Court. I'm not going to give the prosecution a dry run at this. So there are all sorts of reasons why preliminary investigations and the calling of evidence are very small in number. But they are still it's still an important right to be able to call evidence, I would suggest. And really, what this comes down to at the end of the day is, does this House think it right that where a judge says it's in the interest of justice that evidence should be heard at a preliminary stage, knowing it's in a very small number of cases, does this House think it right that nonetheless we should eschew the interests of justice and we should say no, there will be no evidence heard because of our ideology that we don't do that, such as seems to prevail in the Department of Justice? Or do we think that there is nothing wrong with a fail-safe that says if a magistrate is persuaded that it's in the interest of justice to hear evidence, then it should be heard. And he then decides, having heard the evidence, whether the case reaches the threshold of a prima facie case. Just say one other thing. Otherwise, everyone in this country who in those circumstances goes on trial, if you have no committal process with a capacity for oral evidence, everyone who goes on trial on the foot of statements that have never even been sworn by the deponents, never mind tested. And remember what a set of preliminary inquiry papers are. They're a collection of the statements of the complainants, etc. They rarely are the words of the complainant. They are invariably the product of the police officer talking to the complainant and putting in the policeman's words the complainant's story. And that then is typed up, presented as preliminary inquiry papers, and never sworn. On that basis, a citizen is returned for trial. And then in some cases, courtesy of the Gillen changes, depending on the nature of the charge and the nature of the witness, you can have a situation where that witness is only allowed to be asked the questions that the judge approves. You have to hand in the questions you're going to ask. If the judge says, no, you can't ask that, you can't ask it. So you can have a really impossible situation where someone's returned on trial without sworn evidence, on the papers, statements effectively written by police officers and assented to by the complainant, and then when they even get to trial, there's no free and open cross-examination because the questions are limited on the approval of the judge. That's where we've got ourselves to in this province in regard to some of these matters. And I'm saying the very least we should do is to build into that system the protection that if an accused can persuade a magistrate that it's in the interest of justice to hear some of the evidence, to decide if it passes the test, if it's worth a trial, then we should have that provision. Rather than saying, no, 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 what are we scared of in terms of allowing evidence to be tested? What is it that we think is not desirable that we subject something to an interest of justice test? And I think that's the question the House has to grapple with in regard to this matter. So what I'm proposing is very modest. It is the least that I believe is possible, and it is not something which I would have thought anyone should have any difficulties with, because the test of it all is it in the interest of justice? Are we not interested in the interest of justice? Do we not trust our magistrates to decide what's in the interest of justice? If we don't, that's another matter. But if we do, then what is there to lose in this approach? So I say to this House, it's time to return to the compromise of 2015 and to embrace that within this bill. And that is why I have tabled Amendments 1 and 2. And I say to this House that if Amendments 1 and 2 are accepted, then I will not need to oppose that clauses 1 and 2 stand apart, because they have been satisfactorily amended. So the choice I'm putting to the House is to restore ourselves to the 2015 position. I think it's rational, I think it's reasonable, I think it's right. My other amendment, Amendment 4, is a corollary to Amendments 1 and 2. It would be necessary to adjust the schedule by removing paragraph 18, because paragraph 18 seeks to repeal Section 7 of the 2015 Act, which brought in Article 29A, etc. So I'll leave it there, Deputy Speaker. I trust I've made it clear what the ambition is. I think it's a modest ambition, but I think it's a worthwhile ambition, and it's something that I would even have hoped that the Minister could embrace as being in the interest of justice.
I call the chairperson of the Committee for Justice, Mr. Mervyn Storey.
Thank you, Mr. Deputy Speaker. And before addressing the amendments, with your indulgence, I wish to make some general remarks about the bill in the capacity as chair of the Justice Committee. And I pay tribute to my predecessor, now the First Minister, who at that stage was the chair of the committee, and the work of his colleagues at that occasion in relation to the preparation of the report. The committee supports the bill, which will remove the need for victims and witnesses to give general evidence pre-Crown Court trial by providing for the abolition of preliminary investigations and mixed committals. It also seeks to give more cases to the Crown Court more quickly by expanding the range of evidence to which direct committal will apply, and makes a number of technical amendments to smooth the committal process. The bill is deemed to be a step forward in the Department's aim for abolishing the traditional committal process entirely, and the committee is of the view that the phased approach being taken is an appropriate one. As the then committee chair outlined during the second stage debate on the principles of the bill, there has been many calls for reform, or indeed eradication of the committal process over recent years, in addition to the length of time it takes for cases to progress through the criminal justice system. One of the key concerns of the process is the impact that it has on victims and on witnesses, who may be required to give oral evidence at the committal stage as well as the trial itself. The experience of giving oral evidence can be traumatic, particularly under cross-examination, and has a significant impact. This bill should improve the experience of victims and witnesses, as they will not be required to do this twice for the same case. Following the second stage, the committee published the media signposting notice in the main newspapers inviting written evidence in the bill, as well as writing to a range of key stakeholders, and some 16 written submissions were received. The then Lord Chief Justice, Sir Declan Morgan, also provided a very useful commentary on a number of issues on behalf of the judiciary. The committee took oral evidence from the Bar of Northern Ireland, the Law Society, the Public Prosecution Service, and the issues raised in the written and oral evidence were explored with the Department of Justice, both in writing and in oral evidence sessions. The committee also sought the advice of the examiner of statutory rules on whether the range of powers within the bill to make subordinate legislation are appropriate, and commissioned 2 research papers on the reform of the criminal justice process in other jurisdictions and statutory time limits to assist consideration of the issues highlighted in the evidence. The committee considered the provisions of the bill and the issues raised at 15 meetings before agreeing its report on the bill at its meeting on the 10th of June 2021. Can I thank those members of the committee for their contribution to the robust and careful scrutiny of the bill and the issues raised in the evidence during the committee stage. I also want to thank the organisations who provided their helpful written evidence, particularly representatives of those organisations that attended to provide oral evidence. Their contributions greatly assisted our understanding of the committal reform process in general and the changes that this bill will implement. I also want to record the committee's thanks to the departmental officials who provided additional information and clarification, both in writing and in oral evidence during the process. The committee also appreciates the support and the assistance provided by the Assembly staff, including research of the Examiner Statute Rules, communications, broadcasting and the staff from Hansard, who all played an important role in supporting the committee to undertake its legislative scrutiny role in general and the committee stage of the bill in particular. And finally, I want to thank the committee team who have supported the committee not just to complete the committee stage of the bill, but at the same time progress the damages return on investment bill and the protection from stalking bill, as we are also under consideration by the committee during that period. Mr Deputy Speaker, may assist the Assembly's consideration of the amendments to clauses 1 and 2 and to the schedule that have been brought forward by Mr Alister if I briefly outline the committee's consideration of the provisions in the bill which he has already referred to. One of the stated aims of the bill is that it will help to speed up justice and reduce delay in the criminal justice system. There were conflicting views in the written and oral evidence received on whether it will have a noticeable impact in this regard, and concerns were expressed that it will simply shift delays from one part of the system to another part. The committee believes that the early engagement between all parties and the effective case management procedures are vital, and it is essential that the necessary frameworks and resources are in the right place to prevent delays being shifted in this way and to actually make a material reduction in the time taken for cases to be completed. The committee is not convinced that this bill itself is the silver bullet, but rather views it as one of the elements of a wider programme of work required to speed up the justice system. There are clearly issues in other stages in the process. Data from the department indicates that much of the delay comes at the earlier stages before the case reaches court, which illustrates the need for more robust investigatory and disclosure processes. It is vital, therefore, that any reallocation of resources is not focused solely on the courts, but encompasses the early stages in the process. Despite the aims of this bill in terms of reducing delay, the committee remains concerned at the time taken for cases to progress through the criminal justice system, as an issue that has been evidenced for a considerable number of years without any demonstrable progress being made. We have therefore indicated that we want to receive regular reports on the specific impact of this bill on reducing overall delay in the criminal justice system. Notwithstanding the questions over whether or not the bill will have an impact in delays in the system, the majority of those who responded to the committee's call for evidence expressed support for the bill and for the removal of oral evidence at committal stage. Reference was made to the impact that it had on victims and witnesses and the additional stress and anxiety caused by the potential of having to give evidence twice. Instead of testing evidence to determine if there is a prima facie case, some also contended that it was used as a tactic to test the resilience of a victim, and the then Lord Chief Justice Sir Declan Morgan noted that a number of judges had expressed concern that it may occasionally be used in this way. The committee also wants to see consideration being given to capturing how legislation improves the experiences of victims and witnesses once enacted. The main concerns with the bill came from the Law Society and the Bar of Northern Ireland, who raised a number of issues which are relevant to the amendments that we are considering, including whether there is a need to abolish oral evidence at committal stage completely or instead apply the interest of justice tests provided in the Justice Act 2015, the impact of the abolition of oral evidence and the right to a fair trial, the removal of preliminary investigations and the mixed committals as a filter for weak or vexatious prosecutions. Under the provisions of the 2015 Act, the accused can be directly transferred to the Crown Court for the trial in certain circumstances without the need for a traditional committal hearing. The Justice Bill, as it was introduced at the time, also sought to abolish oral evidence at committal stage, but was amended by the Assembly to provide for oral evidence to be called if a judge was satisfied that it was in the interest of justice to do so, as we have heard from Mr Alistair. In the course of its scrutiny of this bill, the committee ascertained that the interest of justice provisions in the 2015 Act had never been formally commenced, and appreciates that concerns have been expressed around this. The committee sought an explanation from the Department regarding the reasons why these were not commenced and requested clarification and information on the other issues and concerns that have been outlined. The committee also requested further information from the Department on the Criminal Procedure Bill in the Republic of Ireland, which will introduce pre-trial hearings in that jurisdiction, and how it compares to the position currently in Northern Ireland, and as changed by the bill, and also asked that this be specifically covered in the research paper. Details of the committee's consideration of these issues are set out in the report on the bill. The committee was unable to assess the validity of the assertions made and the evidence received that the interest of justice test as provided for in the 2015 Act would appropriately safeguard the rights of all parties given it was never enacted, but noted the recommendations from a number of reviews and reports calling for the implementation of direct committal. The committee was also advised that a defendant's right to a fair trial is not compromised by the removal of preliminary investigations or mixed committals, as those rights are secured at the trial stage of the criminal proceedings. In weighing up the small number of cases that the interest of justice test may apply to against the thematic effect that the requirements to give oral evidence pre-trial may have on victims and witnesses, the committee concluded that the removal of oral evidence at committal stage will provide victims and witnesses with the reassurance that they will not have to give oral evidence or be subject to cross-examination twice. As the Lord Chief Justice advised, it is difficult to argue for the retention of the process by which a small number of cases may be eliminated when considered against the risk of an injurious impact on victims and added delay to case progression, which not only affects victims and witnesses but also defendants, who may spend a significant period of time in custody awaiting trial. Deputy Speaker, having considered the evidence received, the committee agreed that it was content with the provisions in the bill as currently drafted and did not seek to make any amendments to them. Turning to Amendment 3, after its consideration of the bill was completed, the committee was advised by the Minister of her intention to bring forward an amendment to the bill to make a small change, and this is Amendment 3. As it currently stands in the bill, any request for a legal aid certificate to the Crown Court can only be made after evidence has been shared with the court. To prevent any delay in providing legal representation for the defendant, the proposed amendment will ensure that the legal aid certificate can be applied for at any stage after the case is directly committed to the Crown Court. The committee noted the rationale for the proposed amendment and the draft text of the amendment at its meeting on the 14th of October. I conclude my comments, Mr Deputy Speaker, as the Chair of the Justice Committee, and turn now to a few comments as a member of this House and also of my own party. And can I thank the previous Speaker in relation to the detail that he has given in relation to the amendments. And I think that we should give respect to the experience that he brings to these particular matters, given his long history and association with things legal. And I do have to say that from our party's perspective, we fully support the aims of tackling avoidable delay within the criminal justice system. I don't think there's anybody in this House would argue that that is a commendable thing to seek to achieve, because we all know the trauma that victims can go through when there is delay in seeking to get to an end conclusion. And particularly, there is a pressing need to remove existing barriers to more efficient and timely court proceedings. This will benefit victims first and foremost, but also ensure that accused have access to fair and to an expeditious trial. We take on board the points made by the member for Northampton, because there is a need to ensure that the step change in relation to committal proceedings does not dilute the principles of justice or lead to otherwise weak cases being brought to trial in the Crown Court. We support the amendments, therefore, to protect the principles of the preliminary investigations in these distinct cases where a defendant seeks to claim a trial by jury. And I think that the point has already been made in regards to this House, and how many times have, while it's far from being perfect in its construct, it is what we have. And therefore, how many a time in the past have we not heard members on other issues speak about the primacy of what the Assembly has said? I may differ with them on what that particular issue may be, because either my party or others weren't able to secure the votes in the particular debate. But this, for what it's worth, in terms of the weakness of a five-party mandatory coalition, has been and is the House that has been appointed to bring forward legislation. And so, when we get to the situation, I have to say I share the concern, and maybe that's putting it mildly, that when this House, even, and it was good to hear the member use the word compromise, it's not something that he's given to do or given to use. However, it is part of the process here where we try to come to an agreed position. When that was done, and there was a settled will of this Assembly, for some reason, and I heard the Minister's interventions, and I'm not convinced. And the reason why I'm not convinced is because of another piece of material that we have in terms of, there is a report that the member referred to in relation to paragraph 69 of the Justice Committee's report into this, but also in a clause-by-clause document that explains the response by the Department to the particular clauses of the bill. It says in that particular document, in regards to the various comments that were made for the Bar of Northern Ireland, through the Justice Bill in 2015, the Department previously sought to abolish the opinion to hear oral evidence from victims and witnesses at a committal hearing. The experience of giving sometimes traumatic oral evidence, particularly under cross-examination, at both committal hearing and then again at the Crown Court. However, this did not receive sufficient support, didn't receive support at all, and instead an amendment was made that ensured oral evidence could only be called if a judge was satisfied that the interests of justice required. Then it says this, however, not in 2017, not in 2018, but in 2016, the three wise men, and I know we're heading towards Christmas, but I didn't think that we were going to get to it that soon. However, the three-person panel appointed by the Executive to report on the strategy for disbanding paramilitary groups recommended the Department of Justice should bring forward draft legislation for further committal reform proceedings to remove the need for oral evidence before the trial. Now, I have to say that no account seems to have been taken then by either the Executive or by the Department in regards to what had been approved and agreed in this House. So it is for those reasons. Yes?
I thank the member for giving way, and of course it would be wrong to say that no account was taken of what was agreed in this House, because in fact a programme board had been set up by the Department in order to take through the commencement of the 2015 Act. But the reality is that when the Fresh Start report was published, it wasn't just by 3 individuals. It was accepted and an action plan produced by all 5 parties in the executive, and that was further reinforced by a commitment to committal reform as part of the NDNA agreement. So it wasn't the case that the department ignored the decision that the House had made in 2015, but that was overtaken by the decision made by the executive and your own party with respect to how this would move forward, and therefore it would not have made sense for the department to do committal reform potentially twice. And so the effort that was being invested in bringing forward the committal reform from 2015 was redirected towards that which the executive had agreed and indeed reinforced its commitment to in 2020.
And I thank the Minister for giving us that explanation. However, I don't think, well, it raises a further question as to what is it that takes primacy. Is it the executive or is it this House? Is it what was enacted or is it subsequent political agreements? And yes, the Minister's right in terms of it is a 5-party mandatory coalition, but having given consideration to this over and having come to this, because I wasn't part of these deliberations at the time, but I have subsequent been moved to take up the position that I have now in terms of Chair of the Justice Committee, and having given it consideration, I do believe that there is merit in what is being said in relation to this House. And I don't think that redirecting whether it was an NDNA or in any other document to go in some other way with limited reference to what happened in this House in 2015. If you read through the committee report, it is pretty light what was given by the department as to the reasons as to why the 2015 piece of legislation wasn't enacted. And I think the member has also answered that in regards to the timescale. And if you look at the timescale, there surely was ample time for the legislation that had been approved by this House to be enacted. The Minister has provided, and maybe we could move on to say this as well, because I think this is important. The Minister provided assurance about the capacity for evidence to be tested at an early stage in the Crown Court in the absence of preliminary investigations or mixed committal. This will need to be watched very closely going forward. However, on balance, I think that it is important that we strike, in terms of these amendments, the balance in trying to reinstate what was approved and also give progress to the bill. So this is not about someone could make the allegation that these amendments are about wrecking the bill. That is not. I don't think that that is the intention of what the member has when these amendments have been laid. And I don't take from anything that he has said in this House. I have to say I've heard the member on many previous occasions in this House. If he wants to wreck something, he's the person that can dismantle. But I don't get that sense from him in the House today that that's the reason or what he's about. So I think it's also striking that the independent review of terrorism legislation made some observations in his latest report. Compared to the rest of the United Kingdom, the slow pace of procedure, heaviness of criminal proceedings in Northern Ireland has a deleterious impact on the use of terrorism legislation. Individuals accused of terrorism offences either risk spending unacceptably long time on remand waiting for trial or are released on bail despite the seriousness of the offences which they are accused. And the Special Advocate Support Offices are used in other parts of the UK to minimise risk of hearings being delayed, but these don't apply to Northern Ireland. So I think that's just one other aspect of the caseload, but it underlines the deep and far-reaching challenges facing our criminal justice system. And no one should therefore estimate the challenges the Minister and her department has. However, on the balance of those comments and what has gone previously, it would be our intention as a party to support the amendments 1 and 2. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Sorry, Alaskan Quarter. At this point, I too want to express my thanks and appreciation to the committee staff for getting us to this stage. Sinn Féin will support the bill as is currently drafted and will support the Justice Minister's Amendment 3. Amendment 3 is a small technical amendment to the bill following an issue raised by the Office for Legislative Counsel. This will ensure that legal aid certificates can be issued in a quicker time, which will in turn ensure that there are no delays in providing legal representation for the defendant. We are happy to support this. Sinn Féin will oppose Jim Allister's amendments, which are an attempt to obstruct the primary objectives of this bill in order to preserve the status quo. The same status quo which has helped lead us to a failing criminal justice system, which has led to constant delays to justice and which report after report tells us has failed victims. Amendments 1, 2 and 4 go completely against the principles of this bill, which is to speed up justice and to better protect victims and witnesses. They attempt to preserve aspects of the 2015 legislation which first sought to deal with the issue of committal reform, despite the landscape changing significantly since then. The Committal Reform Bill presents an opportunity to usher in a new era for the criminal justice system by setting in motion a process to eradicate the outdated and unnecessary committal process. The primary objective of this bill is to improve the operation of the criminal justice system by reforming committal proceedings, which in the procedure used to determine whether there is sufficient evidence available to justify putting a person on trial in the Crown Court. We know that it is the Department's aim in the longer term to eradicate the traditional process entirely, and this is an aim which Sinn Féin supports. The Audit Office said in its 2018 Speeding Up Justice report that committal reform is an urgent necessity in terms of cutting delay in the justice system. This sentiment has been backed up in a number of hugely important reports, such as the Fresh Start Panel report, the Gillen Review of Serious Sexual Offence Cases and a number of Sagini reports. Further still, it was a key commitment under the New Decade New Approach deal, and it remains one that we are committed to. But this is not just about speeding up the justice system, because we are all acutely aware of the difficulties and challenges faced by often vulnerable victims and witnesses of serious crimes, as they attempt to navigate the daunting and intimidating criminal justice system, particularly in cases such as rape or serious sexual assault. We know how difficult and traumatising it can be for victims to be cross-examined under oath at Crown Court, so it is inexcusable that the current system allows for victims to be double traumatised by having to go through this process twice. But worse than that, we know that the associated stress, anxiety and fear that is faced by these victims is only compounded by the fact that around a third of people who requested a preliminary inquiry or a mixed committal hearing reverted to written-only evidence on the day of that hearing. We know that committal reform is supported by all the key criminal justice organisations and has the support of the Office of the Chief Justice. The system is being abused and it's time to get this piece of work done. We support the bill and oppose the amendments.
Thank you,
Mr Speaker. And as the SDLP's member on the Justice Committee, I stand to support the Criminal Justice Committal Reform Bill. The primary objective of the bill is to improve the operation of the criminal justice system by reforming committal proceedings. As the explanatory and financial memorandum recognises, the process of oral hearings and being cross-examined before the case is ever presented to the Crown Court can have a significant impact on victims and witnesses who have to give often traumatic evidence more than once. The wrong that is being served to victims and witnesses during this period of committal is in itself a wrong worth fixing, in our view, in legislation, and the arguments made for this are clearly evidenced in the Gillen Report 2019. But also, in addition to these considerations, are often cumbersome nature of these hearings. It's cited that the oral evidence can also be lengthy, with hearings lasting up to 1 or 2 days, but problems are often experienced in organising witnesses to attend, which can lead to adjournments, an increase in delay and in the Magistrates' Court before the case is ever sent to the Crown Court. The SDLP therefore endeavours to support the need to safeguard witnesses and victims, while also aiming to streamline more efficiently the judicial process and remove any additional costs that arise from the consequence of delays. The thinking that is underpinned in this legislation comes from the Fresh Start panel of 2016, the 2018 Northern Ireland Audit Office report, the 2018 Sagini report, Northern Ireland Without Witness report, the 2019 Gillen review, and also the 2020 New Decade New Approach. And during our scrutiny of this bill at committee stage, we satisfied ourselves that the objectives of taking a significant step in safeguarding witnesses and victims within the justice system can be delivered by expanding the list of offences for direct committal, as does the removal of preliminary investigations which are based on oral evidence. This is a welcome development that weeds out some of the trauma and intimidation that can risk access to justice. We also recognise how the lag in the committal reform process can add to the delay in case resolution, but I remain to be convinced that the effect of this bill to speed up criminal justice is likely to be as effective. I base these concerns on the basis that we have heard evidence how operational difficulties such as work on phone triage and technical work required ahead of presenting evidence remain significant blockages in the system, and therefore it is unlikely that the removal of committal will result in a sudden, steady flow of cases through the Crown Court. Indeed, without a serious eye to the commissioning of resources, I believe there is a high possibility that a bottleneck situation could be created at the entry level of the Crown Court. The SDLP support the bill as it is in a positive next step in reforming the justice system. But we do so keeping an open mind to the fact that the new judicial landscape will take some time to become embedded. When weighing up any loss in value derived from the committal process in these cases listed against the empowering nature of this reform can have on supporting victims and witnesses, we believe it is in the interest of justice to proceed. Having considered, however, the amendments in front of us today, and I am not entirely unsympathetic to their objective, as the Chair of the Committee has already stated, I do not believe the member is bringing forward those amendments to break the bill. And I do believe that there is an important principle has been played out on this floor in terms of when a judgment has been made by this House that any department should act on it. And I have heard the Minister's chronological explanation of why that did not happen, but I do see that there was a window of time where it could have happened. That said, I have to ask myself the question, had that piece been commenced, would I look at these amendments in a different light? And I know they're presented in a way to suggest that they had been commenced, and the member proposing them did give reason for that. So, having looked at these, and I can assure the member moving this amendment, it's in my very nature not to turn out anything before I'm satisfied that it couldn't be reused or fit for purpose, and I have a utility room at home that will give evidence to that. But these proposals, when they arrived in front of me, I had to ask the question, in one hand, we are doing everything and correctly doing everything we can to safeguard a cohort of people that we really recognise as being perhaps uncomfortable inside the justice system at the very least. And in doing that, then we look at an amendment that seeks, and on my reading of the legislation that it seeks to preserve, it gives a very wide caveat that it is in the judgment of the magistrate to decide across all cases which may be in the interest of justice to proceed using the preliminary, the inquiry. Now, that's exactly the opposite to what we're trying to do. So I think one hand is going in one direction, and this piece of legislation takes us to a very different place. That said, I do also, and I'm mindful of, that in the south of Ireland, the government are consciously contemplating at this moment in time the introduction of preliminary hearings in an effort to speed up their justice system. And the Minister there, Helen McAtee, has been noting the stressful effect that delays across all parties, particularly on victims and witnesses, can have. So the wording of the legislation that the amendment seeks to preserve, in my reading, contains too wide of a discretion for the courts and could significantly undermine the safeguarding work contained in the bill in front of us. The SDLP are passionately supportive of safeguarding these protections for victims and witnesses and must assure ourselves that any proposals or efforts to seek the retention or the reintroduction of anything that resembles a committal process at any time must have tailored inbuilt protections for those victims and those witnesses who we are trying to safeguard today. And we believe that these amendments, as proposed, they do not do that. They open the goalposts far too wide, and it creates a problem. So whilst I do appreciate the intent behind them, and I can see where the member is coming from in moving them, unfortunately, in this current state, we are not in any position to support them. So in conclusion, Mr Speaker, the SDLP will be supporting the bill today and Amendment 3, but we will be opposing Amendments 1, 2 and 4. Thank you.
I call Doug Beattie.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. I think we're all agreed that our criminal justice system is far too slow. That undermines justice. It makes it really difficult to keep witnesses focused and able to maintain the ability to act as witnesses, and public confidence is being undermined also because of our slow justice system. I mean, we're giving bail to people with serious accusations against them and charges against them because the system is far too slow to deal with that. And the people seeing that, it just undermines it, and they think our criminal justice system isn't working, which is not particularly true. So the aim of this bill is to try and speed up that criminal justice system, and it's not just about getting justice at the end of the day quicker, because that's important for the victims, of course, but it's important for society as well to see that justice happens, and justice happens in a timely manner. And you could follow justice in Northern Ireland through its processes compared to justice in other places in the United Kingdom, and you will see that it's far slower. So this bill, for me, is about speeding up that justice process and protecting witnesses, and I think that's important, and that's the intent. What I would say, Mr Speaker, is very rarely will I come into a debate where I haven't particularly made up my mind, where I'm listening to what people are having to say in order to decide on which way I will go, one way or the other. And I have listened intently to what's being said. And in the amendments and the trying to revive Article 29A from 2015, and I get all the nuances about why it didn't come in and it should have come in, and that's fine. We can look back to 2015 if we wish. But trying to revive 29A as an escape valve, I think is absolutely laudable. I think it is perfectly right to bring that forward for debate here, and I think it's actually a good and sensible amendment to bring forward. But I look at that in contrast to what I'm trying to achieve. Are we trying to speed up the system in order to get justice quicker, in order to help victims? And does this amendment then in some ways slow it down? And playing the one off the other, I think it does. And I did ask Mr Alistair about the accused may apply for a direction for a preliminary investigation, and he was quite right when he outlined the circumstances, and the court would make a ruling on that. But my concern is that it would still take time and take an awful lot of time, and if more and more people did it, then it would clog up the system. So I do have concerns, and I think yeah, of course, yes.
Surely past experience shows that very few people seek to go down the preliminary investigation route. And does the Assembly not have to answer a question? Is expedition in those few cases more important than justice? Because by rejecting these amendments, the Assembly would be running away from making front and centre the interests of justice in those cases. Can that be right?
I think there's 2 points in that. As we need to try and future-proof stuff. So whether it may be a small number who are putting in for it now, that's not to say that that will be still a small number in the years to come. And you know, if you have a belief in our justice system, then that justice can be delivered at the Crown Courts. It doesn't have to just be delivered within these preliminary investigations. That doesn't mean that if you take that away, that justice is not being served. I still feel that justice is being served. But I guess the whole point is, and it's been said earlier, I just think that the amendment is too wide. And that is my concern, and it's my only concern, I have to say, and that is that it would undermine the very reason that we're putting this bill forward in order to speed up justice. And that is my only concern. I think it is a valid, absolutely it is a valid amendment, but unfortunately it is not an amendment that I can support, and I will be supporting the bill as drafted. That is not supporting amendments 1, 2 or 4, but supporting Amendment 3. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call Stuart Dixon.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker. And like others, I welcome the opportunity to debate the consideration stage of this committal reform bill today. It greatly improves and modernises our justice system, as others have said, and it will hopefully deliver an enhanced victims' experience by accelerating justice and ensuring that the taxpayer also receives value for money. This bill has taken into account the recommendations from the Fresh Start Agreement, the Gillen Review and the Northern Ireland Audit Office. It will end the need to give pre-trial oral evidence at the committal hearing, which unfortunately can be a traumatic experience for victims of justice. More than this, if we don't address this issue now, people in Northern Ireland will continue to be affected by a long drawn-out system and indeed delays in the system, which evaluates costs for little tangible gain. It's worth noting, Deputy Speaker, that the committal process was abolished in England and Wales a number of years ago. I don't believe that there are any substantive reports that indicate that what happened as a consequence of that caused any detriment. So, Deputy Speaker, I support the bill and the amendment brought forward by the Department, which, although technical, refers to the issues of legal aid certification. But I cannot support the subsequent amendments from Mr Allister, which aim to revert provisions already legislated before in 2015. And we've heard the Minister explain why that change with regards to that has not happened. Committal reform has been on the agenda for quite some time now. In fact, much of this process was started by a previous Justice Minister, David Ford. He began with an ambitious programme for reform when he was Justice Minister, and the Minister today is continuing that tradition in reforming and improving our current system. This bill is a vital step towards reforming the justice system, and it will improve it for the defendant, the victim and the taxpayer. It will ensure the process is faster, their rights are respected, and in doing so will build confidence in our justice system and how it serves all of the people of Northern Ireland. I will.
I thank the member for giving way, and I have to say, always I'm concerned in this House whenever we talk in majorative terms about it will give greater return for the taxpayer, and this is going to dramatically speed up the justice process. I think there's a realisation that we have to have. My understanding is that currently in remand there are over 600 people in remand. We are not seeing the system speeding up. We are not seeing the outcomes even going back to what was proposed by the previous Justice Minister. So I think that sometimes we have to anchor some of these reforms and what I'd said previously in relation to not only just one element, but a wider piece of work, including other elements of the judicial process, so that we do get better outcomes. And I think that, if it was grounded in that sense of reality, recognising that number of people who currently, and that's only one aspect of the judicial system, that's a huge cost to the taxpayer. Over 600 people at this minute in time in our jails in remand.
Deputy Speaker, thank the member for the intervention. I just simply don't disagree, but I'll defer to the Minister.
I thank my colleague for giving way. I mean, there are two things that I would just wish to put on record, if I may, in terms of the earlier intervention by the committee chair. The first is that prior to COVID we were seeing improvements in terms of throughput of the criminal justice system. In fact, we had seen, I think, around an 11% increase in the number of cases being cleared. The issue, of course, is that with COVID we now have a backlog to clear in addition to trying to speed up justice, and so there are genuine challenges there, and I hope that he will support me as I make bids to continue to be able to invest in the criminal justice system. The second thing is that no one is arguing that this is the silver bullet which will unlock everything in the justice system. It would be wrong to suggest that it was. But there is an important point that this is a key part of the criminal justice system to which everyone on the Criminal Justice Board, which looks on a regular basis at how to speed up the justice system, has committed and believes needs to be taken forward as a matter of urgency. So it is something that the judiciary, represented by the Lady Chief Justice, as well as the PPS, the PSNI and all of those other moving parts in the justice system, have had an opportunity to discuss in the Criminal Justice Board and fully support.
Deputy Speaker, thank both the member and the Minister for their intervention, and to the Minister for clearly setting out the complexity and interrelationship between all of the changes. And I agree with the member who is the chair of the committee opposite, that while this is a fundamental change and will bring forward additional changes, there are other aspects of the justice system that require reform. I, for one, believe there are far too many people in prison, and we need a much wider range of interventions that go way beyond the Department of Justice and its remit. We have responsibilities in health and education. If we were to tackle and produce interventions at much early ages and at much early stages in people's lives before they unfortunately end up in prison, then much of these reforms would be of even greater benefit. So, Speaker, we have to take into consideration the current system. It is slow and there are delays, and this is a key building block to delivering that change. Delaying justice for defendants infringes on their rights to a fair trial in a reasonable time frame, and that is required and is outlined in Article 6 of the European Convention on Human Rights. So, Speaker, in closing, I welcome this piece of legislation and amendment from the Department. The bill is not just about accelerating justice, but is a major step in addressing the cost that victims and defendants face when their lives are put on hold by a system that is currently holding them back. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
I call Peter Weir.
Deputy Speaker, I'm tempted to say I rise, but maybe that may be the wrong terminology within this. I suppose maybe we should declare an interest at the start. As a non-practising member of the bar, I cannot claim to have the eminence, and I do not claim to have the eminence of the proposer of the amendments. I know the proposer of the amendments has been eminent in the law for many years. Indeed, to paraphrase, I think he was eminent before my arrival at the bar was even imminent on that basis, and I never reached in my short period at the bar the dizzy heights, although I did once during my pupillage, I think, serve under the member who proposed these amendments. Can I say, in many ways, in terms of dealing with the amendments, I appreciate, I think, the departmental amendment, I think, is something that is fairly uncontroversial, and I think the House will not spend a great deal of time probing on the basis I think everyone accepts that amendment. In many ways, I think there's a certain level of disappointment that there was a need for the member to actually bring forward these amendments, because I believe that the position that we reached in 2015 unanimously, indeed those of us at least that were here in 2015, was a reasonably balanced position as regards preliminary investigation. And indeed, while I've listened, and I don't want to go too far into the exchange that took place between the Minister and the proposer of the amendments as to the failure to commence the position from 2015, I do have to say I think it is disappointing that whenever this House does pass legislation with commencement provisions within it, we appreciate that sometimes those can be on the basis of immediately commenced on royal assent, and others will sometimes take a little bit longer. I do have to say it does somewhat beggar belief that 6.5 years later that has not been commenced. I've listened and I've no desire to get into the whys and wherefores and question either try to second-guess the motivation of the Department or the Minister, or indeed impugn their motivation. But I have to say, having listened to the rationale, I'm not particularly convinced of the merits of that level of delay. So we would have been in a better position had we reached a point at which these amendments did not have to be brought forward, and indeed that what seemed to be, I think, a relatively settled position in 2015 had been simply honoured by way of commencement. Can I say, I think that whenever we are looking at the criminal justice system and the trial system, the overriding onus on all of us is the preservation of justice and the protection of justice. And that, I think, for those who are involved in the criminal justice system, impacts on a wide range of people. It can be justice for the victims of crime, it can be justice for witnesses, it can be justice to ensure that there's a fair trial for those that are defendants, and also, from that perspective, justice in the wider context of what is in the best interests of society as a whole. To that extent, again, which I think goes to the heart of the amendments, that has a range of particular connotations. Can I say at the outset, I think that both the motivation and indeed the general principles of the bill are ones that I would accept and support. I think that any actions that we can take to ensure that we can remove undue delay from our criminal justice system, I think, are good. I mean, to that extent, therefore, I was very happy to support this at second reading. And indeed, whether amendments are successful or not today, I'll be happy to continue to support what I think are the right motivations within the bill. It is the case that in terms of the balances that are there, that when we look at what are the interests of justice, it is certainly in the interest of justice that it is delivered to the public purse in a reasonable fashion, which I think does go to I think in part the role of committal proceedings play an important role within that. It is also important that in terms of justice, that justice is also timely. And so consequently, I think that even if the amendments are accepted, the general principle which essentially says that in the vast majority of cases a preliminary investigation, indeed that sort of initial stage of committal proceedings, is not necessary from a timely point of view, is, I think, a case that is well made. And I think that should be the general presumption that we have within our system. It is undoubtedly the case, I think, as the chair of the committee has indicated, that while I believe that this legislation is something which is a step forward, it is not any form of silver bullet. It is not going to simply eliminate all actions which could lead to delays. It is not going to mean that we're going to have the fastest justice system. It is also the case that the burden that potentially is placed on victims of crime and the burden on witnesses should also be kept to a level of minimum. And I think the general principle which essentially says that where possible we do not subject witnesses to having to give effectively the same evidence twice, I think that that again is something which is an important principle. So all these things need to be balanced. But it is also the case that we need to ensure, first of all, that when trials do not really need to proceed, that they do not proceed unnecessarily, and that also ensuring that there is a level of fair trial. And consequently, I think the protections that are being put in place, potentially by the amendments of Mr Allister, I think do represent a reasonable compromise. I think that the argument that Mr Beattie has made, and obviously a genuine concern that they are used in some way to clog up the system, does not actually bear relationship with the real world of trials. I mean, it is not, as Mr Allister has indicated, in the vast majority of cases, not a situation in which defendants are looking to initiate preliminary investigations to try and delay the system. Indeed, in many ways, because the only hurdle to be overcome at that committal stage for the prosecution is to show that there's a prima facie case. The opportunity for a defendant to be exonerated by way of being found not guilty is a much easier route when it comes to full trial, because the prosecution has a much greater burden of showing that it is beyond reasonable doubt. And indeed, I think the argument that this in some way will be used as a form of deterrent either to the prosecution or indeed to witnesses would hold a lot stronger water if this was in some way an automatic right that was potentially being triggered. But this can only be where it is through the very clear filtration of a judge deciding in that particular set of circumstances, which even in current circumstances is relatively rare, that the judge decides that this is in the overwhelming interests of justice. To succeed at a preliminary investigation, then, as I said, the defendant would actually have to show, and the defendant's counsel would have to show, that there's not even a primary facie case against the defendant. That is an extremely difficult burden, I think, for a defendant to prove. But what it does mean is that those cases in which there is no real merit to them at all and which have been taken against the interests of justice, that there is some level of filtration mechanism. And indeed it lies, the access to that is only through a judge deciding that it is in the interests of justice. As indicated as well, it is not on the basis of these amendments one in which a particular appeal mechanism on the grounds of merit is one that is done. That will differ, if you like, from a normal trial on that basis. It is only where there would be a case stated where the judge had made an error in terms of law, which indeed, as any of us, even on a different level, for example, I know, drawing from the experience that many will have had in this chamber of, for example, dealing on a different level of non-criminal behaviour, of a situation where someone is trying to appeal, for instance, a Social Security Appeal Tribunal, and you've failed in terms of the merits of the case, and you're trying to find a successful argument in terms of law as to why that verdict should be overturned. Members across the chamber will realise from their own experience how difficult a job that is to do. So this is in an extremely rare set of situations that this will be put in place. But if it does mean that in those small number of cases where there isn't a prima facie case, we can actually stop a public trial, stop the expense of doing that, serve the interests of justice, it does seem to me that this is a balanced situation. I spoke at the start of my remarks about the eminence of the members proposing this. It is undoubtedly the case that the 2015 position, and indeed the amendments that he puts forward today, are essentially a compromise position. There are clearly many from a strong legal background who are much more eminent than myself, some who may even claim greater eminence in the proposal of these amendments, though I'm sure that may be questioned by some others, who would go much further than these amendments. It is, both in 2015 and today, a compromise. And I welcome that compromise. And I welcome indeed the position taken by the proposer of these. And so I believe that this is a reasonable route which doesn't impugn or indeed impede the general thrust of this bill. The thrust to reduce and remove undue delay, I think, is one that is right. But I think that having the safeguard of the amendments, and therefore I'm willing to go through the lobbies with the compromiser Alistair and to support him in his amendments today, as I'm similarly prepared to support the amendment being put forward by the Minister. Thank you.
I call Paula Bradshaw.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I rise to support Amendment 3, which has been inserted to enable the issuing of legal aid certificates, and will be opposing all other amendments. The other amendments, Mr Deputy Speaker, are wrecking amendments and has been highlighted by others here today. From a fresh start to the Gillen Review to New Decade, New Approach, it has been agreed that the bill is a vital reform to create a more efficient and indeed a fundamentally fairer justice system. The only people who would want to wreck this are those who wish to ignore good practice on behalf of victims and indeed who want to act against the interests of victims. It is well established, as the member proposing the amendments well knows, that oral evidence at committal stage is not just unnecessary, but actually contrary to good process. To do away with it will stop intimidation of victims and of witnesses, and thus enable more cases to proceed. Most of us think having more cases proceeding, more victims being heard and more perpetrators being punished is a good thing. With regards to terrorist suspects, removal of oral evidence at committal stage I'll just finish this and I'll give way. Is a recommendation of the Fresh Start panel and indeed of the Northern Ireland Audit Office. It should be noted, therefore, that those supporting these wrecking amendments are opposing Audit Office recommendations. I'll give way now.
The member talks about good process. Does she really think it's good process that someone can be returned for trial in Northern Ireland without there even being demonstrated at any point that there's a prima facie case against them? Is that good process?
I'm happy to give way to the Minister.
With respect, it is not the case that people are simply returned for trial in the way that the member suggests. There has to be an evidentiary threshold met, for example, by the PPS. What we're introducing here is the right for somebody to cross-examine witnesses at the earliest point in this process. Prima facie evidence can be established on paper. So, there is no need for there to be a continuation. There's no need for there to be such a continuation.
Sorry, can we have just one person speaking at the time, please?
There is no need, Mr Deputy Speaker, for there to be a continuation with oral hearings. However, it may suit some in the justice system for that to continue for their own reasons, because they will be required to represent their clients and so on and so forth. But it doesn't actually speed up justice, or it doesn't impact on the effectiveness of justice to remove that from the process. And as I said, the Criminal Justice Board have oversight of this and have all agreed that this is a better way forward than what was previously agreed.
Ms. Bradshaw.
Thank you, Minister.
Sorry, just whenever one speaker has the floor, please, just continue, Ms. Bradshaw.
Speaker. It, in effect, removes the stage at which intimidation can be a factor. It reduces the trauma for victims and witnesses from the process. Ultimately, it is a fundamental part of a bill which improves the experiences of victims and witnesses, and thus gives them greater and truer access to justice. In cases of serious sexual offences such as rape, again here the Criminal Justice Inspectorate has spoken in favour of what we are doing with this bill, noting that the no-bill application process remains to provide an ongoing further safeguard against spurious allegations. In the end, this bill is not about the technicalities of how the justice system works, but about human beings. In that context, we should all remember that what we choose to prioritise in our public pronouncements matters. Access to justice. I will, surely.
And I think the member for getting to that point, what's being proposed is equally about human beings. And I think sometimes in this House we have a very narrow view of what constitutes a human being. So I have heard the member in this House rightly defend in other circumstances minorities, small groups, people who are isolated, people who are vulnerable. And surely, if that is the argument, then you have to bring it across. And I have to say, I'm disappointed that the Minister has made an assertion that somehow, and I can say this because never have been and never would have the ability to be a member of the legal profession, but to almost assume that somehow there's an attempt here to, satisfy someone's mates, that this is a part of trying to, ensure that those who have a vested interest, because there's a payment in regards to representing someone, I think is unfair to many in the legal system who work extremely hard in very challenging and very difficult circumstances.
Yes, I think you're somewhat misrepresenting the Minister's position on that. But I would also pick up on the point you talked there about marginalised and minority groups. There are very few sections of society more vulnerable than those who are victims of rape, for example. And so it is those people and other victims of crime that I'm standing up and holding this position today. about. And as I say, access to justice matters most of all for the victims, and I trust most of us will recognise that the system needs to change to give those victims a voice free from the intimidation and terror of which some have spoken so courageously in recent weeks. Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I commend the bill and Amendment 3. Thank you.
I call Rachel Woods.
Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker, and I don't intend to speak very long at this stage, and as the Chair has given a very good overview of the committee's scrutiny in the last almost a year, but thanks does have to go to the committee clerk and the staff. Many have pointed to the abolishing of committal stage as a means to address some delays in the criminal justice system, and this rationale has been put to us previously, and it's an argument that's been seen across the world in terms of reforming the judicial processes. It's not new to Northern Ireland, as we know. The Assembly debated this before, and as a committee we did discuss delay in the system at length and the effect of removing the committal stage and whether or not it would actually do what it said on the tin. And I met with a number of stakeholders and individuals, and I thank them for their time on this, who were concerned that removing the committal stage would not actually reduce delay, as most of the delay lay elsewhere in the system. For example, the time taken to get forensic evidence and information, compiling police reports and at the investigatory stage. And I do have some sympathy with these arguments, as I've said previously. I believe this is reflected in the committee's report as well. I don't think that this legislation alone will fully address the delays in the criminal justice system, nor is it intended to do so solely. There is much more that can be done, as others have said. And I do appreciate that there is a larger piece of work going on with the criminal justice agencies on this issue. There's new information sharing systems being trialled and developed, and there's further work planned as part of the committal reform programme. However, challenges will remain. But in my view, those challenges still existing are not a reason for not removing the committal stage, which the Gillen Review recommended in order to deal with unnecessary delay and the re-traumatisation of victims having to provide evidence where it is not strictly necessary. But the Department must have a way of reviewing and reporting on the legislation that we have here in front of us and its effect on the system, and involving the committee to ensure that the post-legislative scrutiny is there and to ensure that it is having the effect that it is intended to do, looking at the impact on victims as well as the possible unintended consequences of delay simply being moved further up the line, as it were. So I hope that this review and post-legislative scrutiny will occur and will involve the committee and others, and I will touch upon this later in my comments in reference to Mr Alister's amendments. I'd also like to press again the importance of resourcing of this bill. I know that the Minister and departments do not like having commitments and resourcing stated in primary legislation, which is why I didn't push this in committee, but we did hear loud and clear from organisations pointing towards resource deficits. And this bill will require resourcing, specifically on the amendment in reference to legal aid. And it is one that certainly I know myself and other members of the committee would like further clarity on in the future, although I do accept that the department has produced figures on it to committee. But for the record, there will be an impact on legal aid with this bill, and the modelling and the changes that will happen require new framework to be put in place, as we have with the departmental amendment in front of us. Whilst technical, it does address some of it on the face of legislation, and I will be supporting it, but it is the wider figures and impact that need to be discussed in the future. So to Mr Alister's amendments, and I appreciate the member's consistency on this matter, and I was pleased to engage with him on this bill and also on his amendments and points of view. I note his opposition to clauses 1 and 2. Granted, he was opposed to this at second stage and before, but the amendments under his name and 1 and 2, whilst I won't be supporting them at this stage, I do understand his rationale and his arguments on process. The 2015 Justice Act was amended by the House, giving a residual discretion to the magistrate in the interest of justice, and these regulations were voted for by the majority of the House, however, were not commenced, as we have heard. But the committee were not able to assess the validity of the assertions made during the scrutiny stages that the interest of justice test provided for in the 2015 Act, which Mr Alister seeks to claw back through the amendments, would appropriately safeguard the rights of all parties, as stated, because the provisions had not been enacted. Notwithstanding the arguments made in favour of removing this so-called test and having it in the bill, not having it in the bill before us, this does lead me to question why, and not just on this specific issue, but it goes much broader than this. How is it decided within departments when they enact and when they do not? If it was the will of this House and the law, what are the processes in place to ensure that legislation is enacted and processes followed up on? It also gives rise to questions of the level of post-legislative scrutiny given by this House over the years, or indeed by the committees that have enacted legislation previously. Something to consider going forward for all MLAs, present and future. If we pass legislation with the department of whatever charged with commencing regulations, to what extent are we and committees or this House considering that down the line? A balance does need to be struck in terms of additional pressures on committees and what outcomes can be achieved. However, it does seem beneficial for everyone involved, the Minister of whatever department, the department, committee and the public, to know if legislation is passed that is reviewed and ensuring that it is meeting the purpose and is actually the law. It is of concern to me, and that is why I have some sympathy with Mr Allister's amendments, not something that I thought I would say today, despite not agreeing totally with the content, as I do not think it is needed for the purposes of the more victim-centred approach and removing the requirement to give traumatic evidence more than once. We do need to remind ourselves why we are here. We are implementing, in part, recommendations from Gillen, from Fresh Start and from the Audit Office. Our criminal justice system needs reform, full stop. Yes, this bill will not solve all the issues that I have touched upon, including delays, the need for increased resourcing to forensics, for example, front-loading, communication and information sharing. So I don't necessarily buy the arguments that this is about addressing delay wholly. There is much more to be done to tackle that, and that will come from matters not involving primary legislation. However, this bill should remove unnecessary re-traumatisation of victims and witnesses, simplifying the justice process in part, and provide for somewhat of a balance amongst other measures being looked at within the courts and justice system. Thank you, Mr Deputy Speaker.
Agus marachru mahivi yesha, Iram Sir Jerry Carroll. For a change over on my right-hand side, I call Jerry Carroll.
Thank you. Just for the debate, not for any other reason, Deputy Speaker. I want to begin by stating that we obviously, Deputy Speaker, have great sympathy and solidarity with victims, particularly of traumatising crimes, crimes such as those of a serious sexual or abusive nature. Here we had to wait unacceptable times to get a verdict. The testimonies of such victims is clear that this wait can be traumatising, as well as having to give testimony more than once. And Gillen has outlined, as people said, in his report, that we must deal with these cases more appropriately, that these victims and the witnesses to such crimes should not have to give testimony numerous times. And we must ensure, Deputy Speaker, that following Mr Gillen's advice and improving the system for victims does not encroach on the right to fair trial and fair process. In this sense, I would share some of the concerns raised by the CAJ in response to a discussion paper on reform of the committal process, which state that, and I quote, "While improved efficiency in the system is a laudable aim, it must be subservient to the need to ensure there are inherent safeguards in the system, compromising the right to challenge the prosecution trial and challenge prosecuting witness evidence at an earlier stage than trial. There is a balance which can be struck here between ensuring victims and witnesses are not forced to unnecessarily testify more than once, not endure a prolonged journey through the justice system, while at the same time ensuring the right to fair process of a defendant. I am concerned, Deputy Speaker, there are far too few references to the latter in the committee discussion that I have seen, or documents from the Minister that I have seen relating to this bill, and there is far too little evidence that the measures in this bill would actually shorten the process for victims. Therefore, while we would have hoped for a more robust cause for direct committal in the event of a guilty plea, and in the case of serious sexual, child abuse or other such crimes, we are not comfortable with the sweeping approach of the Minister set out here, which would go far beyond this and remove any opportunity for a judge to review oral evidence before trial. We are content to support the amendments, Deputy Speaker, which we put in place what was agreed by this House in 2015. I do find myself shocked, Deputy Speaker, that the Minister, whose party speaks often loudly about transparency, considers it acceptable that the democratic decision of this House will not be implemented because of any report, no matter how serious, or because of the will of the five-party executive without a vote. I find it ludicrous that the executive has utterly failed to deliver on many commitments from previous agreements, including both Fresh Start and New Decade approach. Yet the Minister took these agreements as sufficient reason to not implement the law passed 6 years prior, because the executive had apparently changed its mind. I've heard, and to be honest, I have more sympathy with her explanation that there was little time to implement the law, but that almost becomes a moot point when she, in her own words, says that the commitment to changing this process in closed-door executive deals was a reason to delay the implementation. I wonder what would happen if this bill failed. Would she then finally implement the 2015 measures? Deputy Speaker, I am disappointed today that there is not a more reassuring attempt here to ensure as efficient a trial as possible for victims, while not unpicking the right of defendants to a fair process. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I now call the Minister of Justice, Mrs Naomi Long.
Mr Deputy Speaker, before moving to address the proposed amendments tabled by Mr Allister, I want to speak to my own amendment first, Amendment number 3. This is a relatively minor technical amendment to Clause 4(9)(c) of the bill, which will ensure that the ability to apply for a legal aid certificate remains relatively consistent with current practice. Legal aid certificates are generally requested in the Magistrates' Court. However, there are some occasions when this will happen in the Crown Court, for example when there is a change in legal counsel. Clause 4(9)(c) of the bill, as currently drafted, means that any request for a criminal legal aid certificate in the Crown Court can only be granted after evidence has formally been shared with the court. This may cause unnecessary delay in the appointing of legal representation, as the sharing of evidence may take place after the defendant has been committed to the Crown Court. This minor amendment means that a Crown Court judge could grant a criminal legal aid certificate on reading the notice of committal, rather than having to wait until the evidence is formally shared. And I would want to assure Mr Carroll, based on what he has just recently said, that this is entirely to protect the rights of the defendant. Mr Speaker, moving now to the amendments proposed by Mr Allister. Mr Allister has spoken at length in relation to his proposed amendments to Clause 1 of this bill and also to the schedule. He has also given notice of his intention to oppose that Clauses 1 and 2 stand part of the bill. So I want to address the amendments and the opposition proposed by him. Through the Justice Bill in 2015, my department sought to abolish the option to hear oral evidence from victims and witnesses at a committal hearing. The experience of giving sometimes traumatic oral evidence, particularly under cross-examination, at both the committal hearing and then again at the Crown Court trial, can have a significantly detrimental impact on victims and witnesses. However, disappointingly, this did not receive sufficient support during the passage of that bill, and instead an amendment was made that ensured oral evidence could be called if a judge was satisfied that the interests of justice require it. This fell short of the original intention of that bill. This is the article that Mr Allister refers to in his amendments. In effect, he is proposing that the amendments set out in the Justice Act, Northern Ireland 2015, should stand. Let me explain why you should reject those amendments and support this bill. As plans to implement the processes defined by the 2015 Act were in their development phase, in 2016 a pivotal change in support on this matter emerged. The three-person panel, appointed by the Executive to report on a strategy for disbanding paramilitary groups, recommended, and I quote, "While it is crucial that criminal proceedings should follow due process and comply with human rights, justice delayed is justice denied. The time it takes for cases to come to court could be reduced, securing more convictions and building community confidence in the criminal justice system. To this end, we recommend that the Department of Justice should bring forward draft legislation to further reform committal proceedings, to remove the need for oral evidence before trial." This was accepted by the Executive in its action plan, published in July 2016. And Clause 1 and 2 of the bill before you are designed specifically to give effect to this recommendation, A10 of Fresh Start. So it is not just my department calling for this change. The changes are required to fulfil a Fresh Start commitment, a commitment made after 2015. Mr Allister's proposed amendments fall short, and if it is accepted, will mean that my department and the Executive cannot deliver against that commitment. A number of other political agreements and independent scrutiny reports have also called for changes to the present committal process. In case Mr Allister and others are concerned that this happened only as a result of 3 people on a panel, that is not the case. The other reports that have called for reform of the committal process in its entirety are the Northern Ireland Office in their Speeding Up Justice Report 2018, Criminal Justice Inspection NI Without Witness Report 2018, and the New Decade New Approach deal in 2020. It's worth noting, Mr Speaker, that the longer-term intention of my department is to remove the traditional committal process entirely, ensuring that cases are directly committed to the Crown Court as soon as it is clear the matter is serious enough to proceed on indictment. This is in line with the commitment arising from the Northern Ireland Audit Office report on speeding up justice in 2018. That report found that, and I quote, "The reform of committal is the Department's first move towards eradicating a judicial process which is widely considered as providing minimal value whilst imposing onerous demands upon victims and witnesses. At its worst, committal can effectively amount to a preliminary trial, with victims and witnesses required to provide testimony, which they will have to deliver again at trial in the Crown Court. This is, at the very least, stressful to participants and, in some cases, may deter them from attending for trial." It is also worth reminding the House, Mr Speaker, of Sir John Gillen's report in 2019 into the law and procedures in serious sexual offences in Northern Ireland, in which he noted that the committal process has either been reformed or abolished in a number of jurisdictions which he considered. Sir John said of committal proceedings that, and I quote, "The paucity of cases where any material benefit is achieved for the defendant is completely outweighed by the disproportionate cost of and stressful nature of such hearings. More importantly is the fact that precisely the same issues of liability can be dealt with by the Crown Court at an equally early stage." Sir John went on to conclude that "I can see no justification, therefore, for continuing with the present system, which is wasteful of time, costs and resources in circumstances where the vast majority of cases will be transferred anyway to the Crown Court." Mr Deputy Speaker, we have been engaged in a discussion, both I think by the committee chair and Mr Allister, around process, and other members have made reference to those process issues as well. I want to address them, Mr Speaker, but I don't want the process issues that happened during a unique period in this Assembly's lifespan, when we had a period of 3 years hiatus, 2 elections, one immediately after each other, and a short period with the COVID crisis since we came back 18 months ago. I don't want that to deflect from the substance of the bill which is before us this afternoon, which is what should be of concern to us as we decide how to vote. Section 7(2) of the Justice Act related to the ability of a judge to hear oral evidence in the interests of justice. This was included as a result of an amendment by Jim Allister in the 2015 Act. The Department had originally intended to abolish oral evidence at the committal hearing as part of that Act, as you've heard. The Department had established a multi-agency project group to implement the committal reforms provided for in that Act. When the Fresh Start 3-person panel on disbandment of paramilitaries produced its report, which included a recommendation for the Department to bring forward further legislation to abolish the use of oral evidence as part of the traditional committal process. The Department's focus, therefore, turned to bringing forward new draft legislation to deliver this recommendation when the Assembly then collapsed in 2017. I would remind members that it was not just Alliance Justice Ministers that presided over those decisions, though some feel very comfortable in pointing the finger at me today. There have been 3 Justice Ministers during that period of time, not solely one. Section 7(2) of the Justice Act 2015 replicates the amendments proposed in the bill today, which mean that oral evidence can still be called if a judge is satisfied that the interests of justice require it. As I said earlier in the debate, those amendments fall short of the Fresh Start commitment in the Executive's Action Plan. I want this bill to provide reassurance to victims and witnesses that they cannot be called to provide oral evidence at the committal hearing and that is consistent with the various expert reports, including the Gillen Review, Criminal Justice Inspector Northern Ireland and the Northern Ireland Audit Office, in addition to the Fresh Start panel. It also has to be understood that the Fresh Start three-person panel recommendations were accepted by the Executive in its Fresh Start Action Plan, which was published in July 2018. It was unclear at that time, Mr Deputy Speaker, how long there would not be an Assembly in place, and the focus was therefore on preparations to deliver what the Executive agreed in that action plan. There was no other cover for departments to make alternative provisions. Committal reform represents a significant change, and there would be a risk, obviously, of trying to change that system twice. So some changes in the 2015 Act and then further changes from a subsequent committal reform bill, not to mention the nugatory expenditure and effort that would entail. The committal reform bill before the House today is a stronger piece of legislation which will help tackle delay in the most serious cases which are heard in the Crown Court and will improve the experience of victims and witnesses on their journey through the criminal justice system. Non-commencement in this regard is a red herring today. Had the 2015 legislation been commenced, we would still be here today because of subsequent commitments that were made by the Executive, not the previous Executive 3 times ago, but the current Executive in NDNA. And so we would still have had to bring this bill forward today. I don't want people to be deflected by those process issues from considering the substantive issues which actually impact on victims and witnesses. The bill also includes proposals to directly commit more cases to the Crown Court, which will see those cases bypass the traditional committal process entirely, and with that the option of providing oral evidence at that stage. But for cases not included in the initial rollout of direct committal, there will continue to be a traditional committal process. Victims and witnesses can presently be called on to provide oral evidence at that stage, and without the changes proposed in this bill, that will continue. Clauses 1 and 2 will ensure that those victims and witnesses do not have to provide oral evidence and face cross-examination as part of the committal process. Mr Deputy Speaker, I have heard all too often of the impact on vulnerable victims and witnesses who have had to give traumatic evidence, not just once but twice as part of our current criminal justice process. I have witnessed the anguish of victims, victims' families and witnesses who have been subjected and exposed to the most horrendous crimes: rape, sexual assault and murder, only to be further traumatised by the very process that is supposed to bring them justice. I have searched for words of comfort and explanations as to why we have to continue with a process that does not appear to provide any significant purpose. It does not provide an effective means to filter cases, and it adds an unnecessary delay to an already complex process. I agree the numbers of these types of committal hearings are low. For example, in 2019, only 6% of committal hearings involving 109 defendants were processed by the calling of oral evidence. In addition, there are also occasions where victims and witnesses are called to give evidence only to be told at the last minute that they are not needed. In 2019, we know that this occurred in cases relating to a further 53 defendants. As Sir John Gillen noted in his report, committal proceedings are often listed as mixed committal, which then turns into a conventional preliminary inquiry hearing on the morning of the matter, after the complainant has suffered the stress and worry of a court appearance, only to be told they are not required. This is quite unnecessary, and that practice should be strongly deprecated, given the additional stress and delay this process is causing. The trauma caused to victims and witnesses in these cases drives me to support the changes proposed in the bill. Even one such case is too many. Mr Speaker, one of the major reasons for bringing forward this bill was to provide victims with reassurance they could not be called upon to provide oral evidence and potentially face cross-examination at a committal hearing. I have already cited the various expert reports and political agreements calling for this move. Whilst much of the focus has been on the issues of rape and sexual assault cases, due to the particular vulnerability of witnesses who are also, in many cases, the alleged victim. There is also an issue of this in relation to issues of terrorism. In addition to the three-person panel, actually the chair of the committee mentioned the Intelligence and Security Committee report into Northern Ireland-related terrorism in October. There was no engagement with my department in the drafting of that report. However, it was clear in that report security services were supportive of this bill to speed up direct committal because they recognised the positive impact it would have in dispensing with terrorist cases. I would hope that members would consider that as they come to vote on these matters. Voting today for any one of Mr Allister's amendments would have an impact, a negative impact, on victims and witnesses, because it does not provide the reassurance that they will not be called to give evidence twice. Mr Allister's amendments would ensure that there is still an avenue through which victims might be called to provide oral evidence and face cross-examination in advance of their case reaching the Crown Court. For many people, Mr Deputy Speaker, for those giving evidence in terrorist trials, for those who have been subjected to some heinous crimes themselves, the thought of having to face the individual against whom they are giving evidence, not once, but at least twice in the process, is sufficient for them to decide not to give evidence at all. And we should be cognizant of balancing that concern against the lack of impact this has on a fair and free trial for the defendant. Besides the obvious impact on victims and witnesses, the preparation and process around arranging these committal hearings can add both delay and burden to an already stretched system. We know, for example, that the number of hearings for a preliminary investigation or mixed committal can be on average 3 to 4 times greater than those required for a preliminary inquiry which uses only written evidence. Therefore, if members vote for any of Mr Allister's amendments today, not only are we failing to address the concerns of victims and witnesses about giving oral evidence more than once, we are losing a crucial opportunity to make the system more efficient for all users and for members of the public. Ms Bradley is of course correct that this alone will not suddenly speed up justice. However, it is part of a wider programme of work to speed up justice. It is, however, a critical part of that wider programme. Ms Bradley and Ms Woods raised a number of issues which I do want to address specifically. The Department of Finance, in relation to the funding of committal reform, has previously approved a business case for £1.3 million for the capital costs associated with the IT changes required to implement direct committal. The main aim of direct committal is to transfer cases to the Crown Court more quickly than at present and therefore shorten the overall length of time it takes to complete. In effect, we anticipate there will be a rebalancing of resources. Less work will be done in the lower court tier, in the Magistrates' Court, but more work will be done in the higher court tier, the Crown Court. It is also worth saying that whilst the Crown Court is a more expensive tier, part of the benefit of direct committal is that the judge will have oversight of the case from the earliest point, allowing certain efficiencies to be made in terms of court time even in the upper tier. So there is overall a benefit to us in taking this forward. The bill also seeks to allow all offences that, in the case of an adult, are triable only on indictment to be directly committed. We estimate that offences triable only on indictment are about 25 to 30% of those in the Crown Court caseload. In terms of actual numbers, that was about 370 cases during 2019-2020. We have over 300 offences in statute which meet the definition of offence triable only on indictment. However, provisional data available to my department indicates that the number of these offences used in recent years is much lower. This approach brings within direct committal a wide variety of offence types. However, in deciding on which offences should be included in this first phase rollout of direct committal, we sought to strike the right balance between the number of cases that would give a meaningful first phase rollout and a meaningful evaluation, and ensuring the rollout could be successfully managed given the changes it will bring to the criminal justice system. The Department's intention over the medium to long term is to eradicate traditional committal processes entirely. The offence classifications outlined in the bill will provide the basis for further rollout. We will do that on a phased basis to avoid the bottleneck which both Ms Bradley and indeed Rachel Woods made reference to. Also, with respect to Rachel Woods' concern about monitoring progress, the committee has a full role in that, Mr Deputy Speaker. Having spent 20 years in politics, and a significant number of them in this House, it pains me to say that only recently it became the case that this House had sat as long as it had been suspended during my time in this place since 2003. So half the time since 2003, this House has been suspended. If the committee and if members want to have full scrutiny and oversight of what happens in terms of development of legislation, there can be no better way than making these institutions sustainable going forward. That is how members would have been able to talk to the Department about the balance of decisions that had to be taken between the Executive's commitment on one hand to Fresh Start and the desire of the House in 2015 to maintain some form of committal process. Mr Deputy Speaker, it's also the case that only a very small number of cases are halted at committal. The majority proceed to the Crown Court for trial. Again, using 2019 as an example, only 4%, 75 defendants, were not committed to the Crown Court. Furthermore, turning to the evidence provided by the Public Prosecution Service during the committee stage of the bill, we find the PPS inquiries into these cases did not identify any case in which the undermining of oral evidence by cross-examination resulted in a case being dismissed. I'm going to repeat that because it's absolutely crucial to the votes on these amendments this afternoon. At committee stage, the PPS inquiries into those cases which were not committed to the Crown Court did not identify in any case in which undermining the oral evidence by cross-examination resulted in a case being dismissed. So what of the defendants themselves? Trying to navigate a complex process and often held on remand or strict bail conditions for lengthy periods of time. And a number of members have reflected that they want to hear more about that. The traditional committal process adds delay, and in very few cases, regardless of whether oral evidence is called or not, has the purpose of filtering out cases that should not proceed to the Crown Court. On balance, their rights, as defined in the European Convention on Human Rights, to a fair trial, are secured during the actual trial process and the procedures surrounding it, and are not diminished by the removal of oral evidence at a traditional committal hearing. In fact, the rationale of reducing delay will actually help to achieve a fair trial in a reasonable period of time, where if you are an innocent defendant, that is absolutely in your best interests. Therefore, Mr Deputy Speaker, I can find no strong argument to retain the committal process in its entirety, and definitely none to retain an unnecessary and harmful aspect of this process in calling oral evidence that appears to no longer serve a useful purpose. It is a process long since abandoned by comparable jurisdictions such as England and Wales. With respect to the matter of the proposed new legislation in the Republic of Ireland, it is not the same as what was agreed in 2015, nor is it the same as the effect of the amendments being brought today. It is, in fact, a pre-trial hearing in the same court where the evidence will eventually be heard. Exactly what could happen with committal reform. Mr Allister's amendment falls far short of the commitment given by my department and the Executive to reform committal proceedings in line with Fresh Start, and far short of the commitment given by the 5 parties in the Executive in NDNA, and by the Justice Committee itself, which scrutinised this and opted not to amend the legislation. For these reasons, I cannot support these amendments, and I would call on the House to reject them. Support the inclusion of Clause 1 and 2 and Paragraph 18, Schedule 1 of the Bill. Thank you.
I call Mr Allister to wind.
Thank you, Deputy Speaker. I've heard it all when today I hear an amendment which has as its heart the protection of the interests of justice, described as a wrecking amendment. Some people seem to have such disrespect for due process and the law that even the concept of innocent till proven guilty is an irritant and an inconvenience. I really do wonder just how many in the Department of Justice and how many in this House have lost their way in terms of the basic concepts of democracy, of justice. Never mind democracy. The Minister patently glories in the fact that she and her department know better than this House. This House dared to disagree with her predecessor and to propose and accept an amendment. This House dared to insert a change into the bill. This House even dared unanimously to agree that change. And then we have a minister and a department and the mandarins in that department who think, don't worry about that. That was only ill-informed, ignorant MLAs. We know better. We have 3 wise men in Fresh Start who know so much better. We don't need to heed what 108 MLAs foolishly thought. Oh no, we preen ourselves as those who know everything on these matters.
Point of order.
Point of order. Is it in order for the member to be castigating a member who isn't present? Because, of course, these decisions would have been taken in the time of my predecessor, Claire Sugden, and she isn't present in the chamber to be able to defend the decision she took.
I don't believe that's a point of order, but it's noted. Sorry.
There is a convention that if you're going to criticise someone in the House, you should let that individual know in advance. So perhaps it would be helpful if we knew whether Mr Allister had allowed Ms Sugden the opportunity to rebut some of what he said.
That's not a point of order. It may be a convention as you see it, but we can get that clarified. No doubt Mr Allister will elucidate.
So to be clear, the minister I was criticising is the minister in this House, because it's the minister in this House who stood up today and sought to justify overriding, railroading her opinion and that of her department and some other miscellaneous persons over the view of this House. It's not Ms Sugden, it's Minister Long who has taken that stance arrogantly and audaciously in this House today. And there is a fundamental, not just of justice, but of democracy. And the fundamental of democracy is that if you have a legislative assembly, you allow it to legislate. And when it legislates, you heed what it says. Now we're in the situation where commencement delayed is the will of the House denied. And the minister glories in that, thinks that's great, thinks that was the right thing to do. Really? Have we so lost our way democratically, never mind in law, that we think that is the right course to pursue? Yes, I will give way.
I thank the member for giving way, and I would ask him 2 questions. Could he first of all point to me to the clause in the bill which changes the presumption of innocence until proven guilty? And secondly, he may be aware of all the rules of democracy. Is he also aware of chronology and the fact that time moves on?
Time moves on with a minister who never thought it worthy of coming to this House and saying, remember back in 2015 you very foolishly passed Section 7 of the 2015 Act. Well, I just want to tell you, I'm not going to commence it. Never once did the minister come to this House and reveal that secret to this House. Such was the contempt for this House, that she thought she could just sweep the House aside and never mind what the will of the House was. And it was the will of the House of some people who've somersaulted today. Sinn Féin, voted strongly, spoke in favour of the 2015 amendment. I remember Mr McCartney speaking about it. Today, it's shredded. And others too spoke in those terms. But I come back to the point. What is this alien thing that I'm asking this House to embrace? This alien thing is to endorse the view that the interests of justice should determine whether or not evidence in a particular circumstance should be called. Now we want to eschew the interests of justice, override the interests of justice, and declare that, oh no, we know better. Ms Bradley told us the amendment was too wide. The interests of justice are too wide? Really? Because let's be very clear. What the amendment does is it decrees that a magistrate, a judicial officer, someone of many years' experience, will decide, having regard to the nature of the charge and the nature of the witness, thereby protecting the frailty of a particular witness. They will decide whether or not it's in the interests of justice. But that's too wide. The interests of justice are too wide. I really do say to this House, certainly.
Does the member recognise that the interest in justice also includes making all participants in the justice system feel comfortable and at ease to be able to reach justice, and that any absence or effort to make every participant comfortable in giving evidence and being part of the procedure would lead to an injustice? So therefore, that is why we are here debating committal reform in the first place.
A witness can feel uncomfortable and as if they're in a distant foreign place giving evidence. But the giving of evidence, I'm afraid, is at the very heart of our justice system. You cannot proceed to convict without evidence. You therefore have to hear it. And whether it happens in the Magistrates' Court or in the Crown Court or in both, it's unlikely to ever be the most comfortable of processes. But there's someone else to consider in this, in the justice system. The citizen who is told that they're innocent till proven guilty also has rights. And that person, I believe, has the right to challenge evidence. That person has the right to question evidence. It's not a question of saying, oh, here is a victim. We accept them as a victim and we will cosset them to the point where we will prejudice the person whom we are calling the accused, and we will diminish his or her rights in order to cosset others. The fundamental that you're innocent till proven guilty has outworkings, and among the outworkings are the fact that that person is entitled to defend themselves. And if you have a person, for example, let's take a simple enough case where someone is accused of an act of theft, and they know that the primary witness is themselves a person of ill repute, with a record the length of your arm, who would lie just for the sake of it. And they know that their statement is lies. And this House is saying that person should not have the right to persuade a magistrate to hear that person's evidence so as to bring the torture of their prosecution to an end. That's equally important in the justice system. And there have been, think of the Think of the 4% of cases. Think of the 18 cases in 2014, where when the evidence was heard, the case was thrown out. Do the rights of those people not matter? Are they just to be trampled? Are they not to be acknowledged? Are they to be put through not just a committal, but ultimately a trial before they are vindicated? It's not just a one-way street, this. There are other players involved with rights as well. And when I say that all we want to do is to insert into the committal process a test, is there a sufficiency of evidence to return for trial, and to make that on the basis, is it in the interest of justice to hear that evidence? I don't think that is to ask too much, but to the Minister it obviously is. I'll give way.
I don't disagree with what the member has said in terms of the need for the witness statements to be tested. That right is upheld during trial. The question is whether we need a preliminary process of inquiry that then allows people to be cross-examined more than once. And so there is no purpose to that. And in fact, the case would move much further and faster for the defendant were it to be remitted straight to the Crown Court, where that testing of the evidence could then take place in a single process. This is not to deny the rights. And I ask the member again, he has asserted a number of times that we are ignoring the principle of innocent until proven guilty. I ask him to point to the clause in the bill which does so.
The criminal process is, till now, a two-stage process in terms of committal and trial, and both have to be fair under Article 6. Both have to be compliant in that regard. For some people who have the right and are afforded the right to cross-examine witnesses at the committal stage, it will be the end of the process, because the magistrate may well decide this evidence is not believable, it's not credible, no one should go to trial on this. That's the end of it. But in the Minister's view, that person should never have that opportunity. They should be compelled and forced to go to the full trial. Waste public money on trials that aren't necessary because the evidence is so fallible it will fall at first cross-examination. Why not have that first cross-examination where it's thought appropriate at the first stage? Yeah.
And I thank the member for his generosity, but I would turn again to the original statement which I read, and I read it twice because it is so important. The cases of which he speaks, when analysed by the PPS, not one was thrown out because of the oral evidence being tested in that hearing. So it would have been better had it gone to the Crown Court more swiftly, because there was no purpose served in the oral evidence. That was not the reason for them being thrown out.
EPS's assessment, the people who, of course, had the vested interest of saying the case was worthy in the first place. But if they weren't thrown out on the value of the, or lack of value of the oral evidence, on what basis were they thrown out? And how did they ever get there from a PPS that has to be satisfied of the public interest test and the likelihood of conviction? How did those cases ever get into the system? And if it hadn't been for the committal process, they would have stayed in the system to trial. They wouldn't have been thrown out. Would that have been in the interest of justice? Was it in the interest of justice that those cases were thrown out at committal? And if the Minister says it wasn't, then she is saying that cases unworthy of trial should nonetheless go to trial. So if she's hoisted on her own petard, if she says there were cases thrown out and the PPS evaluated them, etc., but she would have had no committal, she would have had them go to trial and the public purse put to the expense and everything else for cases that she now says and the PPS now says were unworthy, even though they authorised them in the first place.
Sorry, just one wee moment. At the risk of interrupting a discourse that's going on here, just to make the point that we don't want to veer off, and I understand Mr Alistair's points and the sequencing of his argument. We don't want to veer off into discussing cases out with that have been before the courts or otherwise and have been thrown out. I really don't want us to get in. Not that anybody, of course, you're well tuned in people that you would go that direction, but I would caution against it in case that might happen.
Well, I thank the member for giving way, and it is an important point that he raises. But there are lots of reasons why, Mr Deputy Speaker, a case may not be taken forward. New evidence could emerge that could be dealt with by the Crown Court. Mental health issues, or indeed other health issues, could intervene. Again, a matter that could be dealt with by the Crown Court. So there is no question that this is about trying to say that people should be found guilty if they're not guilty. It is simply about saying that the issue of a pre-trial hearing causes significant challenge in terms of delivery of justice and the speed of delivery of justice. The serving of justice is not in any way diminished by the fact that these will go straight to the Crown Court.
The Minister has not explained how, under her preferred system of no committals, she would deal with those 100 or so cases of 2019 where the cases fell apart and did not proceed. Those cases would have had to proceed. And of course, by removing committal, you also remove something we haven't yet discussed in this debate. You remove the early stages of disclosure. And more often than not, it is the compulsion of disclosure which demonstrates the inherent flaws in a case, which can cause it to collapse. But the Minister doesn't want that at an early stage. She wants to keep that person charged until the last moment, until the jury deliver their verdict. Whereas there are cases where justice requires that the evidence is so flawed, it should be exposed as flawed, and the person should be released forthwith. And those are the cases where, in the interests of justice, and there's an application to hear the evidence, there's nothing to lose in allowing committal proceedings in those cases. This is not a grand demand for carte blanche on committal cases. This is very much the bare bones, the 2015 compromise that says, subject to the filter of a magistrate, an experienced person who has to decide, having regard to the nature of the witness and the nature of the charge, whether or not it's in the interest of justice to hear evidence. It's a minuscule but important number of cases, and it staggers me that MLAs in this House, so many of them, are so anxious to run away from a test of something being in the interest of justice. What are you scared of in terms of subjecting something to the interest of justice test? Should that not be at the heart of everything? And yet, that is what drove an arrogant department to decree we will ignore what the Assembly says, and that's what strives this Assembly today to say we will ignore the opportunity to put it right. We will just bulldoze with that which we have because we don't really care about the interests of justice, it seems.
Amendment proposed to Clause 1, page 1, line 5, insert the words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 1 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. Aye. Aye. No. Those in favour say aye. No. Aye. Right way. Okay. Members, we have to clear the lobbies as the question will be put in 3 minutes. I will remind you that we should continue, especially in the current circumstances when we see the health situation in the community, that we uphold particular social distancing and that members who have proxy voting arrangements in place shouldn't come to the chamber. Thank you. Thank you. Okay, members would resume their seats. The question is that Amendment 1 be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. Okay, members. Okay. Okay. Do we have tellers then, please? Tellers have been appointed as follows. Tellers for the ayes are Jim Allister and Peter Weir. Tellers for the noes are Gemma Dolan and Paula Bradshaw. Before the Assembly divides, I want to remind you that as per Standing Order 112, the Assembly currently has proxy voting arrangements in place for some members. Members who have authorised another member to vote on their behalf are not entitled to vote in person and should not enter the lobbies. Again, I remind all members of the requirements for social distancing while the division takes place, especially with the rise in infection in the wider community. I ask you to ensure that you retain at least a 2-metre gap between yourself and other people when moving around in the chamber or the rotunda, and especially in the lobbies. And please be patient at all times and observe the signage and follow the instructions of the lobby clerks. If we clear the lobbies, please, the Assembly will divide. Ayes to my right and noes to my left. Could we close the doors, please? I think they're closed anyway. Members, please resume their seats. Could I ask Clerk to please read the result?
84 members voted, 30 members voted aye, 54 members voted no. The motion is negatived.
Could we unfasten the doors, please? Right. Now, we move to Amendment 2. Next, Amendment 2. Amendment 2 has already been debated. I call Mr Jim Allister to formally move Amendment number 2.
Moved.
Thank you. Amendment proposed to Clause 1, page 1, line 5, to insert the words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 2 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. We'll have it again. Those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. We move then. Clause 1, stand part. Before I put the question, I remind members that we have debated the members' opposition to Clause 1, stand part, but the question will be put in the positive as usual. The question is that Clause 1 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. I think the ayes have it. I think the ayes have it in that one. We now move to Clause 2, stand part. Before I put the question, I remind members that we have debated the members' opposition to Clause 2, stand part, but the question will be put in the positive as usual. The question is that Clause 2 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. I think the ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clause 3 stand part. No amendments have been tabled to Clause 3. The question is that Clause 3 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Amendment 3 has already been debated. I call the Minister of Justice, Mrs Naomi Long, to formally move Amendment 3.
I beg to move.
Amendment proposed to Clause 4, page 5, line 43, to leave out and insert words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 3 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. The question is that Clause 4 stand part of the bill. As amended, stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Clauses 5 and 6 stand part. No amendments have been tabled to Clauses 5 or 6. I propose, by leave of the Assembly, to group these clauses for the question on stand part. The question is that Clauses 5 and 6 stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Amendment 4 has already been debated. I call Mr Jim Allister to formally move Amendment 4. Move. Amendment proposed to Schedule 1, page 9, line 13, to leave out the words as printed on the marshalled list. The question is that Amendment 4 be made. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. No. I think the noes have it. The noes have it. The next item is the schedule stand part. The question is the schedule stand part of the bill. All those in favour say aye. Aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. Long title. The question is that the long title be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. That concludes the consideration stage of the Criminal Justice Committal Reform Bill. The bill now stands referred to the Speaker. And thank you for your time and input. Please take your ease while we move to the next item. One other item, members, please, if we could, just an announcement in advance before we move to the next item of business. I wish to inform you that I have been advised that Mr Stalford is not in a position to introduce his topic for the adjournment debate later today. That's Belfast Rapid Transit in South Belfast. Okay, so the Assembly will adjourn after the debate on legislative consent motion on the police, crime, sentencing and court bill. Thank you.
Okay, members, we resume the sitting. Members will be aware that I have been clear in the past about the importance of respecting the distinct roles of the Executive and the Assembly. I have also recorded that the Executive responded very positively to my concerns some time ago about ensuring that significant decisions were announced in this Assembly. Last week I received some requests from members to discuss issues which were on the Executive's agenda before the Executive concluded its decisions, and I did not think that that was appropriate, as the Executive is entitled to space to make its decision. However, I turned down those requests in the clear expectation that once the Executive discussions had concluded, a statement would be made in this Assembly. I am therefore very frustrated that a press conference has been held this afternoon to set out the Executive's decisions, but today, on a sitting day, there has been no request to come to this Assembly. It will not have passed anyone's notice by that over the last number of days we have had any number of examples in the media and on social media of ministers setting out their own views in relation to the position on COVID restrictions, and that of course is entirely their right. Yet no minister could come to this Assembly today, and I find that that is not acceptable for this Assembly. I wanted to be clear and to record that today and inform members that I intend to follow this up today's oversight with the Executive. I also do want to place on record that the Executive, and I fully understand this, that the Executive does face many significant challenges at this point in time, and of course that those matters are the priority for the Executive. But I wanted to place on record that I do find today's occurrence to be unacceptable to respect for this Assembly. Moving on to the next item of business, we have a legislative consent motion for the Police, Crime, Sentencing and Courts Bill. Clerk, please read the motion.
That this Assembly agrees to the extension to Northern Ireland of a number of provisions within the Police, Crime, Sentencing and Courts Bill relating to the Crime Overseas Production Orders Act, the management of sex offenders, the National Driver Offender Retraining Scheme (NDORS), application of Section 29 of the Petty Sessions Ireland Act 1851 to the provisions in the bill enabling a judge in England and Wales to make an order authorising the police to obtain information about the location of human remains outside of a criminal investigation, and the application of an amendment to the Proceeds of Crime Act 2002 to Northern Ireland to bring electronic money and payment institutions within the scope of account freezing and forfeiture powers in Northern Ireland.
Thank you, and I call the Minister of Justice to move the motion.
I beg to move.
Thank you, and the Business Committee has agreed that there should be no time limit on this debate, and I call the Minister of Justice to open the debate on the motion. Minister.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. The Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Bill was introduced to Westminster on the 9th of March and deals with a number of policing and justice issues. Members will be aware of the contentious nature of some of the powers some of the powers included in the bill, which will apply only in England and Wales, and members will have their own position on those matters. However, without any respect to those particular issues, there are some non-contentious provisions in the bill which impact upon devolved responsibilities. Our seeking of a legislative consent motion on these non-contentious matters is without prejudice to individual parties' positions on the wider bill. The motion we are considering today covers 5 unrelated matters that will extend to Northern Ireland. These are 1. Amendments to the Crime Overseas Production Order Act, 2. The management of sex offenders, 3. Putting the National Driver Offending Retraining Scheme on a statutory footing, 4. Special procedures for access to material relating to the discovery of human remains, and 5. An amendment to the Proceeds of Crime Act 2002 to bring electronic money and payment institutions within scope of account freezing and forfeiture powers to match provisions in England, Scotland and Wales. Turning first to the amendments to the Crime Overseas Production Order Act 2019, which I will refer to as COPO from here on in. Members may recall that COPO is a UK-wide act with provisions that relate to both reserved and devolved matters. The Act creates a standalone legal regime for UK law enforcement agencies and prosecuting authorities to obtain electronic data directly from overseas communication service providers for the purposes of criminal investigations and prosecutions. They can do this by applying for an overseas production order. The development of the Act was a prerequisite for the UK to progress a data access agreement with the United States of America. It will enable UK law enforcement and criminal justice agencies to access information held by service providers who process, create, store or communicate electronic data on behalf of UK citizens. It will also enable the UK to enter into similar agreements with other international partners. The Act was commenced for Northern Ireland in February 2021, and the PSNI has been working with the Home Office regarding plans for implementation. The Home Office has advised that during implementation planning, some practical issues were highlighted that require legislative amendments. An amendment to the Act is required to allow appropriate officers to access and obtain communications data that is associated with the content, for instance, details of who sent an email, the date and time it was sent, and from what IP address. A further amendment will allow orders to be served by a third party. Currently, an overseas production order is required to be served by the Secretary of State for England, Wales and Northern Ireland, or by the Lord Advocate for Scotland. This mirrors the process in mutual legal assistance, in which the Home Secretary and Lord Advocate perform a role in both outgoing and incoming requests. The proposed amendment will provide the Home Secretary with the flexibility to delegate tasks related to the serving of an overseas production order to an appropriate body, for example, one that has the required technical and secure capacity to transmit data of this kind. The final amendment will rectify an omission in the original Act. During the parliamentary process, an amendment was inserted that requires a judge to be satisfied before approving the overseas production order that the electronic data requested is likely to be relevant evidence. However, a consequential amendment wasn't included to make reference to this relevant evidence test. The bill also contains legislative proposals to amend the Sexual Offences Act 2003 to enable the UK-wide enforcement of new civil prevention orders relating to the management of sex offenders, soon to be introduced in Scotland. The changes proposed, therefore, are consequential to the intended commencement of the Scotland orders. The provisions which will extend powers to Northern Ireland by way of this LCM will enable the new orders being introduced in Scotland to be managed and enforced more effectively where sex offenders move across the UK. The new Scottish orders, the Sexual Harm Prevention Order and the Sexual Risk Order, replace existing civil preventative orders made under the 2003 Act and are being introduced in line with a similar approach taken in England and Wales in 2015. The new Scotland orders were legislated for in the Abusive Behaviour and Sexual Harm Scotland Act 2016, but this legislation has not yet been commenced, as the Scottish Government is keen to ensure that the cross-jurisdictional provision proposed in the PCSC bill is in place first. I consider this essential to ensuring that there is no loophole in the law for those sex offenders moving from one UK jurisdiction to another. Public protection must be our key focus, and we must continue to do all we possibly can to keep our community safe from risk of further offending in respect of this type of behaviour. In practical terms, the new provision would mean that individuals subject to the new orders made in Scotland or England and Wales could not move to Northern Ireland to evade the prohibitions imposed. As with the England-made SHPO and SRO orders, the Scotland orders can be tailored by our local courts to better suit the individual's new environment and in line with our public protection arrangements. Courts will be able to vary, renew or discharge an order. Breach of a Scotland-made order or its notification requirements, which is a criminal offence, can be enforced by our local authorities and courts in the same way as the England and Wales arrangements, without the need to transfer the offender back to Scotland. And finally, the bill's reciprocal provision will enable the courts in Scotland to manage and enforce Northern Ireland orders in the same way. In addition to these new provisions, the PCSC bill will close a legislative gap. Under current provision in the 2003 Act, the Northern Ireland courts can vary a sexual harm prevention order or a sexual risk order made in England and Wales, but there is no reciprocal provision to allow the courts there to vary the equivalent order from Northern Ireland. The new provisions of the PCSC bill will close this gap and will strengthen the court's ability to manage a Northern Ireland order in England and Wales by including additional powers for renewal or discharge. These additional powers are also included for the Northern Ireland courts. I firmly believe that these further reciprocal provisions, combined with those which allow for the recognition of the new Scottish orders in Northern Ireland, will ensure more consistent and effective management of sex offenders across the UK jurisdictions, enhancing and strengthening public protection. Bringing the legislation forward in this bill will ensure a joined-up and timely approach by all the UK jurisdictions. Any sex offender who seeks to move around the UK and perhaps try to avoid the rule of law will have no hiding place. Turning to the National Driver Offending Retraining Scheme, also referred to as NDORS. Members will be familiar with the arrangements already in place, whereby someone caught speeding can, in certain circumstances, undergo a driving course as an alternative to paying a fine and having penalty points on their driving licence. These classes can have a powerful impact on participants and can help to change reckless behaviours. The bill would amend the Road Traffic Offenders Northern Ireland Order 1996 to put this scheme on a statutory footing. The legislation will provide a clear statutory basis to charge fees for courses and permit any excess fees to be used for the purposes of promoting road safety. It will also provide powers for the Department to make specific further regulations in this area. We have been working with the Policing Board, the Police Service of Northern Ireland, the Department of Finance and other relevant stakeholders on the application of the provisions to Northern Ireland. Officials have engaged with colleagues in the Department of Finance who are content for the PSNI to retain the surplus income in year from a budgeting perspective. We are very keen to ensure that Northern Ireland is not exposed to any unnecessary risk as a result of being left without statutory cover for these arrangements when such has been introduced in England and Wales. The fourth matter on which the LCM process is engaged is the introduction of special procedures for access to material relating to the discovery of human remains. The purpose of these clauses is to help the police in England and Wales to locate human remains in situations where it is not currently possible to do so. This legislation will allow officers to apply for a search warrant or production order to obtain access to and seize material and information that may indicate the location of a deceased person's remains without the need for it to count as evidence in the investigation of a criminal offence as currently required when applying for such search warrants. The clauses mirror, as far as is possible, provisions for obtaining search warrants and production orders within the Police and Criminal Evidence Act 1984, also referred to as PACE. The bill will therefore provide new powers for the police in England and Wales to apply to the courts for an order to access special procedure material that may relate to the location of human remains. However, they also provide conditions under which the police can apply to the courts for access to special procedure material or excluded material. This mirrors Schedule 1 to the PACE Act, which provides similar conditions for search warrants applied for under Section 8. The relevant measure for us is that the bill will also include provisions for orders issued in England and Wales to be executed in Scotland and Northern Ireland under the Summary Jurisdiction Process Act 1881 and Petty Sessions Ireland Act 1851, respectively, again similar to the existing provisions in PACE. The fifth matter to be included in the LCM is an amendment to bring the Proceeds of Crime Act 2002. This provision will bring Northern Ireland into line with the rest of the UK in this area. Members may recall that due to late notification from Treasury, there was insufficient time for me to bring an LCM to the Assembly for this clause under the Financial Services Bill, subsequently the Financial Services Act 2021. I laid a memorandum before the Assembly on the 26th of March 2021, setting out the timing issues and indicating that I would request that the UK Government prioritise the identification of another suitable Westminster bill to achieve this amendment as soon as practicable. I am pleased that the UK Government was able to bring forward this clause by government amendment to the Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Bill. The clause amends the definition of relevant financial institution under the Proceeds of Crime Act for Northern Ireland to match the definition for England and Wales and Scotland that was achieved under the Financial Services Act in 2021. It means that account freezing and forfeiture powers can be used not only in respect of money in Bank and Building Society accounts, but also money in accounts maintained with electronic money institutions and payment institutions, such as, for example, Revolut and PayPal here in Northern Ireland. This ensures that law enforcement agencies here can avail of powers that are available elsewhere in the UK. It will prevent the scenario where money in an account with an electronic money or payment institution which is suspected of being derived from criminal conduct or for use in future criminal conduct would be beyond reach. This is an important issue to address given the increasing use of electronic money and payment institutions. We need to ensure our legislation keeps pace with changing technology and criminal behaviour in order to remain effective in tackling organised crime. The account freezing and forfeiture powers under POCA provide a valuable tool for law enforcement bodies and serve notice to criminals that they cannot hide their dirty money in such facilities. Where the court orders the forfeiture of funds from an account, half of the amount is returned to the relevant law enforcement agency, for example the PSNI, to enhance asset recovery work. The other half is used to fund asset recovery capabilities across the UK. I am working with the UK Government to change the current arrangements so that all proceeds of crime recovered in Northern Ireland stay in this jurisdiction, not only to enhance asset recovery processes, but also to be made available for investment in community projects to reduce crime and the fear of crime. Members may ask whether these matters could be legislated for by the Assembly. In some matters, we are dealing with legislation made at Westminster or that applies across the UK, therefore necessitating the Westminster route. Given the advanced stage of the bill and the timescales involved, it would not prove possible to legislate locally on these matters in a timely fashion. I also believe that in the matters concerned, it is important to maintain consistency across the UK, and that is best achieved through the LCM process. Westminster colleagues are keen to have the request considered as soon as possible, as the timescales are challenging. Before I finish, Mr Speaker, I want to place on record my thanks to the Justice Committee for its report, and I welcome its support for the LCM. I would also like to record my thanks to executive colleagues for their consideration of these issues. Building on that report, I am keen to hear the views of members today of this Assembly and to seek legislative consent. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister. And I call the Chairperson of the Justice Committee, Mervyn Storey.
Thank you, Mr Speaker. And I rise to speak on behalf of the Committee for Justice in the debate this evening and outline the detailed engagement it has had in the provisions to be included in this legislative consent motion. The Department of Justice officials attended the Justice Committee on the 14th of January to provide oral evidence on the provisions that have been identified at that time for inclusion in the forthcoming bill to be introduced at Westminster. The committee was told that these related to the amendments to the Crime Overseas Production Order Act 2019 to address practical issues that had arisen during its implementation, the cross-jurisdictional enforcement of the Scottish Sexual Harm Prevention Orders and the Sexual Risk Orders, and statutory authority for the National Driver Offender Retaining Scheme. And the Minister has set out the details of these provisions, which you will be glad to know I do not intend to repeat. The Department advised that with the constraints on the legislative programme in this mandate, it would not be possible to achieve the equivalent legislation for these provisions via an Assembly bill in the same timescale that could be achieved in regard to the Westminster Bill. In addition, the forthcoming bill includes UK-wide provisions and would enable gaps to be addressed more quickly in a way that would be beneficial to Northern Ireland. The committee agreed to consider the matter further when the bill was available and the Executive had reached a position on the proposal to extend the provisions to Northern Ireland by way of an LCM. The Department subsequently wrote to the committee on the 28th of January to advise that the Executive had agreed to the proposal to bring forward the LCM and provided the further information requested by the committee during the oral evidence session. The Department also advised of another provision expected to be included in the bill for which consent would be required. This will provide powers for the police in England and Wales to apply to the courts for an order to access special procedure material which may relate to the location of human remains without the need for it to count as evidence in the investigation of a criminal offence, as currently required when applying for search warrants. The Department advised that the PSNI had confirmed it was content with the provisions and that the Home Office advised it expected them to be very rarely used. Further correspondence was received from the Department on the 17th of February advising of an additional provision requiring consent relating to the powers to extract information from mobile devices. This is to address a recommendation by the Information Commissioner Office that the legislative framework should be strengthened to ensure clarity for victims and witnesses and offenders to address inconsistencies between forces and clarify the lawful basis for the data extraction. Having considered this correspondence, the committee agreed to ask the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission, the Attorney-General for Northern Ireland and the Northern Ireland Commissioner for Children and Young People for their views on all the provisions to be included in the proposed LCM, including their capability with the European Convention on Human Rights. Both the Human Rights Commission and the Attorney-General drew attention and raised a number of issues in their responses in relation to the provisions regarding the extraction of data from mobile devices. The committee was, however, subsequently advised on the 16th of June 2021 that the Executive had not agreed to the inclusion of this provision in the LCM, but instead may return to the issue once the related code of practice has been consulted on. The committee has continued to follow this issue up separately, and I do not therefore intend to cover this any further this evening. The Human Rights Commission also advised that the amendments to the Crime Overseas Production Order Act 2019 regarding the communication data impact on the right to privacy and freedom of expression and further safeguards would be required to ensure that the acquisition of such data does not violate Article 8 and 10 of the Human Rights Convention. The Commission suggested a number of other issues that the committee may wish to seek more information on, including who would be a prescribed person allowed to serve overseas production orders, how individuals subject to the Scottish Sexual Harm Prevention Orders and the Sexual Risk Orders would be identified when moving between jurisdictions, and any potential implications on the work of the Independent Commission for the location of victims' remains. Mr. Speaker, it also recommended that the cost of the fees for driving courses instead of fixed penalties for low-level driving offences should not be prohibitive to ensure equal access for all, and that any changes in policy relating to the cost of course alternatives should be accompanied by a Section 75 Equality Impact Assessment. As suggested by the Human Rights Commission, the committee wrote to the Independent Commission for the location of victims' remains for its views on the potential implications of the provisions relating to the location of human remains on its ongoing work, and it responded advising that it is an implementation body and that legislation and policies underlying it are fundamentally a matter for the Irish and UK governments. The committee therefore wrote to the Department to ascertain if the views of the Department of Justice in the Republic and the Northern Ireland Office had been sought on the potential implications on the provisions relating to the location of human remains on the work of the remains body. The Department initially advised that neither organisation had been contacted, but the Home Office was of the view that the provisions did not impede or undermine the work of the ICLV, although there was no indication of what information this view was based on. Having sought clarification on the basis upon which the Home Office had reached this view, the committee received confirmation from the Department of Justice that the ICLV had advised that it was content that the provisions do not have any adverse effects on the Commission or its endeavours. Mr. Speaker, the committee also asked the Department for its response to the issues raised by the Human Rights Commission. Details of the subsequent extensive engagement between the committee and the Department and the Commission on these issues is set out in the committee's reports for the members' information. In its most recent response, the Department set out information on the oversight arrangements relating to the SOP and advised that similar oversight will be considered for future international cooperation agreements as and when required. The Department also confirmed that, as recommended by the Human Rights Commission, it will complete a Section 75 screening exercise in the preparation of the secondary legislation relating to speeding courses as an alternative to prosecution, and will consult relevant stakeholders as part of that process, including the Commission. The committee will also, of course, be able to ensure that this has taken place when it considers any secondary legislation that is brought before it. In respect of the issues relating to the SOPs, the Department has advised that effective risk management processes agreed between police forces and probation services across the UK are in place and are compliant with international human rights standards. The committee sought further details on the risk management processes already in place for the management of sex offenders who move between jurisdictions, and subsequently noted that the framework is provided by the public prosecution arrangements for Northern Ireland. In responding to the points set out by the Department, the Northern Ireland Human Rights Commission argued or urged the committee to protect the monitoring and review of oversight functions, but otherwise advised that it had no further comments to add in respect of the management of sex offenders and the amendments of the SOPs. Mr. Speaker, this LCM seemed to the committee to be never-ending. In addition to those provisions that I have already mentioned, the committee was advised on the 16th of June that an amendment to the bill would be made by the Home Office to bring electronic money institutions and electronic payment institutions within the scope of the Proceeds of Crime Act's counts, freezing and forfeiture powers in respect to Northern Ireland. The committee has been pursuing this issue separately since the 18th of March, when it noted the correspondence from the Minister of Justice advising of a request from the Economic Secretary of the Treasury to consider legislative consent for a clause in the Financial Services Bill. The Minister had indicated to the Economic Secretary to the Treasury that it would not be feasible for an LCM to proceed within a short timescale provided. The committee has requested further information from the Department on the potential consequences for Northern Ireland of not being included in the provisions and the clarification as to whether the cryptocurrency is covered by the provision, and has also sought the views of the Northern Ireland Policing Board. The Department's response advised that cryptocurrencies have been made subject to criminal restraint orders under POCA, which have the effect of freezing property, and that it may be liable to confiscation following a trial and the making of a confiscation order. The committee was also advised that the Minister had written to the Home Secretary to ask for her support to identify a suitable legislative vehicle to extend the relevant provisions to Northern Ireland as soon as is practicable. Policing Board response highlighted a number of concerns and pointed out that without the extension of these powers, the PSNI would be at a disadvantage compared to other police services in the UK and would be required to use existing restraint and confiscation powers, which can take some time and are resource intensive for the PSNI, Public Prosecution Service, and the courts. The Board stated that it would be likely that the similar investigations regarding funds by a suspect resident in Northern Ireland and that a suspect resident in England would be treated very differently, with the Northern Ireland investigation taking longer and using a greater resource. The Committee considered the responses from the Policing Board and the Department on the 10th of June and agreed to ask the Department for an update on the engagement with the Home Office to identify a suitable bill to which extend the relevant provisions in the UK Financial Services Bill to Northern Ireland. The Committee is therefore supportive of the proposals to include these provisions in the LCAM for the Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Bill. On October 21st, the Committee considered the memorandum that had been laid by the Department of Justice on the 12th of October and agreed that it was content with the proposal to extend to Northern Ireland by way of a legislative consent motion. A number of provisions within the Police Crime Sentencing and Court Bill relating to the Crime Overseas Production Orders Act, the management of sex offenders, the National Driver Offending Restraining Scheme, application of the SR 29 of the Petty Sessions Ireland Act 1851 to the provisions to the bill enabling a judge in England and Wales to make an order authorising the police to obtain information about the location of human remains outside of a criminal investigation, and the application of an amendment to the Proceeds of Crime Act 2002 to Northern Ireland to bring electronic money and payment institutions within the scope of account freezing and asset forfeiture powers in Northern Ireland. I can therefore confirm, as set out in the Committee report, that the Committee for Justice supports the Minister of Justice in seeking the Assembly's endorsement of the legislative consent motion. Mr. Speaker, those conclude my comments as the Chair, and I trust have accurately reflected the time that was taken by the Committee to give due consideration to what we see as being important provisions in the LCAM. Could I just then conclude by a few comments in relation to the LCAM as a member of this House and also on behalf of the DUP. The provisions of the Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Bill that extends directly to Northern Ireland are a positive step forward in the fight against serious and organised crime in Northern Ireland. And I don't think any of us can doubt the tentacles of serious and organised crime that have sadly invaded our communities over recent times. The ability to freeze and forfeit the proceeds of crime and terrorist property that is held online and e-money institutions, in addition to banks and building societies, will open a new front in the war against organised crime gangs and paramilitaries. Because if we are serious about dealing with the scourge of organised crime gangs and the scourge of paramilitary activity, then we must use all possible tools at our disposal to ensure that that is the case. Tackling illegal wealth is an integral pillar of preventing harm and breaking the pernicious cycle of control and intimidation in the communities where these groups operate. And sadly, they operate in communities where there are many challenges in society, where there is deprivation, where there is lack of employment, where there is lack of opportunities. But those who are engaged in this activity have a better lifestyle, have a more lucrative lifestyle, and is not a reflection. Sadly, some of them claim to represent their community, but that is far from the case. The new power for local agencies to access samples of material that may relate to the location of human remains without the need for it to count as a criminal evidence, I trust may also unlock the door to better opportunities to give closure to victims and to their families. This is to be welcomed, particularly given our unique history and the long-standing absence of truth and justice for many victims of terrorism and other atrocities in Northern Ireland. I also welcome the move towards mutual recognition and enforcement across the United Kingdom in relation to sexual offenders. Ensuring sexual harm prevention orders and sexual risk orders are operational across each of our 4 regions, and that they can be amended by authorities in each jurisdiction is a logical but important move. It reflects the fact that risk of harm or the repeat harm does not vanish the second a sex offender moves from one community or to one country or to another, and I welcome the comments made by the Minister in relation to that in the House this evening. We owe it to the victims of these serious offences to promote a joined-up approach. While the principles are sound, the success of the legislation will ultimately depend on authorities across the UK putting in place practical arrangements to identify and track offenders at an early stage. As a party, we would have preferred to have the provisions relating to the extraction of the information from mobile and encrypted devices have included as part of this legislative consent motion. However, the purposes of these changes was to clarify the lawful basis for data extraction from devices belonging mainly to victims and witnesses with their consent on the back of concerns raised by the Information Commissioner. Without this, Mr Speaker, Northern Ireland authorities risk once again having to play catch-up with the bodies in the rest of the United Kingdom. Once again, police officers in Northern Ireland face finding themselves with less security and clarity to do their job and to protect us all. So, Mr Speaker, in conclusion, whilst we welcome the progress that has been made, we want to, I trust, give an air of caution about what may follow in the weeks and months ahead. And I would encourage the Minister to do all that she can and to ensure that all the provisions that are necessary at her disposal are put in place so that we have a full suite of legislation that ensures that our communities are not only safe, but those who inflict harm upon them have the full force of the law coming after them. Thank you, Mr Speaker.
Thank you, and I call Gemma Dolan.
Mchugh Concordia, and I rise to indicate Sinn Féin's support for the motion. The LCM for Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Bill contains a number of small but important provisions which, taken together, will help our justice system respond to important issues related to organised crime, sexual offenders and locating human remains. I don't intend to discuss all aspects of the LCM, but I do want to speak about some, including those which relate to the Scottish Sexual Harm Prevention Orders and Sexual Risk Orders. It is important that all jurisdictions cooperate with each other when it comes to the management of sex offenders to ensure that there are no safe havens for sex offenders. I also note the ongoing work to attempt to find a resolution to the findings of the Information Commissioner's Office, which found that there was insufficient legal clarity on the grounds on which data can be extracted from mobile devices. The issue of data extraction has big implications on the issues of data protection and privacy, so it's important that we get this right. Whilst it was first proposed to include it within the scope of this LCM, given the concerns of the Attorney-General and the Human Rights Commission, it is only right that it has been left out until a code of practice has been drawn up and agreed. I also welcome the late inclusion within the LCM of a provision to bring electronic money and payment institutions within the scope of the Proceeds of Crime Act, account freezing and forfeiture powers. Organised crime gangs wreak havoc on the streets of Ireland through their illegal activities, including human trafficking, drug importation and drug dealing, as well as their associated violence, which can often be very serious, including killings. These criminals do what they want purely for financial gain, so it's important that we keep up to date with modern technology to equip the legal system with the appropriate tools to target their finances and their assets. While Sinn Féin would have preferred that the Assembly legislates on these matters ourselves, I understand that it was very difficult to find a substantial legislative vehicle to do so during this mandate, and so support the LCM today. Mchugh.
Thank you, and I call Sinead Bradley.
Thank you, Mr Speaker, and I rise as the SDLP member on the Justice Committee to also support this LCM, and I do so stating at the outset, when I say LCM in front of committee, you sit up straight, and when you hear data sharing, you sit up even straighter. And I think we did initially look at this to question really what is this about, and to be fair, whilst I would always prefer that the work of this House is not via LCM, I do have to conclude that there are times where it is actually a good vehicle, and today that is an example of this, because any efforts we do in unison against crime should be with other jurisdictions, and we shouldn't allow any gaps to exist if they are at all avoidable. And I say that, and I will also, without repeating, I won't go over the points that were made very clearly by both the Minister and the Chair and member of the committee, but I will also put it in the wider frame. We have at committee been repeatedly warned of the suboptimal position we are in terms of speed of access to data post-Brexit. And I think whilst it's important we do work in unison across all jurisdictions, we must also be mindful of how this piece of work, when tied up and working smoothly together, could feed into a wider picture frame, because it's a smaller world, and it's particularly a small world when you're sitting on an island where part of that island is within the European Union. So I do think that we must see this as a piece that we have to be tight together on, but we also need to put a mind, and I would ask the Minister perhaps to put some context on that if she could. I appreciate this isn't being drafted in that way, but I do think ultimately when we step back and look at the bigger picture, we have to ask ourselves, can it be used in a way to really genuinely work in unison against crime, regardless of who the players are that we're working with? But I leave it at that. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Ms Bradley. And I call John Blair.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And can I at the start also thank the Minister for her detailed statement and explanation of the LCM. Given that the Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Bill has already been introduced in the UK Parliament and powers relate to legislation that applies across the UK, I recognise the practical reasons for this legislative consent motion as opposed to our own legislation to ensure parity with the rest of the UK, among other reasons, including the inevitable time constraints that this Assembly is facing within the current mandate. Some said the original bill contained a number of provisions, mostly, it has to be said, relating to England and Wales, that represented a slide towards authoritarianism. So I do at this point, Mr. Speaker, want to highlight the fact that the Alliance Party opposed the introduction of the legislation in Westminster, especially those parts which, in our view, marked an undermining of human rights and civil liberties. However, the provisions within the bill now passed, which extend to Northern Ireland and make the LCM necessary, provide for a more joined-up approach to matters relating to public protection and tackling crime, including the enforcement of sexual offences orders and powers to make regulations and charge fees in relation to the National Driver Offender Retraining Scheme, as well as asset freezing and forfeiture powers. These will enable us to ensure consistency of approach across jurisdictions on matters that will be of benefit to Northern Ireland. So, from a law enforcement perspective, Mr. Speaker, I, with Alliance colleagues, support the extension of the Police Crime Sentencing and Courts Bill legislation to Northern Ireland. Thank you.
Okay, members, thank you. And I now call the Minister for Justice, Naomi Long.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank members for considering the motion today and for their valuable contributions to the debate. I'm very pleased with the support that colleagues have shown and the recognition that it is sensible that these provisions be carried in a Westminster bill. Members of the Justice Committee know that I do like to keep them busy with primary legislation going through this place, and I can assure them that I would only resort to an LCM as a port of last resort. I do believe it is important that as a legislative assembly we have spent so much of our time over the last 18 months doing precisely that, which is legislating. However, I do believe that on this occasion it is appropriate that these amendments are made in the Westminster Bill, and I am pleased that so far there hasn't been resistance to that. One query that was raised is around data sharing, and I suppose the sensitivity of that, and I wanted to just turn, if I may, to Ms Bradley's remarks. In terms of the EU, our data sharing arrangements have been largely been able to be replicated through continued access to PROM and a number of other databases. However, there is a functionality loss as a result of not being any longer having access to SIS2. That can be replicated in terms of functionality, but it will require bilateral arrangements between each member state and the UK. And so we have obviously been clear with the Home Office that we believe that's something that should be taken forward, and we believe that Ireland should be the first in the list that we should be working with, because clearly there are pardon me, cross-border matters which we would want to have that live data sharing available to. But there has been, as I say, broadly through the Justice and the Future Justice and Security Partnership, there has been, I think, a reasonable level of continued access to cross-jurisdictional cooperation and data sharing, albeit that there will be some constraints in terms of being able to, for example, now we have the data adequacy agreement, ensuring that that is maintained. I also want to just reflect very briefly, if I may, on the very important point which the Chair of the Committee made with respect particularly to the proceeds of crime. I think it is incredibly important that all of us in this House speak with one voice when it comes to those organised crime gangs and those paramilitary organisations who exist within our communities and have a parasitic relationship within our communities with ordinary people who live and work there, who spend their time essentially taking money off those who should have that money, absorbing it into their own amassed wealth, creating criminal enterprises that place people at risk. We talked earlier about the impact, for example, of loan sharking and the enduring level of coercive control that they are able to exert over members of the community. And there is nothing more frustrating to me as Justice Minister to hear and to see those who flaunt that wealth in the face of people in the community who are in hardship, who are vulnerable and who are being exploited by those individuals in order that they can make money and maintain control. And so it is important to me that we try to ensure that the proceeds of crime that are collected here in Northern Ireland are retained here in Northern Ireland, not only so that we can continue to reinvest that in the work we do around proceeds of crime, but particularly, as I said, that we can invest that in communities that are affected by that crime. Because I think it is only when the community sees the money which is being taken from their pocket into the pockets of criminals, restored into the community and invested in services that make a difference to them, that they will have the confidence and the motivation to come forward and work with us in the criminal justice sector to try and ensure that these organisations can be disbanded and disrupted. Hugely important piece of work that I believe we all need to do, and I want to pay tribute to the member for raising it, because I think we all know in our communities those who swan around, appear to do no work but have no shortage of income. And I think that there are serious questions that we all ask from time to time about how that can happen. The reason that we introduced, for example, the Criminal Finances Act provisions earlier in this mandate was specifically because we want to ensure that that can no longer be the case. We do not want there to be any incentive for any young person to feel that crime will pay, and it is our job in this Assembly to legislate so that crime will not pay. I also want to thank other members for their comments. It was very helpful in terms of the wider debate. And just to reflect what John Blair said, I am in the rather strange position of coming tonight asking members to support amendments in a Westminster bill which my party doesn't support as a whole. But we have no objection to these particular elements of the bill, and I suppose, like others, I live in hope that the bill itself may be ameliorated by its passage through Westminster, although that is not something that we here have any influence over. But it is something that I think is important. Were these controversial measures that we were seeking to bring as an LCM, we would not be doing so. The Executive would not be seeking support, and I'm sure the Committee would not be giving it. These are non-controversial amendments, but they are important amendments nevertheless. They will have a huge impact here, and of course we seek your support, notwithstanding the fact that many of us in this House think the bill itself as a vehicle is a somewhat poor excuse for justice legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Thank you, Minister. Thank all members. And members, the question is that the motion standing on the order paper be agreed. All those in favour say aye. Contrary, no. The ayes have it. The ayes have it. Item 5 on the order paper is the adjournment, and as announced earlier, Mr Christopher Stalford is not in a position to introduce the adjournment topic today. The question is that the Assembly do now adjourn. The Assembly is adjourned. Thank you.
Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed. This is the Northern Ireland Assembly Plenary programme signed.